different from its own spacetime, which is another indeterminate and uncertain inanimate thought particle with different temporal or torsional spacetime-like motion, personality-like non-existent work. Thus, my son, who has forgotten his unrepetitive unique consciousness, is reaping the fruits of his lies. This is extremely unfortunate for me as a father. That is why I have become emerged in as unique to all of you, says Yogi Rupnathji, in occasion of addressing to the world community. What is the great universal terminology for true intelligence, which is the contribution of Indian culture? Asking this question to all of them in front of all the cosmopolitan people, Yogi Rupnathji says, the bee is sitting on the flower in the flower garden. There are many inanimate bees sitting on those unaltered inanimate flowers. Strange, surprising to hear, but those who understand its meaning are taking its juice, the rest smells or inanimate numbers of it. Indians have been accustomed to drinking such words since ancient times. Asking questions to ask yourself is a great effort. It is very sad to refrain from it, says Yogi Rupnathji. He also says that he who is not his own question never deserves an answer. Incompetent barbarians do not ask questions. These fools are inanimate, so they are not interested in the omnipresent consciousness as the answer to the question. The one who argues or debating with himself before asking questions to his guru is the greatest. Yogi Rupnathji further says in this regard that, I will now tell you all the formulas that unite you all with Paramatman. You all listen attentively, said Yogi Rupnathji. Then Yogi Rupnathji says, Number 1. The sense connection of the mind without the arrogance of authority is not the cause of action limitation. At the same time of aspiration, first happiness and then its tragic consequences. So being destroyed by the arrogance of desire is work of for ignorance. Number 2. The source of ripe fruits that do not fall on anyone's land, which is always fresh and newly melodious, no one knows its origin. Number 3. Those who are chosen only by name, get fusion themselves as soon as the name disappears. Number 4. A gem that holds incredible, unprecedented, indomitable magical powers as thought, where the existence of thousands of universes is realized. Number 5. The milk yogurt in the anterior-posterior position is the destruction of the precondition, so the snake rope, these two are not found in each other at the same time. Number 6. The source is the same thought as origin before the destruction of the object. Number 7. In reference to the omnipresent absolute soul, that form of destruction imagined by his physical body is an unavailable, unattainable lie. Number 8. As a human painter being, he draws on the ideological basis that the painter has already achieved, but this universe image is first drawn as a whole, then the idea of giving him shelter is drawn by that drawn image. Because this painter is the determination of the combined collective mind is the perfect true absolute soul. Number 9. The difference made by words is not the really truth's result, they are made as fictionally imaginary by the imaginary fictional elders. Number 10. From the seed comes the fruit of the tree, which again in turn contains the seed tree fruit seed. Similarly, this universe appears in the man of dreams. Number 11. Whose own truth cannot be found, the object disposed of by him as action is definitely false. Number 12. Only the sentence is the absolute soul, is also of the inanimate word, so this unique sentence is split as meaning to disrupt its own repetition. The omnipotent absolute soul thus performs all the cosmic functions as of for the ego in the state of apathy. Number 13. The beats of the heart which trying to hear the uninvited sound from the air of the body, it crosses the middle part of the eyebrows and comes to the absolute Paramatman at the top of the head. Number 14. The intellect does not make the omnipresent as its own. Number 15. The one who transforms himself into his delusion, acts with as delusion, but this who have no delusion, falsely behalf of the delusioner perform their request. Then Yogi Rupnathji further says, which are as follows, Avimukta is the Kurukshetra, the place, where the gods perform sacrifices to deities and which is the abode of Brahman in all beings, that is the middle of the eyebrows. Hence wherever one goes one shall think thus, this is the Kurukshetra, the place where the gods perform sacrifices to the deities and which is the abode of Brahman in all beings. This is the spot where, when the vital airs depart from the living person, Rudra imparts the mantra, Tharaka Brahman, to him by which, becoming immortal, he attains liberation, final beatitude. Hence one shall resort to the Avimukta, shall not desert the Avimukta. That Avimukta, Lord Shiva as the Redeemer, is to be worshipped. The self which is infinite and unmanifest, is established in, that is non-different from, the Avimukta, in Ishvara, possessed of attributes. He is established in between Varna and Nasi. The Varna is so called as it wards off all the faults committed by the 10 organs of perception and action. The Nasi is so named as it destroys all sins committed by the 10 organs. The place between the Varna and the Nasi is the meeting place of the upper part of the nose and the center of the eyebrows. That, which is the well-known juncture of the eyebrows and the nose, is the juncture of heaven, in the form of the crown of the head, and this world, in the form at the end of the chin. The knowers of the Veda worship indeed this juncture, Samadhi, as Sandhya, in their daily worship. That Avimukta is to be worshipped. He who knows this thus, the true nature of the Avimukta, imparts the wisdom of the Avimukta, that the individual self is no other than the attributeless Brahman, to his disciples. The book by Yogi Rupnathji makes a mention of the Shambhavi Mudra, literally, eyebrow center gazing, which is mudra, a gesture, adopted without batting the eyelids, and a person who can achieve this is considered a holy person. This book gives an insight into the aspect of distorted state of the senses and demarcates the living self from God. It enables appreciation of the negative aspect of neti, not this, thus confirming the existence of the unique form of Advaya Brahman. To reach an understanding of the Turiya state of consciousness, it is essential to have a guru, a teacher. One appreciates the concealed state of Sahasrara Chakra, at the top of the head, and becomes one with consciousness in the cave of Buddhi, intelligence. The greatness of a guru is further expounded. His book narrates the greatness of a guru or teacher. The qualities of a guru are listed. The true teacher is well informed of the Vedic scriptures, is a devotee of the god Vishnu, is free from envy. He knows yoga and is intent upon it, and always has, the nature of yoga. A person who is equipped with devotion to the teacher, has knowledge of the self and possesses the above characteristics may be designated as a guru. The etymology of the word guru is defined as, the syllable gu means shadows, darkness. The syllable ru, he who disperses them, because of his power to disperse darkness. The guru is thus named. Thus, the role of a guru is one of eliminating ignorance by dispensing knowledge, which is spiritual illumination. In ancient Vedic scriptures, the word guru is an adjective meaning, heavy. This establishes the linkage of the word guru to gravity or gravitas, that is, a person who is both grave and heavy with knowledge. Further, the guru is glorified as Brahman, absolute reality, the supreme path, the supreme knowledge, the supreme resort, the supreme wealth, the supreme limit, and, as a teacher, is regarded to all. Then Yogi Rupnathji said more like this, which are, the Vijnana Atma that dwells in this body is deluded by Maya during the states of waking, dreaming, and dreamless sleep, but after many births, owing to the effect of good karma, it wishes to attain its own state. Who am I? How has this stain of mundane existence accrued to me? What becomes in the dreamless sleep of me who am engaged in business in the waking and dreaming states? Just as a ball of cotton is burnt by fire, so the Chidavasa one which is the result of non-wisdom, is burnt by the wise thoughts like the above and by its own supreme illumination. The outer burning of body as done in the world, is no burning at all. When the worldly wisdom is destroyed, Pratyagtama that is in the Dahra, Akas or ether of the heart, obtains Vijnana, diffusing itself everywhere and burns in an instant Jnanamaya and Manomaya, sheaves. After this, he himself shines always within, like a light within a vessel. Yogi Rupnathji says, that Muni who contemplates the still sleep until death is to be known as a Jivan Mukta. Having done what ought to be done, he is a fortunate person. And having given up, even, the state of a Jivan Mukta, he attains Vhaidha Mukti, emancipation in a disembodied state, after his body wears off. He attains the state, as if of moving in the air. Then that alone remains which is soundless, touchless, formless, and deathless, which is the rasa, essence, eternal, and odorless, which has neither beginning nor end, which is greater than the great, and which is permanent, stainless, and decayless. Then Yogi Rupnathji further said that, now I shall give a description of Atma. In the seat of the heart is a lotus of 8 petals. In its center is Jivatma of the form of Jyotis and atomic in size, moving in a circular line. In it is located everything. It knows everything. It does everything. It does all these actions attributing everything to its own power, thinking, I do, I enjoy, I am happy, I am miserable, I am blind, I am lame, I am deaf, I am mute, I am lean, I am stout, etc. When it rests on the eastern petal which is of Shweta, white, color, then it has a mind, or is inclined, to them with bhakti, devotion. When it rests on the southeastern petal, which is of Rakta, blood color, then it is inclined to sleep and laziness. When it rests on the southern petal, which is of Krisha, black, color, then it is inclined to hate and anger. When it rests on the southwestern petal which is of Nila, blue, color, then it gets desire for sinful or harmful actions. When it rests on the western petal which is of crystal color, then it is inclined to flirt and amuse. When it rests on the northwestern petal which is of ruby color, then it has a mind to walk, rove and have vagya, or be indifferent. When it rests on the northern petal which is pitta, yellow, color, then it is inclined to be happy and to be loving. When it rests on the northeastern petal which is of Vadyoya, lapis lazuli, color, then it is inclined to amassing money, charity and passion. When it stays in the interspace between any 2 petals, then it gets the wrath arising from diseases generated through the disturbance of the equilibrium of Vayu, bile and phlegm, in the body. When it stays in the middle, then it knows everything, sings, dances, speaks and is blissful. When the eye is pained, after a day's work, then in order to remove its pain, it makes first a circular line and sinks in the middle. The first line is of the color of Bandhuka fleur, Bastya. Then is the state of sleep. In the middle of the state of sleep is the state of dream. In the middle of the state of dream, it experiences the ideas of perception, Vedas, inference, possibility, sacred, words, etc. Then there arises much fatigue. In order to remove this fatigue, it circles the second line and sinks in the middle. The second is of the color of the insect, Indragopa, of red or white color. Then comes the state of dreamless sleep. Yogi Rupnathji says, during the dreamless sleep, it has only the thought connected with Parmeshvara, the highest Lord, alone. This state is of the nature of eternal wisdom. Afterwards it attains the nature of the highest Lord, Parmeshvara. Then it makes a round of the third circle and sinks in the middle. The third circle is of the color of Padmaga, ruby. Then comes the state of Toya, the fourth. In Toya, there is only the connection of Paramatma. It attains the nature of eternal wisdom. Then one should gradually attain the quiescence of Buddhi with self-control. Placing the manas in Atma, one should think of nothing else. Then causing the union of prana and apana, he concentrates his aim upon the whole universe being of the nature of Atma. Then comes the state of Tyoyatita, that is, that state beyond the fourth. Then everything appears as bliss. He is beyond the pairs of happiness and pains, etc. He stays here as long as he should wear his body. Then he attains the nature of Paramatma and attains emancipation through this means. This alone is the means of knowing Atma. Yogi Rupnathji further said, when Vayu, breath, which enters the great hole associated with the hole where four roads meet, gets into the half of the well-placed triangle. One then is Achyuta, the indestructible, seen. Above the aforesaid triangle, one should meditate on the 5 bija, seed, letters of the elements, Prithivi, etc., as also on the 5 pranas, the color of the bijas and their position. The letter U is the bija of prana and resembles the blue cloud. The letter Ro is the bija of Agni, is of Apana and resembles the sun. The letter Lo is the bija of Prithivi, is of Vyana and resembles Bandhuka fleur. The letter Bo is the bija of Jiva, or Vayu, is of Udna and is of the color of the conch. The letter Ho is the bija of Akasa, is of Samana, and is of the color of crystal. Prana stays in the heart, navel, nose, ear, foot, finger, and other places, travels through the 72,000 nadis, stays in the 28 crores of hair pores and is yet the same everywhere. It is that which is called Jiva. One should perform the 3, expiration, etc., with a firm will and great control, and drawing in everything, with the breath, in slow degrees. He should bind prana and apana in the cave of the lotus of the heart and utter pranav, having contracted his throat and the genital organ. From the Muladhara to the head is the Sushumna, resembling the shining thread of the lotus. The Nava is located in the Vinodanda, spinal column. That sound from its middle resembles that of the conch, etc. When it goes to the hole of the Akasa, it resembles that of the peacock. In the middle of the cave of the skull between the 4 doors shines Atman, like the sun in the sky. Between the 2 bows in the Brahma hole, one should see Purusha with Sakti as his own Atman. Then his Mansa is absorbed there. That man attains Kaivalya who understands the gems, moonlight, Naga, Bindu, and the seat of Maheshwara, the great Lord. Now, Yogi Rupnathji is appealing to everyone, then says, you should not worry about anything. Your question may be why. The argument in its favor is that, one who thinks about another matter, that matter does not distinguish or separate the thinker. Even at this inanimate speed, the one who is always stable, is the omnipresent eternal soul, which is only used indefinitely as a joke. No one is grows or dies in it. Constantly going south, no one goes north, which is the firm habitual practice of the conceivable substance. By that another conceivable substance can be obtained. Although men and women are identical like water and waves, the falsehood that is imposed on each of them as an action by the non-existent delusion, that is why they are bound to each other. There is no substance to the uncertainty of ignorance, so material energy varies from time to time, which we have our feelings as its work force. Since illusion is an unavailable object, so there is no end to thinking by it. Inanimate beings who have become their own will or desire, so they achieve results as the actions. There is not the slightest sign of aspiration as action among in him who is as unique about the theory of action, so all actions fail at it. Yogi Rupnathji further said, there are 3 ways, O friends, of attaining the end of one's object, namely, the upadhyaya or effort for obtaining the object of pursuit, second, hya or disdain or detestation of the thing sought for, and the third is upeksha or indifference to the object of desire. These technical terms answer the words positive, negative and neutrality in Western terminology, all which answer the same end, such as the having, not having of and unconcernedness about a thing, are attended with the same result of rest and content to everybody. The first or attainment of the desirable upadhyaya is secured by employing the means for its success. The second hya or detestation hates and slights the thing altogether, and the third or indifference is the intermediate way between the two, in which one is equally pleased with its gain or loss. It is a curious dogma, that the positive, negative and the intermediate tend all to the same end. Yogi Rupnathji says, whatever is pleasable is sought after by all good people, and anything that is contrary to this, that is painful, is avoided by everyone, and the intermediate one is neither sought nor shunned by anybody. Pleasure is either immediate or mediate, as also that which keeps or wards off pain at present or in future. But no sooner doth the intelligent, learned devotee, come to the knowledge of his soul and become spiritualized in himself, then all these three states vanished from his sight, and he feels them all the same to him. Yogi Rupnathji says, as he comes to see these worlds full with the presence of God, and his intellect takes its delight in this thought, he then remains in the midmost state of indifference or loses sight of that also. All wise men remain in the course of neutrality, knowing that an eternal fate overrules all human endeavors, which the ignorant are in eager pursuit of their objects in vain, but the dispassionate and recluse shun everything, finding the same satisfaction in having of a thing as in its want. Hear me now tell you the ways to consummation. All success is obtained in course of proper time, place, action and its instruments, called the quadruple instrumentalities to success, and this gladdens the hearts of a person, as the vernal season renovates the earth. Among these four, preference is given to actions, because it is of highest importance in the bringing about of consummation. The place of success Siddhi is a holy spot, its time, a happy conjunction of planets and events, action is the intensity of practice, and its instruments are yoga, yantra, tantra, mantra, japa etc. There are many instruments of aerostation, such as the use of gutica pills, application of collyrium, the wielding of sword and the like, but all these are attended with many evils, which are prejudicial to holiness. There are some gems and drugs, as also some mantras or mystic syllables, and likewise some charms and formulas prescribed for this purpose, but these being fully explained, will be found prejudicial to holy yoga. These magical practices and artifices are violations of the rules of righteousness. The Mount Meru and Himalaya, and some sacred spots and holy places, are mentioned as the seats of divine inspiration, but a full description of them will tend to the violation of holy meditation or yoga. Because all these places are full of false yogis, who practice many fulsome arts for their gain. Therefore hear me now relate unto you something regarding the practice of restraining the breath, which is attended with its consequence of consummation, and is related with the narrative of Sikhidwaja, and is the subject of the present discourse. Here I treats of the efficacy of the regulation of breath towards the attaining of consummation for satisfaction of audience, in disregard of false and artificial practices. It is by driving away all desires from the heart, beside the only object in view, and by contracting all the orifices of the body, as also by keeping the stature, the head and neck erect, that one should attend the practices enjoined by the Yoga Sastra, namely, fixing the sight on the top of the nose and concentrating it between the eyebrows and the like. Moreover, it is by the habit of taking pure food and sitting on clean seats, that one should ponder into the deep sense and sayings of the Sastras, and continue in the course of good manners and right conduct in the society of the virtues, by refraining from worldliness and all earthly connections. It is also by refraining from anger and avarice, and abstaining from improper food and enjoyments, that one must be accustomed to constrain his breathings in the course of a long time. The wise man that knows the truth, and has his command over his triple breathings of inspiration, expiration and retention, Puka, Rika and Kumbhaka, has all his actions under his control, as a master has all his servants under his complete subjection. Because breath is life, and the life has command over all the bodily actions, as well as mental operations of a person. Know, friends, that all the well-being of a man being under the command of his vital breath, it is equally possible for everyone, both to gain his sovereignty on earth, as also to secure his liberation for the future by means of his breath. So says the proverb, as long as there is breath, there every hope with it, Sanskrit term, Yabakshu Sotabak Asha. So in Hindi, Jan hai to Jahan hai, that is the life is all in all. So it is said in regard to the Kumbhaka or retentive breath, repress your breath and you repress all, because every action is done by the repression of the breath. The breath circulates through the inner lung of the breast, which encircles the entrails, antara, of the whole inner frame. It supplies all the arteries with life, and is joined to by all the intestines in the body as if they to that common channel. There is the curved artery resembling the disc at the top of lute, and the eddy of waters in the sea. It likens the curved hoof of the letter Om, and is situated as a cipher or circlet in the base or lowermost gland. It is called the Kundalini or Kula Kundalini Nahi in the original. It is deep-seated at the base of the bodies of the gods and demigods, of men and beasts, of fishes and fowls, of insects and worms, and of all aquatic mollusks and animals at large. It continues curved and curved in the form of a folded snake in winter, until it unfolds its twisted form under the summer heat, or the intestinal heat of its hunger Jadataragni, and lifts its hood likening the disk of the moon. The moon in the Yuga Sastra means the latiform gland under the uppermost crown of the head. It extends from the lower base, and passing through the cavity of the heart, touches the holes between the eyebrows, and remains in its continued vibration by the wind of the breath. In the midst of that curvilineal artery, Kundalini Nahi, there dwells a mighty power like the pith within the soft cell of the plantain tree, which is continually vibrating, like thrilling wires of the Indian lute, or as the pendulum of a machine. This is called the curvilineal artery, Kundalini, on account of its curviform shape, and the power residing in it is that prime mobile force, which sets to motion all the parts and powers of the animal body. It is incessantly breathing like hissing of an infuriate snake, and with its open mouths, it keeps continually blowing upwards, in order to give force to all the organs. When the vital breath enters into the heart, and is drawn in by the curved Kundalini, it then produces the consciousness of the mind, which is the ground of the seeds of all its faculties. As the Kundalini thrills in the body, in the manner of a bee fluttering over a flower, so doth our consciousness throb in the mind, and has the perception of the nice and delicate sensations. Such as the lungs and arteries receive the crude food and drink, so doth our consciousness perceive their various tastes and flavor. The Kundalini artery stirs as quickly to grasp its gross objects, as our consciousness is roused at the perception of the object of the finer senses of sight. These come in contact with one another, as an instrument lays hold of some material. Kula Kundalini, the life force of yogis, is always full of creativity. As the scent of the flower in the outside air connects to the nose, the vital energy comes out of the body and is placed in another body. The space in the heart is associated with unspoken uninjured sound, is as unique as absolute blissful joy, which becomes known as unattainable entity by purposable knowledge. All the veins in the body are connected with this grand artery, and flow together like so many cellular vessels into the cavity of the heart, where they rise and fall like rivers in the sea. It shows the concentration of blood in the heart by all the veins and arteries, and its distribution to them in perpetual succession, to have been long known to the sages of India, before its discovery by Harvey in Europe. From the continued rise and fall, or heaving and sinking, of this artery, it is said to be the common root or source of all the sensations and perceptions in the consciousness. It rises and falls with the inhaling and exhaling breaths up to the pericranium and thence down to the fundament. It is true, O sinless friends, that consciousness is the property of the infinite intellect, and is always present in all places and things with the all-pervading intellect, yet it is sometimes compressed in the form of a minute atom of matter in material and finite bodies. The consciousness of the infinite intellect is of course as infinite as infinity itself, but being confined in corporeal bodies, it is fused as a fluid to diffuse over a small space. So the sunshine that lightens the universe appears to flush over a wall or any circumscribed place. Such as human consciousness, which is but a flush of the divine omniscience. In some bodies it is altogether lost, as in mineral substances which are unconscious of their own existence, and in others it is fully developed, as in the gods and human species, while in some it is imperfectly developed, as in the vegetable creation, and in others it appears in its perverted form, as in the inferior animals. So everything is found to have its consciousness in some form or other. Hear me moreover to explain you, the manner in which consciousness, or other, appears in its various forms and degrees, in the different bodies of animated beings. As all cavities and empty spaces are comprised under the term air, so are all intelligent as well as unintelligent beings comprehended under the general category of the one ever existent intellect, which pervades all things in the manner of vacuum. The same undecaying and unchanging entity of the intellect is situated somewhere in the manner of pure consciousness, and elsewhere in the form of the subtle form of the quintuple elements. This quintuple element of consciousness is reduplicate into many other quintuples, as a great many lamps are lighted from one lamp. These are the 5 vital airs, the mind and its 5-fold faculties of the understanding, the 5 internal and the 5 external senses and their 5-fold organs, together with the 5 elementary bodies, and all having the principles of their growth, rise and decay, as also their states of waking, dreaming and sleeping ingrained in them. All these quintuples abide in the different bodies of the gods and mortals, according to their respective natures and inclinations, which are the causes of their past and present and future lives in different forms. Some taking the forms of places, and others of the things situated in them, while some take the forms of minerals, and others of the animals dwelling on earth. Thus is this world the production of the action of the said quintuples, having the principle of intellectual consciousness, presiding over the whole and every part of it. It is the union of these quintuples in gross bodies, that gives them their intelligence. Hence we see the mobility of some dull material bodies, as also the immobility of others, as of mineral and vegetable creations. As the wave of the sea is seen to roll in one place, and to be dull and at a lull in another, so is this intellectual power in full force in some bodies, and quite quiescent in others. As the sea is calm and still in one place, and quite boisterous in another, so is the quintuple body either in motion or at rest in different places. Hence rest and motion are properties of gross bodies and not of the intellectual soul, which is ever quiescent. Yogi Rupnathji says, the quintuple body is mobile by means of the vital airs, and the vital life, jiva, is intelligent by cause of its intelligence. The rocks are devoid of both, but the trees have their sensibility by reason of their being moved by the breath of winds, and such is the nature of the triple creation of animals, minerals and vegetables. Different words are used to denote the different natures of things, or else the same word is used for things of the same kind. Thus fire is the general name for heat, and frost is that of coldness in general. Or if it is not the difference in the disposition of the quintuple elements in bodies, that causes the difference in their natures and names. It is the difference in the desires of the mind, which by being matured in time, dispose the quintuple elements in the forms of their liking. The various desires of the mind, that run in their diverse directions, are capable of being collected together by the sapient, and employed in the way of their best advantage and well-being. The desires of men tending either to their good or evil, are capable of being roused or suppressed, and employed to their purposes by turns. The changeful desires always run in their several courses. Man must direct his desires to that way, which promises him the objects of his desires, or else it will be as fruitless, as his throwing the dust at the face of the sky. The great mountains are but heaps of the pentuples, hanging on the tender and slender blade of consciousness, and these moving and unmoving bodies, appear as worms on the tree of knowledge, that is before the intelligent mind. There are some beings with their desires lying dormant in them, as the unmoving vegetable and mineral productions of the earth, while there are others with their ever wakeful desires, as the deities, Daityas and men. Some are cloyed with their desires, as the worms and insects in the dirt, and others are devoid of their desires as the emancipate yogis, and the heirs of salvation. Now every man is conscious in himself of his having the mind and understanding, and being joined with his hands, feet and other members of his body, formed by the assemblage of the quintuple materials. The inferior animals have other senses, with other members of their bodies, and so the immovables also have some kind of sensibility, with other sorts of their organs. The members of brute bodies are the 4 feet, horns and tails of quadrupeds. The birds are biped and have their feathers, bills and their tails also. The snakes have their hoods and tails, the worms have their teeth, and the insects their stings. And all these they have agreeably to the peculiar desire of their particular natures. Gloss. Yogi Rupnathji says, thus my good friends do these quintuple elements display themselves in these different forms in the beginning, middle and end of all sensible and insensible and moving and unmoving beings. The slightest desire of any of these, be it as minute as an atom, becomes the seed of aerial trees producing the fruits of future births in the forms of the desired objects. Everyone's desire is the root of his future fate. The organs of sense are the flowers of this tree, of the body, and the sensations of their objects are as the fragrance of those flowers. Our wishes are as the bees fluttering about the pistils and filaments of our fickle efforts and exertions. The clear heavens are the hairy tufts, resting on the stalks of the lofty mountains, its leaves are the cerulean clouds of the sky, and the 10 sides of the firmament are as the straggling creepers stretching all about it. All beings now in being, and those coming into existence in future, are innumerable in their number, and are as the fruits of this tree, growing and blooming and falling off by turns. The 5 seeds of these trees grow and perish of their own nature and spontaneity, also perish of themselves in their proper time. They become many from their sameness, and come to exhaust their powers after long inertness, and then subside to rest of their own accord like the heaving waves of the ocean. On one side, their swelling as huge surges, and on the other sinking low below the deep, excited by the heat of the dullness on the one hand, and hushed by the coolness of reason on the other, like the puffing and bursting of the waves in the sea. These multitudes of bodies, that are the toys or playthings of the quintuple essences, are destined to remain and rove forever in this world, unless they come under the dominion of reason, and are freed from further transmigration. Then Yogi Rupnathji further said, which are as follows: from the seed comes the fruit of the tree, which again in turn contains the seed tree fruit seed. Similarly, this universe appears in the man of dreams. The one who transforms himself into his delusion, acts with as delusion, but this who have no delusion, falsely behalf of the delusioner perform their request. The source of ripe fruits that do not fall on anyone's land, which is always fresh and newly melodious, no one knows its origin. The seeds of these pentuples are contained in the inside of the great artery, and are expanding every moment by the vibration of the vital breath in the beings. Yogi Rupnathji further said, which are as follows: the vibration of the Kundalini being stopped, it roused the intellect by its touch, and the rising of the intellect is attended with rising of the intellectual powers as follows. This intellect is the living principle from its vitality, and the mind from its mental powers. It is the volitive principle from its volition, and is called the understanding, from its understanding of all things. It becomes egoism with its octuple properties called the poyashtakas, and remains as the principle of vitality in the body in the form of the Kundalini artery. The gloss gives no explanation of the psychological truths. The intellect abides in Kundalini entrails in the form of triple winds. Being deposited in the bowels and passing downwards, it takes the name of the Apana wind. Moving about the abdomen it is called the Samana wind, and when seated in the chest it rises upwards. It is known by the name of the Udna wind. The Apana wind passing downward evacuates the bowels, but the Samana wind of the abdominal part serves to sustain the body, and the Udna rising upward and being let out, inflates and invigorates the frame. If after all your efforts, you are unable to repress the passing off of the downward wind, then the person is sure to meet his death by the forcible and irrepressible egress of the Apana wind. This irrepressible egress is called Abhishtamba. The translator regrets for his inability to give the English terminology of these psychological words in the original. And when one with all his attempts is unable to suppress his rising breath of life, but it forces of his mouth or nostrils, it is sure to be followed by his expiration. If one by his continual attention can succeed to repress the outward and inward egress of his vital breath, and preserve calm quiet of his disposition, he is sure to have his longevity accompanied with his freedom from all diseases. Know that the decomposure of the smaller arteries is attended with distempers of the body, but the disturbance of the greater arteries is followed by serious consequences. There are 100 great arteries attached to the main conduit of Kundalini, besides hundreds of small veins and nerves diverging from them throughout the body. The yogi has the power of stopping the current of his breath and blood into these by his restraint of respiration, pranayam. Then Yogi Rupnathji said, "Know friends, that uneasiness and sickness are both of them the causes of pain to the body. Their healing by medicine is their remedy, which is attended with our pleasure, but the killing of them at once by our liberation from the sensations of pain and pleasure is what conduces to our true felicity. Because both health and sickness are attended with but short-lived pleasure and pain, and cannot give us the lasting felicity to our souls. Sometimes the body is subject both to uneasiness and sickness also, as the causes of one another. Sometimes they are both alleviated to give us pleasure, and at others they come upon us by turns to cause our pain only. It is ailing of the body that we call our sickness, and it is the trouble of the mind that we term our uneasiness. Both of them take their rise from our inordinate desires, and it is our ignorance only of the nature of things that is the source of both. Our intemperance and covetousness, which are dispelled by our right knowledge. Without the knowledge of the natures and virtues of things, and the want of the government of our desires and appetites, that the heart-string loses its tenuity and even course, and is swollen and hurried on by the impulse of passions and inordinate desires. The exultation at having obtained something, and ardor for having more, equally boil the blood of the heart, and shroud the mind under a shadow of infatuation, as an impervious cloud in the rainy weather. The ever-increasing greediness of the mind, and the subjection of the intellect under the dominion of foolhardiness, drives men to distant countries in search of a livelihood. One's natal land is enough to supply him with a simple living. Again the working at improper seasons, as at night and in rain and heat, and the doing of improper actions, the company of infamous men, and aptitude to wicked habits and practices. The weakness and fullness of the intestines caused by sparing food on the one hand, and its excess on the other, cause the derangement of the humors and the disorder of the constitution. It is by cause of this disordered state of the body, that a great many diseases grow in it, both by reason of the deficit as well as the excess of its humors, as a river becomes foul both in its fullness and low water in the rain and summer heat. As the good or bad proclivities of men are the results of their actions of prior and present births, so the anxieties and diseases of the present state are the effects of the good and bad deeds both of this life as also those of the past. Then Yogi Rupnathji says as follows: I have told you, friends, about the growth of the diseases and anxieties in the quintessential bodies of men. Now hear me tell you the mode of extirpating them from the human constitution. There are two sorts of diseases here common to human nature, namely, the ordinary ones and the essential. The ordinary ones are the occurrences of daily life, and the essential is what is inborn in our nature. The ordinary cares for supplying our natural wants are of the first sort, and the inbred errors and affections of the mind are of other kind. The ordinary anxieties are removed by the attainments of the objects in want, and the diseases growing out of them are also removed by the removal of our anxious cares. But the essential infirmities of one's dispositions, being bred in the blood and bone, cannot be removed from the body without the knowledge of the soul, as the error of the snake in the rope is removed only by examination of the rope. So the affection will be found to rise in the mind and not rooted in the soul. The erroneous affections of the mind, being known as the source of the rise of all our anxious cares and maladies, it is enough to put a stop to this mainspring in order to prevent their outlets, so the stream that breaks its banks in the rains carries away the arbors that grew by it in its rapid course. The fissures of stopping the source and breaking out of the course are quite opposed to one another. The non-essential or extrinsical diseases that are derived from without are capable of being removed by the application of drugs, the spell of mantras and propitiating as well as obviating charms, as also by medicaments and treatments, according to the prescriptions of medical science and the practice of medical men. Yogi Rupnathji says, "You will know, all my friends, the efficacy of baths and bathing in holy rivers, and are acquainted with the expiatory mantras and prescriptions of experienced practitioners, and as you have learned the medical sastras, I have nothing further to direct you in this matter." Then Yogi Rupnathji further said, "The mind being disturbed by anxieties, the body is disordered also in its functions, as the man that is overtaken by anger loses the sight of whatever is present before his eyes. He loses sight of the broad way before him, and takes a devious course of his own, and like a stag pierced with arrows, flies from the beaten path and enters himself amidst the thickest. The spirit being troubled, the vital spirits are disturbed and breathe out by fits and snatches, as the waters of a river being disturbed by a body of elephants, rise above its channel and overflow the banks. Violent passions raging in the breast burst out of and break down their bounds. The vital airs breathing irregularly, derange the lungs and nerves and all the veins and arteries of the body, as the misrule in the government puts the laws of the realm into disorder. The breathings being irregular, unsettles the whole body, by making the blood vessels quite empty and dry in some parts, and full and stout in others, resembling the empty and full flowing channels of rivers. The want of free breathing is attended both with indigestion and bad digestion of the food, and also evaporation of the chyle and blood that it produces, and these defects in digestion bring forth a great many maladies in the system. The vital breaths carry the essence of the food we take to the inferior organs, as the currents of a river carry the floating woods down the stream. Yogi Rupnathji says, the crude matter which remains in the intestines, for want of its assimilation into blood, and circulation in the frame by restraint of breathing, turn at the end to be sources of multifarious maladies in the constitution. Thus it is that the perturbed states of the mind and spirit produce the diseases of the body, and are avoided and removed by want of mental anxiety. Now hear me tell you, how the mantra exorcism served to drive away the diseases of the body. As the kariki fruit, Chabule mirabilin, is purgative of its own nature, and purges out the crudities from the bodies, so the headwork into the mysterious meaning of the mantras removes the crude diseases from the frame. Such are the mystic letters Ya, Ra, La, Va, in the liquids Y, R, L, V, signifying the four elements of earth, water, air and fire, curative of many diseases by reflection on their hidden meaning. I have told you, friends, that pious acts, holy service, virtuous deeds and religious observances serve also to drive the diseases from the body, by their purifying the mind from its impurities, as the gold is depurated by the touchstone. The purity of the mind produces a delight in the body, as the rising of the full moon spreads the gentle moonbeams on earth. Every good act is attended with a rapture, recompenses the deed, or as the maxim goes, virtue has its own reward. The vital airs breathe freely from the purity of the mind, and these tending to help the culinary process in the stomach, produce the nutrition of the body, and destroy the germ of its diseases. The germs of growth and decay and of life and death are both connate in the nature of all living beings, and the increase of the one is the cause of the decrease of the other. Yogi Rupnathji says, I have thus far related to you, friends, concerning the causes of the rise and fall of the diseases and distempers of the living body, in connection with the subject of the main artery of Kundalini. Now hear me relate to you regarding the main point of one's attainment of consummation or siddhi by mean of his yoga practice. Now know the life of the Purashtaka or octuple human body, to be confined in the Kundalini artery, as the fragrance of the flower is contained in its inner filament. It is when one fills the channel of this great artery with his inhaling breath, and shuts it at its mouth, called the coma opening, and becomes as sedate as a stone, he is then said to have attained his rock-like fixity and firmness, and his siddhi or consummation of garima or inflation. Again, when the body is thus filled with the inflated air, and the wind confined in the Kundalini artery is carried upwards by the vital breath of respiration, from the base or fundamental tube at the bottom, to the cell of the cranium in the head, it touches the consciousness seated in the brain, and drives away the fatigue of the process. This is called the ascent of the vital air in its heavenward journey. Thence the wind rises upward as smoke into the air, carrying with it the powers of all the arteries attached to it like creepers clinging to a tree, and then stands as erect as a stick, with its head lifted upwards like the hood of a snake. The art of mounting in the air is as the act of jumping and leaping into it. Then this uprising force carries the whole body, filled with wind from its top to toe into the upper sky, as an aerosol floats upon the water, or as air balloon rises in the air. The early Hindus are thus recorded to have made their aerial journeys by force of the inflated air, instead of the compressed gas smoke of modern discovery. It is thus that the yogis make their aerial excursions, by means of the compression of air in the windpipes in their bodies, and are as happy, in their descrying the scattered worlds all about, as poor people feels themselves at having the dignity of the king of gods. Indra. Yogi Rupnathji says, when the force of the exhaling breath, Rika Prabaha, of the cranial tube, constrains the power of the Kundalini, to stand at the distance of 12 inches in the outside of the upper valve between eyebrows. And as the same exhaling makes it remain there for a moment by preventing its entering into any other passage, it is at that instant that one comes to see the supernatural beings before his sight. It is said in phrenology, that fixed attention, farsightedness and supernatural vision, are seated between the eyebrows. Yogi Rupnathji says, it is true, friends, as you say, that the aerial spirit of Siddhas, are invisible to earthly mortals with the imperfect organs of their bodies, and without the aid of supernatural organs. It is by means of the clairvoyance obtained by the practice of yoga, that the aerial and beneficent Siddhas became visible to us like the appearances in our dreams. The sight of the Siddhas is like that of persons in our dream, with this difference only, that the sight of a Siddha is fraught with many real benefits and blessings accruing thereby unto the beholder. It is by the practice of posting the exhaled breath, at the distance of 12 inches on the outside of the mouth, that it may be made to enter into the body of another person. This is the practice of imparting one's spirit into the body of another person, and of enlivening and raising the dead. Yogi Rupnathji then says, it is certain that the power known as nature, is manifest in the volition of the spirit, in its acts of the creation and preservation of the world. Here nature is identified with eternal will of God. Nature being nothing in reality, but the states and powers of things, and these are seen sometimes to differ from one another, as the autumnal fruits are found to grow in the spring at Assam, these varieties also called their nature. Yogi Rupnathji says, all this universe is one Brahma or the immensity of God, and all its variety is the unity of the same. That is, the various modalities of the unvaried one, these different existences and appearances, are only our verbal distinctions for ordinary purposes, and proceeding from our ignorance of the true nature of Brahma. We know not why these words concerning divine nature, which are irrelevant to the main subject, are introduced in this place. Then Yogi Rupnathji further said that, as the attrition of the wood and saw, causes a split in the midst, and as the friction of two things, as of a flint and stone, produces a fire between them, in the same manner doth the confrication of the inhaling and exhaling breath, divide the two prana and apana gases, and produce the Jalataragni in the abdomen. The prana air is explained elsewhere as passing from the heart through the mouth and nostrils, and the apana as that which passes from the region of the navel to the great toe. The Jalataragni is rendered somewhere as gastric fire. There is a muscle in the abdominal part of these ugly machine of the internal body, which extends as a pair of billows both above and below the navel, with their mouths joined together and shaking to and fro like a willow moved by the water and air. It is under these bladder that the Kundalini artery rests in her quiescent state, and ties as a string of pearls in a casket of the yellow Padmari gems. This place under the navel is called the Muladhara, whence the aorta strength upwards and downwards. Here the Kundalini string turns and twirls round like a string beads counted about the finger, and calls also with its reflected head and a hissing sound like the hood of a snake stricken by a stick. It requires too much anatomy to show these operations of the arteries. It thrills in the string of the lotus-like heart, as a bee flutters over the honey cup of the lotus flower, and it kindles our knowledge in the body like the luminous sun amidst the earth and sky. It gives action to the heart string, which arises its cognitive faculties. It is then that the action of the heart moves all the blood vessels in the body to their several functions, as the breeze of the outer air shakes the leaves of trees. As the high winds rage in the sky and break down the weaker leaves of the branches of trees, so do the vital airs coil in the body and crush the soft food that has been taken in the stomach. As the winds of the air batter the lotus leaves, and at last dissolve them into the native element, So the internal winds break down the food like the leaves of trees, and convert the food ingested in the stomach into chyle, blood, flesh, skin, fat, marrow and bones one after another. The internal airs clash against one another, the produce of the gastric fire, as the bamboos in the wood produce the living fire by their friction. The body, which is naturally cold and cold-blooded, becomes heated in all its parts by this internal heat, as every part of the world becomes warmed by the warmth of the sun. Yogi Rupnathji says, this internal fire which pervades throughout the frame and flutters like golden bees over the loti-formed heart, is meditated upon as twinkling stars in the minds of the ascetic yogis. Reflections of these lights are attended with the full blaze of intellectual light, whereby the meditative yogi sees in his heart objects, which are situated at the distance of millions of miles from him. This is called the consummation of clairvoyance or divyadrishti. This culinary fire, being continually fed by the fuel of food, continues to burn in the lake of the lotus-like muscle of the heart, as the submarine fire burns latent in the waters of the seas. But the clear and cold light, which is the soul of the body, bears the name of the serene moon, and because it is the product of the other fire of the body, thence called the Samagni or the residence of the moon and fire, its two presiding divinities. All hotter lights in the world are known by the names of suns, as the planetary and cometary bodies, and all colder lights are designated as moons, as the stars and satellites, and as these two lights cherished the world, it is named as the Suryagni and Somagni also. Know after all the world to be a manifestation of the combination of intelligence and ignorance, that is of the intellect and soul matter, as also of an admixture of reality and unreality among who has made it as such in himself manifest in this form. The learned call the light of intelligence, by the terms knowledge, sun and fire, and designate the unrealities of ignorance, by the names of dullness and darkness, ignorance and the coldness of the moon. That is, there are antithetical words expressive of intelligence and ignorance, the former designated as the light of knowledge and reason, the daylight and the light of lamp, and the latter as the darkness of night, and the coldness of frost. Then Yogi Rupnathji said, the fire and moon are the mutual causes and effects of one another, as they are mutually productive as well as destructive of each other by turns. Their production is by alternation as that of the seed and its sprout, of which nobody knows is the cause or effect of the other. Their reiteration is as the return of day and night, of which we know not which precedes the other. They last a while and are lost instantly like the succession of light and shade, the one producing as also destroying the other. When these opposites come to take place at the one and same time, you see them stand side by side as in the case of the light and shade occurring into the daytime, but when they occur at different times, you then see the one only at a time without any trace of the other, as in the occurrence of the daylight and nocturnal gloom by turns. These two are instances of the simultaneous and separate occurrence of the opposites. Gloss. Yogi Rupnathji says, I have also told you of two kinds of causality, namely, the one in which the cause is coexistent with its effect, and the other wherein the effect comes to appearance after disappearance of its cause or the antecedent. It is called the synchronous causation, which is coeval with its effect, as the seed is coexistent with its germ, and the tree is contemporaneous with the produced seed. The other is named the antecedent or preterite cause, which disappears before the appearance of its consequent effect, as the disappearance of the day is the cause of its subsequent night, and the preteriteness of the night causes the retardation of the following day. In plain words, it is the concurrence and distance of the cause and effect, called the samvayo in Sanskrit and amasvayokarna in Sanskrit, or the united or separate causality in Nyaya terminology. The former kind of the united cause and effect, called the sadripa parinama in Sanskrit, that is, the presence of both causality and its effectuality, is exemplified in the instance of the doer and the earthen pot, both of which are in existence, and this being evident to sight, requires no example to elucidate it. The kind of the disunited cause and effect called the binshrupa parinama in Sanskrit, in which the effect is unassociated with its cause, the succession of day and night to one another, is a sufficient proof of the absence of its antecedent causality. This serves as an instance of an unknown cause, and hence we infer the existence of a pristine darkness, prior to the birth of daylight Tamasik in Sanskrit, Teomarant. The rationalists that deny the causality of an unevident cause, are to be disregarded as fools for ignoring their own convictions, and must be spurned with contempt. They deny the causality of the day and night to bring one another by their rotation which no sensible being can ignore. They say Dinesa Rakre Nilmasa Katritamski in Sanskrit. Yogi Rupnathji says, "No friends, that an unknown and absent cause is as evident as any present and palpable cause, which is perceptible to the senses, for who can deny the fact that it is the absence of fire that produces the cold, and which is quite evident to every living body. See friends, how the fire ascends upward in the air in form of fumes, which take the shape of clouds in the azure sky, which being transformed afterwards into fire, electricity, becomes the immediate cause of the moon, by its presence is Ajnat Karna in Sanskrit. Again the fire being extinguished by cold, sends its watery particles upwards, and this moisture produces the moon, as the absent or remote cause of the same. Mauna Karna in Sanskrit. The submarine fire likewise that falls into the feeding on the foulness of the seven oceans, and swallows their briny waters, disgorges their gases and fumes in the open air, and these flying to the upper sky in the form of clouds, drop down their purified waters in the form of sweet milky fluids in the milky ocean, which gives birth to the milk-white moon. It is said that there is an apparatus in the bosom of the clouds, for purifying the impure waters rising in vapors in the atmosphere from the earth and seas below. The hot sun also devours the frigid ball of the moon or the moonbeams, in the conjunction at the dark fortnight, Amvasya, and then ejects her out in their opposition in the bright half of every month, as the stork throws off the tender stalk of the lotus which it has taken. The sun is represented to feed on, and let out the moonbeams by turns in every month. Again the winds that suck up the heat and moisture of the earth in the vernal and hot weather, drop them down as rain water in the rainy season, which serves to renovate the body of exhausted nature. This passage is explained in many ways from the homonymous word some of which it is composed, and which severally means the moon, the handsome, the soma plant and its juice. The earthly water being carried up by the sunbeams, which are called his karas or hands, are converted into the solar rays, which are the immediate cause of fire. Here the water which is by its nature opposed to fire, becomes the cause of that element also. Here the water becomes fire both by privation of its fluidity and frigidity, which is the remote cause of its formation, as also by its acquirement of aridity or dryness and calidity or warmth, which is the immediate of its transformation to the igneous element. This is an instance of the double or mixed causality of water in the production of fire. Gloss. The fire being absent, there remains the presence of the moon, and the absence of the moon presents the presence of fire. Again the fire being destroyed, the moon takes its place, in the same manner, as the departure of the day introduces the night in lieu of it. Now in the interval of day and night, and in the interim of daylight and darkness, and in the midst of shade and light, there is a midmost point and a certain figure in it, which is unknown to the learned. This point which is neither this nor that, nor this thing or any other, is the state of the inscrutable Brahma. That point is no nullity nor an empty vacuity, because it is neither the one or the other. Nor it is a positive entity and the real pivot and connecting link of both sides. It never changes its central place between both extremes of this and that, or the two states of being and not being. It is by means of the two opposite principles of the intelligent soul and inert matter, that all things exist in the universe, in the same manner, as the two contraries of light and darkness bring on the day and night in regular succession. So the self-moving and self-shining sun is followed by the dull and dark moon, which moves and shines with her borrowed force and light. Yogi Rupnathji says, as the course of the world commenced with the union of mind and matter, or the mover and the moved from the beginning, so the body of the moon came to be formed by an admixture of aqueous and nectareous particles in the air. The body of the moon formed of the frozen waters, were early impregnated with the ambrosial beams of the sun. This bespeaks of the creation of the solar orb prior to the formation of the satellite of the earth. Know, friends, the beams of the sun to be composed of fire or igneous particles, and the solar light to be the effulgence of the intellect, and the body of the moon to be but a mass of dull darkness, unless it is lighted by its borrowed light from the sun. The sun is said to shine with intellectual light, because it disperses the outer gloom of the world, as the other removes the darkness of the mind. Gloss. The sight of the outward sun in the sky destroys the outspreading darkness of night, but the appearance of the intellectual luminary dispels the overspreading gloom of the world from the mind. But if you behold your intellect in the form of the cooling moon, it becomes as dull and cold as that satellite itself, just as if you look at a lotus at night, you will not find it to be as blooming as at sunshine, but may be at the danger of contracting lunacy or stupefaction of the intellect by looking long at the cold luminary. Fire in the form of sunlight enlightens the moon, in the same manner as the light of the intellect illumes the inner body. Lingadeha, our consciousness is as the moonlight of the inner soul, and is the product of the sunbeams of our intellect. So says the Bharata, as the sun illumes the worlds, so doth the intellect enlighten the soul. The intellect has no action, it is therefore without attribute or appellation, it is like light on the lamp of the soul, and is known as any common light from the lantern which shows it to the sight. The avidity of this intellectual after the knowledge of the intelligibles brings it to the intelligence of the sensible world, but its thirst after the unintelligible one is attended with the precious gain of its kaivalya or oneness with the self-same one. Blessed are they that hunger and thirst for spiritual knowledge, for they shall verily be satisfied therewith. The two powers of the fire and moon, Agni Soma, are to be known as united with one another in the form of the body and its soul, and their union is expressed in the scriptures as the contact of the light and lighted room with one another, as the reflection of the sunshine on the wall. The two powers of igneous and lunar lights are represented in the conjoined bodies of the Agni Soma deities. They are also known to be separately of themselves, in different bodies and at different times, such as bodies addicted to dullness are said to be actuated by the lunar influence, and persons advancing in their spirituality are said to be led on by force of the solar power. The rising breath, prana, which of its nature hot and warm, is said to be Agnis or igneous, and setting breath of apana which is cold and slow is termed the soma or lunar. They abide as the light and shade in every body, the one rising upward and passing by the mouth, and the other going down by the anus. The apana being cooled gives rise to the fiery hot breath of prana, which remains in the body like the reflection of something in a mirror. The light of the intellect produces the brightness of consciousness, and the sunbeams reflect themselves as lunar orbs, in the dew drops on lotus leaves at early dawn. There was a certain consciousness in the beginning of creation, which with its properties of heat and cold as those of Agni and Soma, came to be combined together in the formation of human body and mind. Strive, friends, to settle yourself at that position of the distance of outside the mouth apana, where the sun and moon of the body, that is, the prana and apana breaths, meet in conjunction, Amvasya. Then Yogi Rupnathji said more like this, which are as follows: the snake rope, these two are not found in each other at the same time. In reference to the omnipresent absolute soul, that form of destruction imagined by his physical body is an unavailable, unattainable lie. As a human painter being, he draws on the ideological basis that the painter has already achieved, but this universe image is first drawn as a whole, then the idea of giving him shelter is drawn by that drawn image. Because this painter is the determination of the combined collective mind, is the perfect true absolute soul. When they have reached him, the self, the sages become satisfied through knowledge, they are conscious of their self, their passions have passed away, and they are tranquil. The wise, having reached him who is omnipresent everywhere, devoted to the self, enter into him wholly. Hear me now tell you, how the bodies of yogis are capable of expansion and contraction at will, as to be multum in parvo, and parvam in multo. There is above the lotus-like diaphragm of the heart, a blazing fire emitting its sparks, like gold-colored butterflies flirting about it, and flaring as flashes of lightning in the evening clouds. This is the Jalataragni or culinary fire. It is fanned and roused by the enkindling animal spirit, which blows over it as with the breath of the wind. It pervades the whole body without burning it, and shines as brightly as the sun in the form of our consciousness. Being then kindled into a blaze in an instant, like the early rays of the rising sun gleaming upon the morning clouds, it melts down the whole body, to its toes and nails, as the burning furnace dissolves the gold in the crucible. It is impossible to make out anything of this allegory. Being unextinguishable by water, it burns the whole outer body down to the feet, and then it coils inside the body, and remains in the form of the mind in the Ativahika or spiritual body of man. It is hard to find out the hidden sense of this passage also. Having then reduced the inner body likewise, it becomes lifeless of itself, and becomes extinct as the frost at the blowing of winds, or blast of a tempest. The force of the Kundalini or intestinal canal, being put out to the fundamental artery of the rectum, remains in the vacuity of the spiritual body, like a shadow of the smoke of fire. This smoky shade parades over the heart like a swarthy maiden, and encloses in her bosom the subtle body composed of its mind and understanding, the living principle and its egoism. It has the power to enter into the porous fibers of lotuses, to penetrate the rocks, to stretch over the grass, to pop into houses and stones, to pry in the sky and ply in the ground, and remain and move about everywhere in the manner it likes of its own will. This power is called Sakti or energy, which is omnipotent. This power produces consciousness and sensibility, by the sap and serum which it supplies to the whole body, and is itself filled with juice, like a leather bag that is dipped into a well or water. This great artery of Kundalini, being filled with gastric juice, forms the body in any shape it likes, as an artist draws the lines of a picture in any form, as it is pictured in his mind. Hence it depends on the gastric artery to extend and sketch out the body according to its own plan. It supplies the embryonic seed placed in the fetus of the mother, with the power of its evolution into the fleshy and bony parts of its future body, as the tender sprout of the vegetative seed waxes in time to a hard woody tree. The act of evolution is attributed in the text to the triple causality of the physical nutrition in the stomach, the metaphysical cause of the intensity of thought in the growing mind, and the psychological tendency of the soul, produced from the fourth and prime cause of its prior propensity, which is inbred in grain and essential nature of every being. The intense thought is called Hridaya Bhavna in Sanskrit. No, friends, this certain truth which is acknowledged by the wise, that the living principles acquire its desired state and stature, be it that of a mountain or bit of straw. This passage supports the free agency of man to go in either way, in opposition to the doctrine of blind fatalism, and the arbitrary power of the divine will. Yogi Rupnathji says, "You have heard, O friends, of certain powers as of diminishing and increasing the bulk and stature of the body, attainable by the practice of yoga. You will now hear me give you an interesting lecture regarding the attainment of these capacities by means of knowledge or jnana. This is the theory or theoretical part of the practice or practical art of yoga. Know for certain that there is but only one intelligent principle of the intellect, which is inscrutable, pure and most charming, which is minuter than the minutest, perfectly tranquil, and is nothing of the mundane world or any of its actions or properties." The same Chit said, "Intellect being collected in itself into an individuality, by its power of jhana integration, from the undivided whole, and assuming the power of will or volition, sankalpa itself, becomes the living soul by transformation of its pure nature to an impure one. This power of integration is said to be a fallacy, adhyas or misconception, a gyaropa of human mind, which attributes a certain quality to a thing by mistake, or aropa as Sanskrit term parakra parabhabasa, or mistaking a thing for another, for example, Sanskrit term shuktoratratavadabasa, that is, taking the shell for silver from its outward appearance. The will is a fallacy, and the body is a mistake, because there is no mutation of volition or personality of the infinite intellect, and the ignore alone distinguish the living soul from the universal spirit, as the ignorant boy sees the demon in a shadow. All these are false attributes of the true one. When the lamp of knowledge brings the mind to the full light of truth, then the error of volition is removed from the living soul, as the cloud of the rainy weather are dissipated in autumn. The body has its rest, after the wishes have subsided in the mind, just as the lamp is extinguished after its oil is exhausted. Mental anxieties cause the restlessness of the body. The soul that sees the truth, has no more the knowledge of his body, as the man awakened from his sleep, has no longer the apparitions of his dream appearing before him. It is the mistaking of the unreal for the real, or what is the same, the ascribing of reality to the unreality, that gives the color of reality to false material bodies, but the knowledge of the truth removes the error of the corporal body, and restores the soul to its wonted splendor and true felicity. But the error of taking the material body for the immaterial soul, is so deep-rooted in the mind, that it is as difficult to remove, as it is for the strongest sunbeams to perceive the mental gloom of men. This impervious darkness of the mind, is only to be perceived by the sunshine of knowledge, that our soul is the seat of immaculate and all-pervading Spirit of God, and that I myself am no other than the pure intellect which is in me. Yogi Rupnathji says, those that have known the Supreme Soul meditate on it in this manner in their own souls, until they find themselves to be assimilated to the same by their extensive thought of it. Here we have the curious doctrine of straw in thought Grihavavana of Rupnathji again, which inculcates the possibility of one's being whatever he strongly thinks himself to be. It is allied to the doctrine of the strength of belief, faith and bhakti of others. It is hence, O friends, that some men convert the deadly poison to sweet ambrosial food, and change the delicious nectar to bitter gall. Thus Shiva the god and yogi converts the snake poison to his food and the sweets offered to his topmost mouth to the bitterest bane. So whatever is thought upon with intensity in any manner and on any occasion, the same comes to take place as it is seen in many instances. The body, when seen in the light of a reality, is found to be a real existence, but being looked upon as an unreality, it vanishes into nothing, or it mixes in the vacuity of Brahma. You have thus heard from me, O righteous friends, the theoretical mode, Jnana Yukti, of attaining the capacities of magnifying and minimizing one's person at will. I will now tell you of another method of gaining these powers, to which you shall have now to attend. Yogi Rupnathji says, you can practice by exhalation of your Rika breath, to extract your vital power, life, from the cell of your Kundalini artery, and infuse it into another body, as the winds of the air carry the fragrance of flowers into the nostrils. This is the mode of one's forsaking its own body in order to enliven another. The former body is left lifeless like a log of wood or block of stone, and such is the relation between the body and life, as that of a bucket and its water, which is poured out to enliven the plants. Thus is the life infused in all movable and immovable things, in order to enjoy the pleasures of their particular states at its pleasure. Then Yogi Rupnathji says, the living soul, having relished the bliss of its consummate state, returns to its former body if it is still in existence, or it goes and settles somewhere else, as it may best suit its taste. The yogis thus pass into all bodies and lives with their conscious souls, and fill the world also by magnifying their spirits over all space. The yogi who is lord of himself by his enlightened understanding, and his knowledge of all things beside their accompanying evils, obtains in an instant whatever he wants to have, and which is present before the effulgence of divine light, Anvarana Brahma Jyoti. Then Yogi Rupnathji said more, which are as follows. Here, too, the difference that holds between Brahman and the cosmos shows not one's Maya's power which conceals falls low, their difference is in creation, in Brahman never. 5 factors are there here, being, shining, loving, form, and name. 2. The first 3 to Brahman pertain, 2 others constitute the world. Leave aside the last 2 factors, be intent on the former 3, either in the heart, or without, practice always concentration. Twofold is concentration in the human heart, with or without aspects, that with aspects is, then, twofold, conforming to, word, and, object. Desire and its train are objects of the mind, of them, as spectator, meditate on consciousness, that concentration conforms to objects. I without taints am, being, knowing, loving, I am, self-shining, devoid of duality, to, word, conforms. Thus concentration with aspects. Abandoning objects and words for joy of deep self-experience, one wins concentration without aspects, a flame in windless spot. Like to concentration in the heart, outside too, in some object twofold concentration takes place with discrimination of name and form from pure being. The third, as said above, takes place when taste of bliss to silence leads, time may, without a break, be spent in these 6 concentrations well. With conceit in body gone, and supreme self realized, wherever the mind may roam there rests immortality. The knot of heart is cut asunder and all doubts are slain, all modes of action dwindle away when the supreme self is seen. A finite soul, the supreme God, these notions are to me imputed. They are not real. Who knows this, in truth, is free. Doubt is there none. This is the secret wisdom. Yogi Rupnathji said more, which as follows: the spirit manifests itself in 3 ways, the self, the inner self and the supreme self. There are the organs, the skin, inner and outer, flesh, hair, the thumb, the fingers, the backbone, the nails, the ankles, the stomach, the navel, the penis, the hip, the thighs, the cheeks, the ears, the brows, the forehead, the hands, the flanks, the head and the eyes. These are born and these die, so they constitute the self. Next, this inner self is indicated by the elements: earth, water, fire, air, ether, desire, aversion, pleasure, pain, desire, delusion, doubts, etc., and memory, marked by the high pitch and accentlessness, short, long and prolate, vowel sounds, the hearer, smeller, taster, leader, agent and self of knowledge, vice versa, stumbling, shouting, enjoying, dancing, singing and playing on musical instruments. He is the ancient spirit that distinguishes between Nyaya, Mimsa and the institutes of law and the specific object of listening, smelling and grasping. He is the inner self. Next, the supreme self, the imperishable, he is to meditate on with the help of the yogic steps, breath control, withdrawal of sense organs, fixation of mind, contemplation and concentration. He is to be inferred by the thinkers on the self as like unto the seed of the banyan tree or a grain of millet or 100th part of a split hair. Thus is he one and not known. He is not born, does not die, does not dry, is not wetted, not burnt, does not tremble, is not split, does not sweat. He is beyond the gunas, is spectator, is pure, partless, alone, subtle, owning not, blemishless, immutable, devoid of sound, touch, color, taste, smell, is indubitable, non-grasping, omnipresent. He is unthinkable and invisible. He purifies the impure, the unhallowed. He acts not. He is not subject to empirical existence. Yogi Rupnathji says, the good named the Atman is pure, one and non-dual always, in the form of Brahman. Brahman alone shines forth. Even as the world with its distinctions like affirmation, negation, etc., Brahman alone shines forth. With distinctions like teacher and disciples, also, Brahman alone appears. From the point of view of truth, pure Brahman alone is. Neither knowledge nor ignorance, neither the world nor aught else, is there. What sets empirical life afoot is the appearance of the world as real. What winds up empirical life is its appearance as unreal. What discipline is required to know this is a pot, except the adequacy of the means of right knowledge. Once it is given, the knowledge of the object supervenes. The ever-present self shines when the means of its cognition is present. Neither place nor time nor purity is required. The knowledge, I am Devdatta, depends on nothing else. Similarly, the knowledge, I am Brahman, of the knower of Brahman, is independent. Just as the whole world by the sun, by the splendor of the knowledge of Brahman is everything illumined. What can illumine the non-existent and illusory non-self. That which endows the Vedas, Shastras, Puranas and all other beings. With import that knower what will illumine. The child ignores hunger and bodily pain and plays with things. In the same way, the happy Brahman knower delights in himself, without the sense of mine and I. Thus the silent sage, alive and alone, the embodiment of desirelessness, treats the objects of desire. Existing as the self of all, he is ever content abiding in his self. Free from all wealth, he rejoices always, though companionless, he is mighty. Though not eating, he is ever content, peerless he looks on all alike, though acting, he does nothing, though partaking of fruit, yet, he is no experiencer thereof. Living in a body, he is still disembodied, though determinate, he is omnipresent, never is this Brahman knower, disembodied and ever existent, affected by the pleasant and the unpleasant or by the good and the evil. Because it appears to be encompassed by Rahu, the darkness, the unencompassed sun is said to be encompassed by deluded men, not knowing the truth. Similarly, deluded folk behold the best of Brahman knowers, liberated from the bondage of body, etc., as though he is embodied, since he appears to have a body. The body of the liberated one remains like the shed slough of the snake. Moved a little, hither and thither, by the vital breath, that body is borne like a piece of timber, up and down, by the flood waters. By fate is the body borne into contexts of experiences at appropriate times. On the contrary, he who, giving up all migrations, both knowledge and unknowable, stays as the pure unqualified self, is himself the manifest Shiva. He is the best of all Brahman knowers. In life itself the foremost Brahman knower is the ever free, he has accomplished his end. All adjuncts having perished, being Brahman he is assimilated to the non-dual Brahman, like a man who, with appropriate apparels, is an actor and without them, resumes his natural state. In the same way the best of Brahman knowers is always Brahman alone and none else. Just as space becomes space itself when the enclosing pot perishes, so, when particular cognitions are dissolved, the Brahman knower himself becomes nothing but Brahman, as milk poured into milk, oil into oil, and water into water become milk, oil and water. Just as, combined, they become one, so does the Atman conniving sage in the Atman. Thus disembodied liberation is the infinite status of being. Having won the status of Brahman, no longer is the Yogian reborn, for his ignorance-born bodies have all been consumed by the experimental knowledge of being as the self. Because that Yogian has become Brahman, how can Brahman be reborn? Bondage and liberation, set up by Maya, are not real in themselves in relation to the self, just as the appearance and disappearance of the snake are not in relation to the stirless rope. Bondage and liberation may be described as real and unreal and as due to the nescience, concealment of truth. Brahman suffers from no concealment whatsoever. It is uncovered, there being nothing other than it, to cover it. The ideas, it is, and, it is not, as regards reality, are only ideas in the intellect. They do not pertain to the eternal reality. So bondage and liberation are set up by Maya and do not pertain to the self. Yogi Rupnathji further said, in the supreme truth as in the sky, impartite, inactive, quiescent, flawless, unstained and non-dual where is room for mental construction. Neither suppression nor generation, neither the bond nor the striving, neither the liberty seeking nor the liberated, this is the metaphysical truth. Yogi Rupnathji says further that, only the mind can control the mind firmly, who can control a king except another king? For those grasped by the crocodile of desire and fallen into the ocean of worldly life and carried away, tossed about, by the whirlpools, only the mind is the lifeboat. Break the mind, with the mind, the rope, uplift yourself from worldly life, which cannot be crossed by another. Whatever propensity called the mind arises from previous, other, impulses, these a wise one is to avoid and from this there will be reduction of ignorance. Give up the tendency to differentiate, giving up the instinct for worldly, enjoyment, then giving up both positive and negative tendencies, be blissful without mental projection. Yogi Rupnathji says, the avoidance of desire towards whatever is seen is the destruction of the mind, of ignorance. Freedom from desire is extinction, liberation, acceptance of desire is misery. In the unenlightened people, ignorance is seen to exist. How can it exist in a person of sound wisdom, being accepted only in name? Ignorance swings a person on the steep rocks of samsara, having the thorny bushes of misery, not when ignorance dies away, leading to the desire for perception of the self, reducing delusions. When everything is seen, this desire too melts away. This ignorance is only desire, its destruction is said to be liberation. This results by the destruction of projections. The intense darkness, ignorance, is reduced when, in the sky of the mind, the night of propensities fades away, by the sight of the sun of consciousness. The Supreme Lord is the ineffable conscious principle present everywhere and devoid of mental misery. All this, cosmos, is Brahman, eternally conscious, undecaying. The other thing, namely mental projections, does not really exist. Nothing is really born, dies in this triad of worlds, nor is there any reality in various stages of things. Only pure consciousness is real, which is aloof, shining by itself, common to all and free from mental torment. When this is ever realized as pure, untroubled, serene, calm and unchanging, this mind realizes through reflection. The mind is called so because of reflection. Yogi Rupnathji says, so, this thought caused by force, is destroyed by resolution. The mind is bound strongly by the resolution, I am not Brahman. It is released by the resolve, I am Brahman. It is bound by the concept in keeping with the thought, I am, lean, bound by misery, I have hands, feet etc. Whereas, it is released by the conviction following the thought, I am not miserable, I have no body, the soul is not bound. One is liberated when ignorance dies away, by the internal conviction. I am not the flesh, the bones, I am beyond the body. This ignorance is due to imagination, by conceiving the non-spirit as spirit. Resorting to great effort, with supreme resolve, and abandoning desire at a distance, be blissful without fancy. My son, my wealth, he is mine, such propensity leaps about by the tangle of senses. Do not be ignorant, be wise, give up involvement is samsara. Why do you wail like an ignorant person by such attachment? What is this body of yours, dull, dumb, impure lump of flesh, for which you are overpowered by worldly pleasure and pain? It is strange that the true Brahman is forgotten by people. May you not be smeared by attachment when you are active. Strange also that mountains are bound by lotus fiber. This universe is perturbed by the ignorance which is non-existent. Mere grass has become adamant. Then I shall speak truly of the 7 steps of ignorance, 7 of wisdom. The stages between are countless and produced otherwise. Liberation is existence in natural, spiritual, condition. Lapse from it is the concept of I. Attributes like desire and hate, born of ignorance, are not for those who do not swerve from their nature as a result of the realization of pure consciousness. The fall from spiritual nature, the drowning of consciousness in mental matters, there is no other delusion, now or in future, than this. The existence in spiritual nature is said to be the destruction of mental activity, being in the middle, unaffected, when the mind goes from object to object. The existence supreme in nature is remaining like stone, all ideation dying out, free from waking and sleep. That is one's own, spiritual, nature which is not inert, the non-pulsating, placid, mind, when the ego aspect is dead. Waking in seed state, simple, waking, great waking, etc., the sevenfold delusion, when these combine among themselves, they become manifold, here of its nature. The first stage is the consciousness undesirable, pure condition, taking the name of mind, jiva etc., which will come into existence. Waking existing as seed, potential, is said to be waking in seed, This is the new or first condition of consciousness. The waking state, second after the new stage, the subtle concept, I, mine, arising purely, this is waking, non-existent earlier. The great waking, the broad, gross, concept arising in a previous birth as I and mine. The waking dream, the kingdom of the mind, which has developed or not, as identifying one's self with these. The dream state, it is of many kinds arising from the waking state, in the form of two moons, shell silver, mirage etc. The reflection by the awakened person, this was seen only a short time, it will not arise, because of not seeing for long, it is like the working state. The dream-waking state, the inert condition of Jiva, giving up the 6 conditions. The deep sleep is filled with the future misery, in which condition the world is merged in darkness. The 7 stages have been spoken by me of ignorance, each of these has hundreds of varieties with various splendors. By knowing the 7 stages of knowledge, one will not be submerged in the mire of illusions. Many schools speak variously of the stages of yoga, but only the following are acceptable to me. Liberation follows after the 7 stages. The first stage of knowledge is auspicious desire, the second is reflection, the third is thinning of the mind, the fourth is attainment of sattva, then detachment, the sixth is reflection on objects, and the seventh is of the turiya. Their explanation: the wise say that the auspicious desire is the desire following detachment, meditation. Why do I remain like a fool, being looked upon by good people? Reflection is good activity, tendency, after the practice of detachment and contact with scriptures and good people. Thinning of the mind is the condition where the attachment to sense objects is reduced by means of auspicious desire and reflection. Sattvapati is the mind in the pure sattva condition by the practice of the above 3 stages. The asamsakti stage is the developed condition, without even a trace of involvement, by means of the practice of the 4 stages. Padarthabhana is the 6th stage resulting from the 5 stages, delighting in the spirit firmly by the non-contemplation of objects internal and external. The 4th, transcendental, condition, here the 7th, is concentration on one's nature, seeing no real difference, by the long practice of the 6 stages. This is the stage of Jivanmukti. The stage, beyond the 4th, is the stage of liberation without the body. Nidaga, those who have reached the 7th stage, delight in the spirit, they do not drown in pleasure and pain. They do, or not do, whatever is only relevant and minimal. They perform actions following the past, awakened, impelled, by those nearby, like one waking from sleep. These 7 stages can be known only by the enlightened, reaching which condition, even animals, barbarians etc., are liberated with or without the body surely. Wisdom indeed is the breaking of the knot and the liberation, the dying of the illusion of mirage. But those who have crossed the ocean of illusion, they have reached the high position. The means of calming the mind is said to be yoga. This is to be known as having 7 stages which lead to the status of Brahman. There is no feeling of you and I, one's own and another, nor the perception of existence or non-existence. All is calm, needing no support, existing in the ether of the heart, eternal, auspicious, devoid of ailment and illusion, name and cause. Neither existent, nor in between, nor the negation of all, beyond the grasp of mind and words, fuller than the fullest, more joyful than joy. Beyond worldly perception, the limit of one's hope, horizon, extensive, there is no existence of anything other than pure cognition. The body exists only when there is the relationship of the perceiver, the perceived and the vision connecting them, whereas this position, of liberation, is devoid of such relation, of the distinct, perceiver, perception and object. In between the movement of the mind from object to object there is the unqualified essence of intelligence. This is immaterial perception, reflection. Always identify yourself with that. Your eternal essence is devoid of states like wakefulness, dream and deep sleep, or equalities like intelligence and inertness, Always identify yourself with that. Then Yogi Rupnathji said, the yoga within is of two types: Vispurva, pre, and Uttara, post. The pre-yoga is Tarka and the post-yoga is Amanaska, beyond mind. That which can be realized by sensory organs is one which has a form. That which is in between the eyelids is without form. Always for understanding the things within, practice with deep application of mind is necessary. In Tarka Yoga, the concepts like the Hrakasa are understood only by the mind's eye. The Uttara, post, yoga is without form. It is beyond the mind. Without batting the eyelids to see inside and outside, what we are aiming to see is called Sambhavi Mudra. The place where an expert in that type of mudra lives becomes very holy. By the help of a great teacher one tries to find the Turiya state hidden in either the Sahasrara, 1000-petal lotus, or the cave of the heart or end of the 12 Nadis. Ability to see it is only through the help of a great teacher. If the teacher, who is a scholar in Vedas, who is a devotee of Lord Vishnu, who does not have jealousy in his mind, who is a great expert in yoga, who practices yoga and who is the personification of yoga blesses us, all the ties imposed by birth will vanish. At that moment all the sins committed in all the births will be destroyed. Yogi Rupnathji tells that he will achieve all the Purusharthas. Om, that, Brahman, is infinite, and this, universe, is infinite. The infinite proceeds from the infinite. Then, taking the infinitude of the infinite, universe, it remains as the infinite, Brahman, alone. Then Yogi Rupnathji says, the living being with egoism and self-esteem is indeed Sadashiva. The living being attains that type of illusion because of his company with the ignorant soul. He attains hundreds of yonis, female reproductive organ, and stays there because of familiarity. Like a fish traveling in between the banks of a river, he keeps on traveling till he attains salvation. Over passage of time, due to the wisdom of the knowledge of the soul, he turns on the northern path and step by step goes up. When he is able to send his soul power to his head and does permanent practice of yoga, he gets wisdom. Because of wisdom, his yoga acts. Once yoga and wisdom become stable in him, he becomes a yogi. He will never be destroyed. He would see Lord Shiva in his deficiencies and will not see deficiencies in Lord Shiva. To get results of yoga, it has to be done without any other thought. Without practice you will not succeed in yoga or wisdom. The yogi will not get the results out of these also. So by practice of yoga, mind and soul should be controlled. The yogi should cut off the problems in yoga similar to the cutting of material with a sharp knife. With pure knowledge of Atman, soul, the sensory organs should be controlled. We should always meditate on Para Vasudeva, who is the greatest soul. Kaivalya, salvation, is attained by the selected and sorted form of meditation on shape and form. If a yogi is able to meditate at least for a small time on Vasudeva while he is in the Kumbhaka stage of pranayam, the sins that he has done in 7 births will be destroyed. You have to understand that the portion from belly to the heart is the wakeful action. In the neck, there exists the action of the dream. In between the jaws exists the sleep. Turiya exists in between the eyelids. That action of synthesis with Parabrahmam, which is much above Turiya, exists in the skull top middle called Brahmarandra. There in the foremost Turiya corner of Turiya, the soul is called Vishnu. When one meditates in the very pure Paramakasa, great ether, he should meditate on that Adhoksaja who shines forever with the light of crores of suns, as sitting in the lotus of his own heart. Otherwise he has to meditate on that Viswarupi, one who is of the form of universe, who has several forms, several faces, several planks with several armaments, several eyes which shine like crores of suns, several colors, and who is peaceful and also very angry. All the mental preoccupations of a yogi who meditates in such a manner will be completely calmed down. That yogi who meditates on that indestructible matter which shines like God's grace in the center of the heart, on that ultimate truth which is beyond Turiya, on that sun who is the form of wisdom which is immeasurable and unending, on that being who is like a shining lamp in a windless place, and on that being, who is like the shine of unprocessed gems, would have salvation in his grip. to that yogi who is able to see and experience the shine of that deva with the universal macro or micro form, or at least a small portion of him in his lotus-like heart, all the occult powers like anima would be very much within his reach. One has to understand that the realization of the universal truth of the unity of Jivatma, soul, and Paramatma, God, which is that I am Brahman and Brahman is me, is the real state of Samadhi, an enlightened state of meditation where all the thought processes are unified with God. That man becomes Brahman and he does not take another birth. The one who examines such principles with detachment becomes like a fire without wood and becomes one with himself. Since his mind and soul does not have anything to catch hold of, get attached, he becomes stable in the form of wisdom, and his soul melts like a piece of salt and he merges into the sea of pure consciousness. He sees the world which is a thing of passion and magic like a dream. In the natural state that yogi stands without changing as him to himself and attains the nude form in his sleep and attains salvation. Yogi Rupnathji further said, in the fourth state of Turiya, the day is the waking state, the night is the dreaming state and midnight is the state of deep sleep. In one state there are the 4 states. Among the 14 organs, each of which has a single function under its control, the functions of the eye, etc., will now be described. By the eye there is the comprehension of form, by the ears that of sound, by the tongue that of taste, by the nose that of smell, by speech that of articulate expression, by the hand that of Caesar, by the feet that of movement, by the anus that of evacuation, by the genitals that of sexual pleasure and by the skin that of touch. Intelligence which comprehends objects is dependent on these, described above. It comprehends by intelligence. It becomes conscious by the mind, chitta. It becomes conceited by the ego. Having specially created these, the individual self, jiva, becomes as such due to the conscious possession of the body. The jiva pervades the body as a householder moves in his house conscious of its possession. Having understood the nature of the face of consciousness in the lotus of the heart, namely, that it experiences goodness in the eastern petal, sleep and sloth in the southeastern, cruelty in the southern, sinfulness in the southwestern, sportiveness in the western, inclination to move about in the northwestern, tranquility in the northern, wisdom in the northeastern, dispassion in the pericarp, and thought of the self in the filaments, the sage is left with the consciousness of the Turiyatita Brahman alone simultaneously with the dawn of that wisdom. There is in the state of the awareness of life, the first of the waking state, the second of dreaming, the third of deep sleep, the fourth of the Turiya state, and the state beyond the fourth, Turiyatita, when the 4 states are absent. The self is one only, spoken of as having the different states of Vishwa, Thaijasa, Prajna and Tatastha, the passive state. There is only one luminous being, the witness, the one free of all attributes. The sage shall speak, that is, feel, that he is Brahman, alone. Otherwise there are the 4 states of waking, etc., in the waking state, the 4 states of dreaming, etc., in the dreaming state, the 4 states of deep sleep, etc., in the state of deep sleep and the 4 states of Turiya, etc., in the Turiya state. Not so in the state of Turiyatita which is devoid of attributes. As Vishwa, Thaijasa, Prajna and Ishvara in the states of the gross, subtle and casual bodies, the witness remains as one alone in all the states. Is the passive one, Tatastha, the witness? The Tatastha is the not the witness. Due to being a witness, he is not the witness alone. The jiva is affected by his states of doing, enjoying and egotism, etc. The one other than the jiva is unaffected by the various states. If argued that the jiva too is unaffected, it is not so. There is the conscious feeling of the body due to the consciousness of being the jiva and of being a jiva due to the possession of the body. There is an intervention in the state of the jiva as between the ether in the pot and the all-pervading ether. It is due to this intervention alone that the jiva, pretending inhalation and exhalation, investigates into the supreme witness, by the mantra, the Hamsa, Brahman, that I am. Thus realizing that there is really no difference between the Jiva and the Supreme Witness, one shall abandon conscious feeling of the body, thus one becomes free of the consciousness of the body. Such a one alone is said to be Brahman. Yogi Rupnathji says, I am not attached to my body just as the sky is not attached to the clouds. Hence how can I have its, that is, the body's, characteristics during the stages of waking, dreaming and deep sleep? I am always far beyond imagination like ether, I am different from it, the body, as the sun is from the objects of illumination, I am ever changeless just like the unchangeable, that is, the Meru mountain, and, like the ocean am I limitless. I am Narayana, I am the destroyer of the demon, Naka, I am Shiva, the destroyer of the three aerial cities, I am the Purusha, I am the Supreme Lord, I am the indivisible consciousness, the witness of all, I am without a superior, I am devoid of I-ness, egotism, and mindness, possessiveness. The ascetic shall, by the practice of yoga, bring together the prana and apana vital airs in the body. He shall place the palms of the two hands at the perineum, gently biting the tip of the tongue thrust out to the extent of a grain of barley. Similarly directing the eyes open to the extent of a black gram seed, towards the ether of the ear, and the feet firmly resting on the ground, he shall not allow the ear to function, and the nose to smell, that is, the five senses shall be controlled. Thus he accomplishes the union of the prana and apana vital airs. Therefore the vital air passing through the kundalini and the susumna gets dissolved in the Sahasrara chakra at the top of the head. Then the vision, the mind, vital air and the fire of the body reach the seat of Shiva, and get dissolved, that is Brahman, that is the transcendent Brahman. That Brahman will be realized by the practice of yoga, which is facilitated by the acquisition of practice in previous births. With the help of the external and internal organs, the knowledge of the qualified Brahman, called effulgence, reaching the heart and supported by the vital air's capability to proceed upwards, goes through the Susumna Nadi, and piercing the skull at the top of the body, one realizes the indestructible, qualified Brahman. Those sages who attain the transcendent state through the passage in the skull at the top of their body do never return to the worldly life, for they realize the lower as well as the higher Brahman. The attributes of objects seen do not affect the onlooker who is different from them. The attributes of a householder do not affect him who remains non-aligned without any mental modification, just as a lamp, which suffers no change by the objects revealed by it. Let me, the non-aligned, sage, roll in water or on the ground, I am untouched by their characteristics just as the ether, in the pot, is not affected by the attributes of the pot. I am free from the effect of activities and changes, devoid of parts and form, I am without fancies, I am eternal, I am without a support and I am devoid of duality. I am the form of all beings, I am the all, I am beyond everything and without a second, I am the one indivisible knowledge and I am the compact bliss of the self. Seeing everywhere the self, considering the self as without a second, enjoying the bliss of the self, I remain without reflections. Walking, standing, sitting, lying or otherwise, the wise sage delighting in the Atman shall live as he wishes, fulfilling his duties, and on leaving the world, will attain final liberation. Yogi Rupnathji says, this effulgent being is the bestower of favor on other gods, like the god Brahma, the internal check of the form of unattached pure consciousness, the Purusha, the Hamsa of the Pranav, the Supreme Brahman. It is not the chief prana, vital breath. The Pranav is the self, Jiva. This state of the Jiva remains as the first effulgent being. How can he who knows thus the true nature of the Pranav set forth difference between the Jiva and Brahman? He realizes that the Jiva is Brahman alone. Then to this realized person reality, that is, true wisdom, constitutes the inner tuft and sacred thread. To the Brahmana desirous of liberation is allowed the state of the inward tuft and sacred thread. The wearing of externally visible tuft and sacred thread is necessary for the householders engaged in rituals. The characteristic of the inward sacred thread is not clearly visible like external thread, it is the union with reality inwardly. It, avidya, is not existent, as the cause is not visible, nor non-existent, as the effect is visible as the phenomenal world, nor both, existent and non-existent part, as the two are incompatible. It is not different from Brahman as it has no independent existence, nor non-different, as it is not a substance, nor of both, different and non-different, as it is an impossibility. It is not possessed of parts, as the parts are absent in the cause, nor partless, as the effect is seen possessed of parts, nor a combination of both. Thus avidya is indescribable. It is to be discarded by the realization of oneness of Brahman and the self, for it is the cause of illusion. Thus, it is to be understood. There is nothing other than Brahman of the 5 padas, that is, the Tyoyakita. There are 4 places for realizing the inward Jiva Brahman who consists of 4 padas inside the body. The Vyaski's 4 padas are Vishwa, Thaijasa, Prajna and Turiya. The Samasta's 4 padas are Viraj, Sukra, Bija and Turiya. In the eyes, throat, heart and head there are the 4 states of waking, dreaming, deep sleep and toya. Moreover, the Atman is to be conceived as the Ahavniya, Garhapatya, Dakshina and Sabya fires. In the waking state, the presiding deity is the god Brahma, in dreaming state Vishnu, in deep sleep Rudra, and the 4th state is the indestructible one, consisting of consciousness. Hence the 4 states, waking, etc., are to be considered as a covering by 4 fingers, and just as the sacred thread is of 96 4-finger breadths in extent, so the inward Brahma Sutra consists of 96 categories, tattvas. As the sacred thread consists of 3 threads, so the inward Brahma Sutra is brought to the state of 32 categories in each of the 3 gunas. This state of the triad purified by wisdom is to be known separately as the 3 gods, Brahma, Vishnu and Shiva. This is known as the 9 Brahman is possessed of 9 attributes. These counted as 9, being rendered into 3 each having 3 attributes, are to be identified with the digits of the sun, moon and fire. The first and last, of the triad, are to be turned thrice in the middle and are to be considered as Brahma, Vishnu and Maheshwara. The first and last are to be joined and the knot of non-duality is to be made in the knot of consciousness. Then this which extends from the navel to the Brahmarandhra and connected with the 27 tattvas separately and possessing the 3 gunas is to be considered as one, though they are seen with the characteristics of the Trinity. This inward Brahma Sutra is to be considered as hanging from the left shoulder reaching up to the right hip. The meeting together of the first and last is to be understood as having one foundation. Things made of clay are considered real, but it is verbosity, born of ignorance. The transformation is a mere name, that it is clay alone is the truth. As there is no pot without clay, so the primary cause, Brahman alone is real. With the 2 letters of the Hamsa, that is, I am the Hamsa, Brahman, he should be convinced of the internal tuft and sacred thread. The state of a Brahmana is the state deserving meditation on Brahman. The state of being a sage has the absence of visible tuft and sacred thread. Thus the householder has visible tuft for performing ritual and the sacred thread for acquiring wisdom. To the state of the semblance of a Brahmana there is the tuft consisting of a mass of hair and sacred thread made of cotton threads. The Brahma Sutra is one alone, it is 4, as Vishwa, Virat, etc., by quadruplication. The 24 tattvas constitute the threads. The 9 tattvas constitute the one transcendent Brahman, but people provide many paths, such as Sankhya, Yuga, etc., due to difference in approach. Liberation is one alone to all, whether they are Brahma and the other gods, divine sages or human beings. Brahman is one alone. The state of the Brahmana is one alone. Castes, stages of life and special duties are divergent. The tuft is the same to the castes and stages of life. To the ascetic seeking salvation, the basis of tuft and sacred thread, the wise declare, is the pranav alone. The hamsa is the tuft, the pranav is the sacred thread, and the nagha is the connecting link. This is the them and no other is the them. How is that? The pranav, hamsa and nagha constitute the threefold thread, and this remains in consciousness in one's heart. Know this to be the threefold Brahman. The ascetic shall discard the worldly tuft and sacred thread. Yogi Rupnathji says, beyond the senses there are the objects, beyond the objects there is the mind, beyond the mind there is the intellect, the great self is beyond the intellect. Beyond the great there is the undeveloped, beyond the undeveloped there is the person, Purusha. Beyond the person there is nothing. This is the goal, the highest road. That self is hidden in all beings and does not shine forth, but it is seen by subtle seers through their sharp and subtle intellect. A wise man should keep down speech and mind, he should keep them within the self which is knowledge, he should keep knowledge within the self which is the great, and he should keep that, the great, within the self which is the quiet. Rise, awake, having obtained your boons, understand them. The sharp edge of a razor is difficult to pass over, thus the wise say the path to the self is hard. He who has perceived that which is without sound, without touch, without form, without decay, without taste, eternal, without smell, without beginning, without end, beyond the great, and unchangeable, is freed from the jaws of death. Yogi Rupnathji then says, in his dialogue, the stones that are attached to the bridge of the sea of unique consciousness are those whose life activities, those bodies do not know the omnipresent absolute soul. What is found, as meaning, after seeing, hearing or touching, is an indifferent uncertain matter. That unique absolute soul is not a source to anyone as its own inanimate meaning, that is beyond the meaning of that unique soul, which is inanimate materialism, as its own leisure. Thus non-existent uncertainly inanimate objects containing life like dogs, are dependent on the mercy of others. So those helpless, shameless, unsubstantial inanimate lie objects, selfishly produce, inanimate uncertain children, gives present actions of the content of inanimate sorrows to life. Yogi Rupnathji says, but frail, in truth, are those boats, the sacrifices, the 18, in which this lower ceremonial has been told. Fools who praise this as the highest good, are subject again and again to old age and death. Fools dwelling in darkness, wise in their own conceit, and puffed up with vain knowledge, go round and round staggering to and fro, like blind men led by the blind. Children, when they have long lived in ignorance, consider themselves happy. Because those who depend on their good works are, owing to their passions, improvident, they fall and become miserable when their life, in the world which they had gained by their good works, is finished. Considering sacrifice and good works as the best, these fools know no higher good, and having enjoyed their reward, on the height of heaven, gained by good works, they enter again this world or a lower one. But those who practice penance and faith in the forest, tranquil, wise, and living on alms, depart free from passion through the sun to where that immortal person dwells whose nature is imperishable. Let a Brahmana, after he has examined all these worlds which are gained by works, acquire freedom from all desires. Nothing that is eternal, not made, can be gained by what is not eternal, made. Let him, in order to understand this, take fuel in his hand and approach a guru who is learned and dwells entirely in Brahman. To that pupil who has approached him respectfully, whose thoughts are not troubled by any desires, and who has obtained perfect peace, the wise teacher truly told that knowledge of Brahman through which he knows the eternal and true person. Yogi Rupnathji says in next, the self-existent pierced the openings of the senses, so that they turn forward, therefore man looks forward, not backward into himself. Some wise man, however, with his eyes closed and wishing for immortality, saw the self behind. Children follow after outward pleasures, and fall into the snare of widespread death. Wise men only, knowing the nature of what is immortal, do not look for anything stable here among things unstable. That by which we know form, taste, smell, sounds, and loving touches, by that also we know what exists besides. This is that which thou hast asked for. The wise, when he knows that that by which he perceives all objects in sleep or in waking is the great omnipresent self, grieves no more. He who knows this living soul which eats honey, perceives objects, as being the self, always near, the Lord of the past and the future, henceforward fears no more. This is that. He who knows him, who was born first from the brooding heat, for he was born before the water, who, entering into the heart, abides therein, and was perceived from the elements. This is that. He who knows Aditi also, who is one with all deities, who arises with prana, breath or hiranyagarbha, who, entering into the heart, abides therein, and was born from the elements. This is that. There is Agni, fire, the all-seeing, hidden in the two fire sticks, well guarded like a child, in the womb, by the mother, day after day to be adored by men when they awake and bring oblations. This is that. And that whence the sun rises, and whither it goes to set, there all the devas are contained, and no one goes beyond. This is that. What is here, visible in the world, the same is there, invisible in Brahman, and what is there, the same is here. He who sees any difference here, between Brahman and the world, goes from death to death. Even by the mind this, Brahman, is to be obtained, and then there is no difference whatsoever. He goes from death to death who sees any difference here. The person, Purusha, of the size of a thumb, stands in the middle of the self, body, as Lord of the past and the future, and henceforward fears no more. This is that. That person, of the size of a thumb, is like a light without smoke, Lord of the past and the future, he is the same today and tomorrow. This is that. Yogi Rupnathji then says, in his address that, having understood that the senses are distinct from the Atman, and that their rising and setting, their waking and sleeping, belongs to them in their distinct existence, and not to the Atman, a wise man grieves no more. Beyond the senses is the mind, beyond the mind is the highest, created, being, higher than that being is the great self, higher than the great, the highest undeveloped. Beyond the undeveloped is the person, the all-pervading and entirely imperceptible. Every creature that knows him is liberated, and obtains immortality. His form is not to be seen, no one beholds him with the eye. He is imagined by the heart, by wisdom, by the mind. Those who know this, are immortal. When the five instruments of knowledge stand still together with the mind, and when the intellect does not move, that is called the highest state. This, the firm holding back of the senses, is what is called yoga. He must be free from thoughtlessness then, for yoga comes and goes. He, the self, cannot be reached by speech, by mind, or by the eye. How can it be apprehended except by him who says, he is? By the words, he is he to be apprehended, and by admitting the reality of both, the invisible Brahman and the visible world, as coming from Brahman. When he has been apprehended by the words, he is, then his reality reveals itself. When all desires that dwell in his heart cease, then the mortal becomes immortal, and obtains Brahman. When all the ties of the heart are severed here on earth, then the mortal becomes immortal. Here ends the teaching. There are 101 arteries of the heart, one of them penetrates the crown of the head. Moving upwards by it, a man, at his death, reaches the immortal, the other arteries serve for departing in different directions. The person not larger than a thumb, the inner self, is always settled in the heart of men. Let a man draw that self forth from his body with steadiness, as one draws the pith from a reed. Let him know that self as the bright, as the immortal, yes, as the bright, as the immortal. Yogi Rupnathji then said, just as, O friends, the rays of the sun become one in the sphere of the sun and spread out as he dawns again and again, so do all these organs become one in the highest deity, the mind. Therefore, During that time the person does not hear, does not see, does not smell, does not taste, does not touch, does not speak, does not grasp, does not rejoice, does not expel, and does not move. He is asleep, they say. In this city, the body, it is the fires of prana that remain awake. This apana is indeed the Garhapatya fire. Vyana is the Anvahayapakna fire. Since the Ahavniya fire is extracted from the Garyapatya fire, which is the source of extraction, prana is the Ahavanya fire. Since it equalized these two oblations, the inhalation and exhalation, therefore it is called samana. The mind is indeed the host of the sacrifice. The desired fruit of the sacrifice is udna. Day after day it leads the host of the sacrifice to Brahman. There, in the dream state, that deity experiences greatness. Whatever he has seen, he sees again, heard, he hears again. Whatever he experiences in places and regions, he experiences them again and again. Whatever he has seen and not seen, whatever he has heard and not heard, whatever was felt and not felt, whatever exists and not exists, he sees all becoming all. When he is overwhelmed by light, then that deity does not see the dreams. Then peace and happiness arise in this body. Just as the birds, O radiant one, fly towards the tree that shelters them, so does everything, so also all this proceeds towards the Supreme Self to rest there. Then Yogi Rupnathji further says, when they have reached him, the Self, the sages become satisfied through knowledge, they are conscious of their self, their passions have passed away, and they are tranquil. The wise, having reached him who is omnipresent everywhere, devoted to the Self, enter into him wholly. Yogi Rupnathji further in his dialogue says, in the beginning this was non-existent, not yet defined by form and name. From it was born what exists. That made itself itself, therefore it is called the self-made. That which is self-made is a flavor, can be tasted, for only after perceiving a flavor can anyone perceive pleasure. Who could breathe forth, if that bliss, Brahman, existed not in the ether, in the heart? For he alone causes blessedness. When he finds freedom from fear and rest in that which is invisible, incorporeal, undefined, unsupported, then he has obtained the fearless. For if he makes but the smallest distinction in it, there is fear for him. But that fear exists only for one who thinks himself wise, not for the true sage. From terror of it, Brahman, the wind blows, from terror the sun rises, from terror of it Agni and Indra, yea death runs as the fifth. Now this is an examination of what is meant by bliss. Ananda, let there be a noble young man, who is well read in the Veda, very swift, firm, and strong, and let the whole world be full of wealth for him, that is one measure of human bliss. 100 times that human bliss is one measure of the bliss of human Gandharvas, Jenny, and likewise of a great sage, learned in the Vedas, who is free from desires. 100 times that bliss of human Gandharvas is one measure of the bliss of divine Gandharvas, Jenny, and likewise of a great sage who is free from desires. 100 times that bliss of divine Gandharvas is one measure of the bliss of the fathers, enjoying their long estate, and likewise of a great sage who is free from desires. 100 times that bliss of the fathers is one measure of the bliss of the Devas, born in the Agna heaven, through the merit of their lawful works. And likewise of a great sage who is free from desires. 100 times that bliss of the Devas born in the Agna heaven is one measure of the bliss of the sacrificial Devas, who go to the Devas by means of their Vedic sacrifices, and likewise of a great sage who is free from desires. 100 times that bliss of the sacrificial Devas is one measure of the bliss of the 33 Devas, and likewise of a great sage who is free from desires. 100 times that bliss of the 33 Devas is one measure of the bliss of Indra, and likewise of a great sage who is free from desires. 100 times that bliss of Indra is one measure of the bliss of Brihaspati, and likewise of a great sage who is free from desires. 100 times that bliss of Brihaspati is one measure of the bliss of Pragpati, and likewise of a great sage who is free from desires. 100 times that bliss of Pragpati is one measure of the bliss of Brahman, and likewise of a great sage who is free from desires. He who is this, Brahman, in man, and he who is that, Brahman, in the sun, both are one. He who knows this, when he has departed this world, reaches and comprehends the self which consists of food, the self which consists of breath, the self which consists of mind, the self which consists of understanding, the self which consists of bliss. He who knows the bliss of that Brahman, from whence all speech, with the mind, turns away unable to reach it, he fears nothing. He does not distress himself with the thought, why did I not do what is good? Why did I do what is bad? He who thus knows these two, good and bad, frees himself. He who knows both, frees himself. I am food, object. I am food, I am food. I am the eater of food, subject. I am the eater of food, I am the eater of food. I am the poet, who joins the two together, I am the poet, I am the poet. I am the firstborn of the right, Rita. Before the Devas I was in the center of all that is immortal. He who gives me away, he alone preserves me, him who gets food, I eat as food. I overcome the whole world, I, endowed with golden light. He who knows this, attains all this. Yogi Rupnathji then says, in his dialogue that, as objects, which does not exist in a distinct factor in meaning, became countless kind. A liar is hitting the sky by hammer, others who know it, they are obese with the request as consider it a failure. Now I will tell all of you how to get rid of this illusory confusing phenomenon of the inanimate universe, you all listen carefully. Yogi Rupnathji then says, Aum. Meditation is the constant contemplation of that. Cessation of the cause of all actions is avahnam. The invocation. Non-wavering knowing is asana. The posture. The upward flow of the mind is padyam. The water of divine worship. Mind constantly arrowed towards that is arabhyam. The offering. To be centered constantly in the inner illumination and in the infinite inner nectar is the preparatory bath for the worship. The feeling of that everywhere is gandha. The only fragrance. To be established in one's own witnessing nature is akshak. The unpolished and unbroken rice used for the worship. What are the flowers for the worship? To be filled with consciousness. To create the fire of awareness in oneself is dhoop, the incense. To be established in the sun of awareness is the only lamp. Accumulation of the nectar of the inner full moon is navedya, the food offering. Stillness is pradakshina, the movement around that for worship. The feeling of I am that. Soham is the salutation. Silence is the prayer. Total contentment is visarjan, the dispersion of the worship ritual. One who understands so is an enlightened one. I am that absolutely pure Brahman. To realize this is the attainment of liberation. Yogi Rupnathji then further said more as follows, Om. What is bandha? Bondage of the soul. What is moksha? Liberation. What is avidya? Nescience. What is vidya? Knowledge. What are the states of jagrat, waking, swapna, dreaming, sushupti, dreamless sleep, and the fourth, turiya, absolute. What are the annamaya, pranamaya, manomaya, vijnanamaya and anandamaya koshas, vestures or sheaths of the soul? What is the karta, agent, what the jiva, individual self, the kshetrajna, knower of the body, the sakshi, witness, the kutastha, the antaryamin, internal ruler? What is the pratyagtaman, inner self, what the paramatman, supreme self, the atman, and also maya? The master of self looks upon the body and such like things other than the self as itself. This egoism is the bondage of the soul. The cessation of that egoism is moksha, liberation. That which causes that egoism is avidya, nescience. That by which this egoism is completely turned back is vidya, knowledge. When the self, by means of its 4 and 10 organs of sense beginning with the mind and benignly influenced by the sun and the rest which appear outside, perceives gross objects such as sound etc., then it is the Atman's Jagrat, wakeful, state. When, even in the absence of sound etc., the self, not divested of desire for them, experiences, by means of the four organs, sound and the rest in the form of desires. Then it is the Atman's state of Swapna, dream. When the 4 and 10 organs cease from activity, and there is the absence of differentiated knowledge, then is the Atman's state of Sushupti, dreamless sleep. Yogi Rupnathji further says, when the essence of consciousness which manifests itself as the 3 states, is a witness of the states, but is, itself devoid of states, positive or negative, and remains in the state of non-separation and oneness, then it is spoken of as the Turiya, the 4th. The aggregate of the 6 sheaths, which are the products of food, is called the Annamaya Kosha, alimentary sheath. When the 14 kinds of Vayus beginning with the Prana, are in the alimentary sheath, then it is spoken of as the Pranamaya Kosha, vesture of the vital airs. When the Atman united with these 2 sheaths performs, by means of the 4 organs beginning with the mind, the functions of desire, etc., which have for their objects sound and the rest, then it, this state, is called the Manomaya Kosha, mental sheath. When the soul shines being united with these 3 sheaths, and cognizant of the differences and non-differences thereof, then it is called the Vijnanamaya Kosha, sheath of intelligence. When these 4 sheaths remain in their own cause, which is knowledge, Brahman, in the same way as the latent banyan tree remains in the banyan seed, then it is spoken of as the Anandamaya Kosha, causal frame of the soul. When it dwells in the body, as the seat of the idea of pleasure and pain, then it is the Karta, agent. The idea of pleasure is that which pertains to wished for objects, and the idea of pain is that which pertains to undesirable objects. Sound, touch, sight, taste, and smell are the causes of pleasure and pain. When the soul, conforming itself to good and bad actions, has made a link of the present body with its past body, and is seen to be effecting a union, a connection as it were, with the body not yet received, then it is called the Jiva, individual soul, on account of its being limited by upadhis. The 5 groups are those beginning with the mind, those beginning with the prana, those beginning with the sattva, those beginning with the will, and those beginning with merit. The ego possessing the attributes of these 5 groups, does not die out without the knowledge of the ever-attained self. That which, owing to its proximity to the self, appears as imperishable and is attributed to Atman, is called the Lingsharira, subtle body, and the hurts not. The consciousness which manifests itself therein is called the Kshetrajna, knower of the Kshetra, body. Then Yogi Rupnathji further said that, he who is the cognizer of the manifestation and disappearance of the knower, knowledge, and the knowable, but is himself devoid of such manifestation and disappearance, and is self-luminous, is called the Sakshi, witness. When being perceived in an undifferentiated manner in the intelligence of all beings, from Brahma, the Creator, down to an ant, it resides in the intelligence of all beings, then it is called the Kutastha. When, standing as the means of realizing the real nature of the Kutastha and others, which are differentiations by virtue of possessing limiting agents, the Atman manifests itself as interwoven in all bodies, like the thread through a string of jewels, then it is called the Antaryamin, internal ruler. When the Atman shines forth, absolutely free from all limiting agents, brilliant, as a homogeneous mass of consciousness in its nature of pure intelligence, independent, then it is spoken of as the entity of thou, Kwam, and as the Pratyagtaman, inner self. That which is Satya, the reality, Jnana, knowledge, Ananta, the infinite, Ananda, bliss, is Brahman. The reality is the indestructible, that which, when name, space, time, substance, and causation are destroyed, dies not, is the indestructible, and that is called Satya, the reality. And Jnana, that essence of intelligence which has no beginning and no end, spoken of as Jnana. Yogi Rupnathji says, and Ananta, the infinite, remaining in the same manner, as does clay in modifications of clay, as gold in modifications of gold, as thread in fabrics of thread, the antecedent, all-pervading consciousness, that is in all phenomena of creation beginning with the unmanifested, is called the infinite. And Ananda, bliss. The essence of the consciousness of happiness, the ocean of measureless bliss, and the state of undifferentiated happiness is called bliss. That, of which the above fourfold nature is an indication, and which is permanent in all space, time, substance, and causation, is called the entity of that. Tat, Paramatman, Supreme Self, and Parabrahman, or the highest Brahman. Distinguished from the entity of thou. When it appears to be possessed of attributes, as well as from the entity of that. When it appears to be possessed of attributes, that which is all-pervading like the sky, subtle, whole by itself, pure existence, the entity of art. Asi. Self-luminous, is spoken of as the Atman. The entity of not that, also is spoken of as Atman. That which is beginningless, fruitful, open to both proof and disproof, neither real nor unreal, nor real unreal. Non-existent, when, because of the immutability of its own substratum, the cause of change is ascertained, existent when it is not so ascertained. Thus that, which is undefinable, is called Maya. Yogi Rupnathji in further says, I am neither the body nor the 10 senses, buddhi, mind, ego. Without prana and mind, pure, I am always the witness, pure consciousness, surely. I am neither the doer nor the enjoyer, only a witness to Prakriti. By my presence body etc., function as alive, still, eternal, ever joy, pure. I am Brahman to be known from all Vedanta, yet unknowable like sky and air. I am neither form nor action, only Brahman. I am not body, birth, death do not come to me. I am not prana. Have no hunger and thirst. I am not mind. Have no grief or delusion. I am not the doer. Have no bondage or release. This address will intended to give a complete and clear idea of the nature of Atman, that has 4 avasthas, states of consciousness, and 4 seats, for the better consummation of the Nirguna Dhyana. Says Yogi Rupnathji. Yogi Rupnathji then next says, in dialogue that, the Brahmavidya, divine wisdom, that most excellent of all things. It is prana, that is, Atman. It is Atman that exercises this power. It is the life of all devas. It is their death and their life. Brahman that shines pure, niskala, resplendent, and all-pervading, in this divine Brahmapura, of body, rules, all. The jiva, identifying himself with the indriyas, rules them like a spider. The spider throws out from a single thread out of his body a whole web, and draws it into himself by that same thread, so prana, whenever it goes, draws after it the objects of its creation, vak, etc. During sapti, the prana goes to its seat, Brahman, through the nadis of which is the devata, like an eagle, that making air as the means of communication, reaches his abode. They say, as Devdatta, though beaten, during susupti, by a stick, etc., does not move, so also the actor does not suffer or enjoy for the merits or demerits of religious actions. Just as a child obtains happiness without desiring for it, in play, so also Devdatta obtains happiness in susupti. He certainly knows, being Param Jyotis, and the person desiring Jyotis, enjoys bliss in the contemplation of Jyotis. Then he comes back to the dream plane by the same way, like a caterpillar. It remaining on a blade of grass, first puts forward its foot on another blade in front, conveys its body to it, and having got a firm hold of it, then only leaves the former and not before. So this is the Jagrata state. As this, Devdatta, bears at the same time 8 skulls, so this Jagrata, the source of Devas and Vedas, clings to a man like the breasts in a woman. During the Jagrata avastha, merit and demerit are postulated of this Deva, power. He is capable of great expansion and is the inner mover. He is Kag, bird, Kakata, crab, Puskara, Akas, Prana, Pain, Parapra, Atman and Brahman. This deity causes to know. He who knows thus obtains Brahman, the supreme, the support of all things, and the Kshetragya. He obtains Brahman, the supreme, support of all things, and the Kshetragya. Further Yogi Rupnathji said, the Pasuha has 4 seats, navel, heart, neck, and head. Their Brahman with the 4 feet specially shines. Those feet are Jagrata, Swapna, Susupti, and Toya. In Jagrata he is God Brahma, in Swapna Vishnu, in Susupti Rudra, and in Toya the supreme Aksara. He is Aditya, Vishnu, Ishvara, Purasa, Prana, Jiva, Agni, the resplendent. The Para-Brahman shines in the midst of these. He is without manas, ear, hands, feet, and light. There the worlds are no worlds, devas no devas, Vedas no Vedas, sacrifices no sacrifices, mother no mother, father no father, daughter-in-law no daughter-in-law, Kandala no Kandala, Polkasa no Polkasa, Sramna no Sramna, hermits no hermits, so one only Brahman shines as different. In the Hridayakasa, Akasa in the heart, is the Chidakasa. That is Brahman. It is extremely subtle. The Hridayakasa can be known. This moves in it. In Brahman, everything is strung. Those who thus know the Lord know everything. In him the Devas, the worlds, the Pitras and the Rishis do not rule. He who has awakened knows everything. All the Devas are in the heart are all the Pranas, in the heart are Prana, Jyotis and that 3-plied holy thread. In the heart in Caitanya, it, Prana, is. Yogi Rupnathji then says, on this syllable is all this. An explanation of that. All that is past, the present and the future, all this is the syllable on. And whatever else there is beyond the threefold time, that too is only the syllable on. All this is verily Brahman. This self is Brahman. This same self has 4 quarters. The first quarter is Vashvanara, whose sphere is the waking state, who cognizes external objects, who has 7 limbs and 19 mouths and who experiences gross objects. The second quarter is Thaijasa, whose sphere is the dream state, who cognizes internal objects, who has 7 limbs and 19 mouths, and who experiences the subtle objects. Where one being fast asleep does not desire any desire whatsoever and does not see any dream whatsoever, that is deep sleep. The third quarter is Prajna, whose sphere is the state of deep sleep, who has become one, who is verily a mass of cognition, who is full of bliss and who experiences bliss, whose face is thought. This is the Lord of all. This is the knower of all. This is the inner controller. This is the source of all. This is the beginning and the end of beings. Turiya is not that which cognizes the internal, not that which cognizes the external, not what cognizes both of them, not a mass of cognition, not cognitive, not non-cognitive. Lieutenant is unseen, incapable of being spoken of, unnameable. The essence of the knowledge of the one self that into which the world is resolved, the peaceful, the benign, the non-dual, such they think, is the fourth quarter. He is the self, he is to be known. This is the self which is of the nature of the syllable om, in regard to its elements. The quarters are the elements are the quarters, namely the letter A, the letter U and the letter M. Vashvanara, whose sphere is the waking state, is the letter A, the first element, either from the root AP, to obtain or from being the first. He who knows this obtains verily all desires. Also he becomes first. Thaijasa, whose sphere is the dream state, is the letter U, it the second element, from exaltation or intermediateness. He who knows this exalts, verily, the continuity of knowledge and he becomes equal. In his family is born no one who does not know Brahman. Prajna, whose sphere is the state of deep sleep, is the letter M, the third element, either from the root, me, to measure or because of merging. He who knows this measures all this and merges also. The fourth is that which has no elements, which cannot be spoken of, into which the world is resolved, benign, non-dual. Thus the syllable, Om, is the very self. He who knows it thus enters the self with his self. Yogi Rupnathji then says, those who know the Vedas say that he only is a true Brahmana who wears the shikha of Jnana and whose Yajnapovita is the same, Jnana. This Yajnapovita, Yajna means Vishnu or sacrifice, and Upavita is that which surrounds. Hence that which surrounds Vishnu, is supreme and is the supreme refuge. He who wears that really knows, he only wears the Sukra, he is Yajna, Vishnu, and he only knows Yajna, Vishnu. One God hidden in all things, pervades all things and is the inner life of all things. He awards the fruits of karma, he lives in all things, he sees all things without any extraneous help, he is the soul of all, there is nothing like him, and he is without any gunas, being secondless. He is the great wise one. He is the one doer among the many actionless objects. He is always making one thing appear as several, by Maya. Those wise men who see him in Buddhi, they only obtain eternal peace. Having made Atma as the upper Arani, attritional piece of wood, and Pranav the lower Arani, by constant practice of dhyana one should see the concealed deity. As the oil in the sesamum seed, as the ghee in the curds, as the water in the rivers, and as the fire in the Arani, so they who practice truth and austerities see him in the Buddhi. As the spider throws out and draws into itself the threads, so the jiva goes and returns during the Jagrata and the Swapna states. The heart is in the form of a closed lotus flower, with its head hanging down, it has a hole in the top. Know it to be the great abode of all. Know that during Jagrata it, jiva, dwells in the eye, and during Swapna in the throat, during Susupti, it is in the heart, and during Toya in the head. Because Buddhi unites the Pratyagtama with the Paramatma, the worship of Sandhya, union, arose. So we should perform Sandhya Vandana, rites. The Sandhya Vandana performed by dhyana requires no water. It gives no trouble to the body or the speech. That which unites all things is the Sandhya of the one-staffed, sannyasins. Knowing that from which speech and mind turn back without being able to obtain it, and that which is the bliss of jiva, the wise one is freed. The secret of Brahmavidya is to reveal the real nature of the Atman, that is all-pervading, that is like ghee in the milk, that is the source of Atmavidya and tapas, and to show that everything is in essence one. Yogi Rupnathji further says that, but frail indeed are those rafts of sacrifices, conducted by 18 persons, upon whom rests the inferior work, therefore they are destructible. Fools who rejoice in them as the highest good fall victims again and again to old age and death. Fools, dwelling in darkness, but wise in their own conceit and puffed up with vain scholarship, wander about, being afflicted by many ills, like blind men led by the blind. Children, immersed in ignorance in various ways, flatter themselves, saying, we have accomplished life's purpose. Because these performers of karma do not know the truth owing to their attachment, they fall from heaven, misery stricken, when the fruit of their work is exhausted. Ignorant fools, regarding sacrifices and humanitarian works as the highest, do not know any higher good. Having enjoyed their reward on the heights of heaven, gained by good works, they enter again this world or a lower one. But those wise men of tranquil minds who lives in the forest on alms, practicing penances appropriate to their stations of life and contemplating such deities as Hiranyagarbha, depart, freed from impurities, by the path of the sun, to the place where that immortal person dwells whose nature is imperishable. Let a Brahman, after having examined all these worlds that are gained by works, acquire freedom from desires. Nothing that is eternal can be produced by what is not eternal. In order that he may understand that eternal, let him, fuel in hand, approach a guru who is well versed in the Vedas and always devoted to Brahman. To that pupil who has duly approached him, whose mind is completely serene and whose senses are controlled, the wise teacher should indeed rightly impart the knowledge of Brahman, through which one knows the immutable and the true Purusha. I am now the uniqueness of that unique soul that has created this ever-miserable inanimate universe. As proof of this, I am going to talk about ancient mythology. After saying this, Yogi Rupnathji says in the dialogue that, indeed in a person this one first becomes an embryo. That which is called ritas is a culmination of the vigor coming from the limbs of the body. In the self only one bears the self. By shading it into a female, he gives birth to it. This is the first birth. It enters into the self of the female, as if it is a limb of her. Therefore it does not cause her any harm. She nourishes this self of his that has come into her. She is the one who nourishes, so should she be nourished. She bears him in her womb. Before the birth he nourishes the child, so does he after his birth. He thus nourishes his own self, for the continuation of the worlds. The worlds are sustained in this manner only. This is the second birth. He who is thus born of his own self, becomes the substitute for performing the deeds. After completing his works, he departs. Departing thus he is born again. This is his third birth. This what the seers said. While I was in the womb, I knew all the births of the gods. 100 walls made of steel protected me. I burst out of them with the speed of a hawk. Vamdeva spoke this verse while lying in the womb. He who knows all this, when the body is dissolved, travels heavenward and enjoys all the heavenly desires. He becomes immortal, yes immortal. These verses explain the triple births of a human being. Contrary to the popular opinion, the Vedic people believed that the father of a child also played a prominent part in the birth of the child, not only by contributing the male seed but also by bearing the soul of the child in the male sac before transferring it to the mother through intercourse. In the previous section we learned that the self resides in 3 bodies. Those 3 bodies are revealed here: the body of the father, mother and own body. According to early Vedic beliefs, a father is born again through his son. Hence the expression in the 4th verse, who is thus born of his own self. We also have a clear reference to rebirth. Yogi Rupnathji says, in dialogue, who is he whom we all worship as the self? He by whom one sees, one hears, one smells the various odors, one is able to speak, one is able to distinguish the tasty from the tasteless. That which is the heart, the mind, it is consciousness, perception, discrimination, intelligence, mental brilliance, vision, determination, thought power, thoughtfulness, impulse, memory, decision, goal, life, desire, control. All these are the different names of intelligence only. He is Brahma, he is Indra, he is Prajapati. He is all these gods. He is the 5 elements, namely the earth, air, ether, water and light, a combination of which forms into seeds of different kinds, the ones born out of eggs, the ones born out of wombs, the ones born from sweat, the ones born from sprouts, horses, cows, people, and elephants, all the creatures that breathe here, moving, flying or stationary. All this is led by intelligence. The world is led by intelligence, is established in intelligence. The world is led by intelligence. The support is intelligence. Brahman is intelligence. He with this intelligent self soared upward from this world and having enjoyed all the desires in that heavenly world became immortal. Yes, he became immortal. Prajnanam Brahma, or Brahman is intelligence. In the previous we heard how the body was created, how the controllers or deities of various organs were established, how hunger and food were created to ensure the continuation or preservation of the being in the mortal world. We also learned that the body was created from waters, an archaic reference to the undifferentiated nature of primal Prakrik. Next we learned that in the body, Brahman is represented by intelligence, which is higher than even the breath. Intelligence is the supreme controller of the being. Thoughts, desires, memories, impulses, etc., are all different forms of the same intelligence. From this the dualists may infer that this chapter draws a clear distinction between the Atman, the individual self, and Brahman, the supreme self. If the soul is the breathing one in the body, intelligence is the supreme self. Yogi Rupnathji says, let a man meditate on the syllable Om, called the Udgita, for the Udgita, a portion of the Samaveda, is Sag, beginning with Om. The full account, however, of Om is this: the essence of all beings is the earth, the essence of the earth is water, the essence of water the plants, the essence of plants man, the essence of man speech, the essence of speech the Rigveda, the essence of the Rigveda the Samaveda, the essence of the Samaveda the Udgita, which is Om. That Udgita, Om, is the best of all essences, the highest, deserving the highest place, the eighth. What then is the Rik? What is the Saman? What is the Udgita? This is the question. The Rik indeed is speech, Saman is breath, the Udgita is the syllable Om. Now speech and breath, or Rik and Saman, form one couple. And that couple is joined together in the syllable Om. When two people come together, they fulfill each other's desire. Thus he who knowing this, meditates on the syllable Om, the Udgita, becomes indeed a fulfiller of desires. That syllable is a syllable of permission, for whenever we permit anything, we say yes. Now permission is gratification. He who knowing this meditates on the syllable Om, the Udgita, becomes indeed a gratifier of desires. By that syllable does the threefold knowledge, the sacrifice, more particularly the Soma sacrifice, as founded on the three Vedas, proceed. When the Upvayu priest gives an order, he says Om. When the Hotri priest recites, he says Om. When the Udgatri priest sings, he says Om, all for the glory of that syllable. The threefold knowledge, the sacrifice, proceeds by the greatness of that syllable, the vital breaths, and by its essence, the ablations. Now therefore it would seem to follow, that both he who knows this, the true meaning of the syllable Om, and he who does not, perform the same sacrifice. But this is not so, for knowledge and ignorance are different. The sacrifice which a man performs with knowledge, faith, and the Upanishad is more powerful. This is the full account of the syllable Om. Yogi Rupnathji then says, now follows the meditation on the Udgita with reference to the gods. Let a man meditate on the Udgita, Om, as he who sends warmth, the sun in the sky. When the sun rises it sings as Udgatri for the sake of all creatures. When it rises it destroys the fear of darkness. He who knows this, is able to destroy the fear of darkness, ignorance. This, the breath in the mouth, and that, the sun, are the same. This is hot and that is hot. This they call swara, sound, and that they call pratyaswara, reflected sound. Therefore let a man meditate on the Udgita, Om, as this and that, as breath and as sun. Then let a man meditate on the Udgita, Om, as Vyana indeed. If we breathe up, that is prana, the up-breathing. If we breathe down, that is apana, the down-breathing. The combination of prana and apana is vyana, back-breathing or holding in of the breath. This vyana is speech. Therefore when we utter speech, we neither breathe up nor down. Speech is rik, and therefore when a man utters a rik verse he neither breathes up nor down. Rik is saman, and therefore when a man utters a saman verse he neither breathes up nor down. Saman is Udgita, and therefore when a man sings the Udgita, Om, he neither breathes up nor down. And other works also which require strength, such as the production of fire by rubbing, running a race, stringing a straw in bow, are performed without breathing up or down. Therefore let a man meditate on the Udgita, Om, as Vyana. Let a man meditate on the syllables of the Udgita, that is, of the word Udgita. Ut is breath, prana, for by means of breath a man rises, Uttishtati. Gi is speech, for speeches are called gira. Tha is food, for by means of food all subsists, Sthita. Ut is heaven, Gi the sky, Tha the earth. Ut is the sun, Gi the air, Tha the fire. Uk is the Samaveda, Gi the Yajurveda, Tha the Rigveda. Speech yields the milk, which is the milk of speech itself. To him who thus knowing meditates on those syllables of the name of Udgita, he becomes rich in food and able to eat food. Next follows the fulfillment of prayers. Let a man thus meditate on the upasanas, that is, the objects which have to be approached by meditation. Let him, the Udgatri, quickly reflect on the summon with which he is going to praise. Let him quickly reflect on the rik in which that summon occurs, on the rishi, poet, by whom it was seen or composed, on the devata, object, which he is going to praise, on the meter in which he is going to praise, on the tune with which he is going to sing for himself, on the quarter of the world which he is going to praise. Lastly, having approached himself, his name, family, by meditation, let him sing the hymn of praise, reflecting on his desire, and avoiding all mistakes in pronunciation. Quickly will the desire be then fulfilled to him, for the sake of which he may have offered his hymn of praise, yea, for which he may have offered his hymn of praise. Let a man meditate on the syllable Om, for the Udgita is sub-beginning with Om. And this is the full account of the syllable Om. The Devas, being afraid of death, entered upon the performance of the sacrifice prescribed in the threefold knowledge, the three Vedas. They covered themselves with the metrical hymns. Because they covered, khad, themselves with the hymns, therefore the hymns are called khadas. Then, as a fisherman might observe a fish in the water, Death observed the Devas in the rik, yagas, and summon, sacrifices. And the Devas seeing this, rose from the rik, yagas, and summon sacrifices, and entered the swara, that is, the Om. They meditated on the Om. When a man has mastered the Rigveda, he says quite loud Om, the same, when he has mastered the summon and the yagas. This swara is the imperishable syllable, the immortal, free from fear. Because the Devas entered it, therefore they became immortal, and free from fear. He who knowing this loudly pronounces, pranoti, that syllable, enters the same, imperishable, syllable, the swara, the immortal, free from fear, and having entered it, becomes immortal, as the Devas are immortal. The Udgita is the Pranav is the Udgita. And as the Udgita is the sun, so is the Pranav, for he, the sun, goes sounding Om. Him I sang praises to, therefore art thou my only one, thus said Kaushiki to his son. Do thou revolve his race, then thou wilt have many sons. So much in reference to the Devas. Now with reference to the body. Let a man meditate on the Udgita as the breath, in the mouth, for he goes sounding Om. Him I sang praises to, therefore art thou my only son, thus said Kaushiki to his son. Do thou therefore sing praises to the breath as manifold, if thou wishest to have many sons. He who knows that the Udgita is the Pranav, and the Pranav the Udgita, rectifies from the seat of the Hotri priest any mistake committed by the Udgitri priest in performing the Udgita, yea, in performing the Udgita. Yogi Rupnathji then in his dialogue says that, the spirit, prana, is better than hope. As the spokes of a wheel hold to the nav, so does all this, beginning with names and ending in hope, hold to spirit. That spirit moves by the spirit, it gives spirit to the spirit. Father means spirit, mother is spirit, brother is spirit, sister is spirit, tutor is spirit, brahmana is spirit. For if one says anything unbecoming to a father, mother, brother, sister, tutor or brahmana, then people say, shame on thee. Thou hast offended thy father, mother, brother, sister, tutor, or a brahmana. But, if after the spirit has departed from them, one shoves them together with a poker, and burns them to pieces, no one would say, thou offendest thy father, mother, brother, sister, tutor or a brahmana. Spirit then is all this. He who sees this, perceives this, and understands this, becomes an Ativadin. If people say to such a man, thou art an Ativadin, he may say, I am an Ativadin, he need not deny it. But in reality he is an Ativadin who declares the highest being to be the true, Satya. When one understands the true, then one declares the true. One who does not understand it, does not declare the true. Only he who understands it, declares the true. This understanding, however, we must desire to understand. When one perceives, then one understands. One who does not perceive, does not understand. Only he who perceives, understands. This perception, however, we must desire to understand. When one believes, then one perceives. One who does not believe, does not perceive. Only he who believes, perceives. This belief, however, we must desire to understand. When one attends on a tutor, spiritual guide, then one believes. One who does not attend on a tutor, does not believe. Only he who attends, believes. This attention on a tutor, however, we must desire to understand. When one performs all sacred duties, then one attends really on a tutor. One who does not perform his duties, does not really attend on a tutor. Only he who performs his duties, attends on his tutor. This performance of duties, however, we must desire to understand. When one obtains bliss, in oneself, then one performs duties. One who does not obtain bliss, does not perform duties. Only he who obtains bliss, performs duties. This bliss, however, we must desire to understand. The infinite, woman, is bliss. There is no bliss in anything finite. Infinity only is bliss. This infinity, however, we must desire to understand. Where one sees nothing else, hears nothing else, understands nothing else, that is the infinite. Where one sees something else, hears something else, understands something else, that is the finite. The infinite is immortal, the finite is mortal. In its own greatness or not even in greatness. In the world they call cows and horses, elephants and gold, slaves, wives, fields and houses greatness. I do not mean this, thus he spoke, for in that case one being, the possessor, rests in something else, but the infinite cannot rest in something different from itself. The infinite indeed is below, above, behind, before, right and left. It is indeed all this. Now follows the explanation of the infinite as the I am below, I am above, I am behind, before, right and left. I am all this. Next follows the explanation of the infinite as the self. Self is below, above, behind, before, right and left. Self is all this. He who sees, perceives, and understands this, loves the self, delights in the self, revels in the self, rejoices in the self. He becomes a Swarag, an autocrat or self-ruler. He is Lord and Master in all the worlds. But those who think differently from this, live in perishable worlds, and have other beings for their rulers. To him who sees, perceives, and understands this, the spirit, prana, springs from the self, hope springs from the self, memory springs from the self, so do ether, fire, water, appearance and disappearance, food, power, understanding, reflection, consideration, will, mind, speech, names, sacred hymns, and sacrifices. All this springs from the self. There is this was, he who sees this, does not see death, nor illness, nor pain. He who sees this, sees everything, and obtains everything everywhere. He is one. Before creation, he becomes three, fire, water, earth, he becomes 5, he becomes 7, he becomes 9, then again he is called the 11th, and 110 and 1020. When the intellectual element has been purified, the whole nature becomes purified. When the whole nature has been purified, the memory becomes firm. And when the memory, of the highest self, remains firm, then all the ties, which bind us to a belief in anything but the cello are loosened. The venerable Sanath Kumara showed to Nada, after his faults had been rubbed out, the other side of darkness. They called Sanath Kumara Skanda, yea, Skanda they call him. Hari, Om. There is this city of Brahman, the body, and in it the palace, the small lotus, of the heart, and in it that small ether. Now what exists within that small ether, that is to be sought for, that is to be understood. And if they should say to him, now with regard to that city of Brahman, and the palace in it, that is, the small lotus of the heart, and the small ether within the heart, what is there within it that deserves to be sought for, or that is to be understood? Then he should say, as large as this ether, all space, is, so large is that ether within the heart. Both heaven and earth are contained within it, both fire and air, both sun and moon, both lightning and stars, and whatever there is of him, the self, here in the world, and whatever is not, that is, whatever has been or will be, all that is contained within it. And if they should say to him, if everything that exists is contained in that city of Brahman, all beings and all desires, whatever can be imagined or desired, then what is left of it, when old age reaches it and scatters it, or when it falls to pieces? Then he should say, by the old age of the body, that the ether, or Brahman within it, does not age, by the death of the body, that the ether, or Brahman within it is not killed. That the Brahman is the true Brahmasati, not the body. In it all desires are contained. It is the self, free from sin, free from old age, from death and grief, from hunger and thirst, which desires nothing but what it ought to desire, and imagines nothing but what it ought to imagine. Now as here on earth people follow as they are commanded, and depend on the object which they are attached to, be it a country or a piece of land, and as here on earth, whatever has been acquired by exertion, perishes, so perishes whatever is acquired for the next world by sacrifices and other good actions performed on earth. Those who depart from hence without having discovered the self and those true desires, for them there is no freedom in all the worlds. But those who depart from hence, after having discovered the self and those true desires, for them there is freedom in all the worlds. Says Yogi Rupnathji. Yogi Rupnathji then again to all and said, the sound proceeding from Pranav which is Brahman is of the nature of effulgence, the mind becomes absorbed in it, that is the supreme seat of Vishnu. The sound exists till there is the Akasic conception, Akasa Sankalpa. Beyond this, is the Asabda, soundless Para-Brahman which is Paramatman. The mind exists so long as there is sound, but with its sound's cessation, there is the state called Anmani of Manas, that is, the state of being above the mind. This sound is absorbed in the Akshara, indestructible, and the soundless state is the supreme seat. The mind which along with Prana, Vayu, has its karmic affinities destroyed by the constant concentration upon Naga is absorbed in the unstained one. There is no doubt of it. Many myriads of Nagas and many more of Bindus, all become absorbed in the Brahma Pranav sound. Being freed from all states and all thoughts whatever, the Yogian remains like one dead. He is a mukta. There is no doubt about this. After that, he does not at any time hear the sounds of conch or danduvi, large kettle drum. The body in the state of Anmani is certainly like a log and does not feel heat or cold, joy or sorrow. The Yogian's Chitha having given up fame or disgrace is in Samadhi above the three states. Being freed from the waking and the sleeping states, he attains to his true state. When the spiritual sight becomes fixed without any object to be seen, when the Vayu, Prana, becomes still without any effort, and when the Chitha becomes firm without any support, he becomes of the form of the internal sound of Brahma Pranav. More says Yogi Rupnathji. Let us now go ahead and explain in detail. To that celibate, who has won his senses and who has true devotion towards his Guru. All about how to meditate and chant the slogan or mantra. Hamsa Hamsa. That one who understands the Supreme Being which resides in all beings like the inherent presence of fire in the fire logs and of oil in gingerly seeds, he will never die or attain the fate of other mortals. Om. That world is a complete whole. This world, too, is a complete whole. From the complete whole only, the other complete whole rose. Even after removing the complete whole from the other complete whole, still the complete whole remains unaltered and undisturbed. Yogi Rupnathji says, each person has their own question, that's who am I in the body? Where did it come from? What is he here for? Where will he go? What is he watching? Who is he looking at? Why is he watching? What is he thinking? Who is he thinking? What is he thinking? Why is he here? Why is he like that? Etc. As a short answer to all these, I will tell you few things today. It is very important for all of you to understand that, if you do not understand, you must ask me. Then Yogi Rupnathji began to say that. Yogi Rupnathji says, the differences made by words is neither the reality nor the resultant of truth, they are made as fictionally imaginary by the imaginary fictional elders. Those who are chosen only by name, get fusion themselves as soon as the name disappears. Whose own truth cannot be found, the object disposed of by him as action is definitely false. The source is the same thought as origin before the destruction of the object. From the seed comes the fruit of the tree, which again in turn contains the seed tree fruit seed. Similarly, this universe appears in the man of dreams. The one who transforms himself into his delusion, acts with as delusion, but this who have no delusion, falsely behalf of the delusioner perform their request. The source of ripe fruits that do not fall on anyone's land, which is always fresh and newly melodious, no one knows its origin. A gem that holds incredible, unprecedented, indomitable magical powers as thought, where the existence of thousands of universes is realized. The sense connection of the mind without the arrogance of authority is not the cause of action limitation. At the same time of aspiration, first happiness and then its tragic consequences. So being destroyed by the arrogance of desire is work of for ignorance. Only the sentence is the absolute soul, is also of the inanimate word, so this unique sentence is split as meaning to disrupt its own repetition. The omnipotent absolute soul thus performs all the cosmic functions as of for the ego in the state of apathy. The beats of the heart which trying to hear the uninvited sound from the air of the body, it crosses the middle part of the eyebrows and comes to the absolute Paramatman at the top of the head. The intellect does not make the omnipresent as its own. The milk yogurt in the anterior-posterior position is the destruction of the precondition, so the snake rope, these two are not found in each other at the same time. In reference to the omnipresent absolute soul, that form of destruction imagined by his physical body is an unavailable, unattainable lie. As a human painter being, he draws on the ideological basis that the painter has already achieved, but this universe image is first drawn as a whole, then the idea of giving him shelter is drawn by that drawn image. Because this painter is the determination of the combined collective mind is the perfect true absolute soul. Yogi Rupnathji then again says, O my all friends, whatever acts you do with your organs of action and without application of the mind to the work in hand, no such work to be no doing of yours. An involuntary action is not accounted as the act of one, in absence of his will in it, who does not feel a pleasure at the time of his achieving an action, which he did not feel a moment before, nor is likely to perceive the next moment after he has done the work. Therefore it is the attention of the mind which gives pleasure to an action, and which is not to be felt in absence of that attention, both before and after completion of the act. The pleasure of a thing is accompanied only with the desire of its passion, and not either prior or posterior to the same, therefore it is boyish and not manliness to take any delight in a momentary pleasure. All pleasure and pain are concomitant with their thoughts only, and these being fleeting there is no lasting pleasure or pain in anything. Whatever is pleasant during its desire, has that desire only for the cause of its pleasantness, hence the pleasurableness of a thing lasting till its unpleasurableness is no real pleasure, wherefore this frail pleasure must be forsaken together with its temporary cause of desire by the wise. If you have arrived to that high state, of knowing the universality of the soul, then be careful for the future, and merge yourself no more in the narrow pit of your personality. You who have now found your rest and repose, in being seated in the highest pinnacle of spiritual knowledge, by cognizance of yourself, must not allow your soul any more to plunge in the deep and dark cave of your egoistic individuality. Thus seated on the pitch of your knowledge, as on the top of the Meru mountain, and remembering the glorious prospect all around you, you cannot choose to fall down into the hellpit of this earth, and to be reborn in the darksome cave of a mother's womb. Because the living soul is doomed to transmigration and regeneration until its final liberation. It appears to me, O friends, that you are of an even temperament, and have the quality of truth, Satyaguna, full in your nature. I understand you have weakened your desires, and have entirely got over your ignorance. You appear to be settled in your nature of purity, and the temperament of your mind appears to me to be as calm and quiet as the sea, when it is full and untroubled by the rude and rough winds of heaven. May your expectations set at ease, and your wants terminate in contentment. Let your dementation turn to rigid-mindedness, and live unconnected with and aloof from all. Whatever objects you come to see placed before you, know the same as full of the divine intellect, which is consolidated and extended through all, as their common essence. One ignorant of the soul, is fast bound to his ignorance, and one acquainted with the soul, is liberated from his bondage. Hence, O friends, learn to meditate constantly and intensely, the supreme soul in your own soul. It is indifference which wants to enjoy nothing, nor yet refuses the enjoyment of whatever presents of itself to anybody, and no inappetency to consist in the cool calmness of the mind, resembling the serenity of the sky. Insouciance is the want of desire and renunciation of prurience, and not the abdication of enjoyment. Preserve the cold listlessness of your mind, and discharge your duties with the cool application of your organs of action, and this unconcernedness of your mind will render you as steady as the sky at all accidents of life. If you can combine the knower, knowable and the knowledge, that is, all the three states of the subjective, objective and the intermediate percipience, in your soul alone, you will then feel the tranquility of your spirit and shall have no more to feel the troubles of sublunary life. It is the expansion and contraction of the mind that causes the display and dissolution of the world. Try therefore to stop the action of thy mind, by restraining the breaths of thy desire in thyself. So it is the breath of life, which conducts and stops the business of the world, by its respiration and rest. Restrain therefore the breathing of the vital air, by thy practice of the regulation of thy breathing, as dictated before. So also it is the act of ignorance to give rise to ceremonious works, as it is that of knowledge to repress them. Do you therefore boldly put them down by your own forbearance, and the instructions you derived from the sastras and your preceptors. As the winds flying with dust, darken the fair face of the sky, so the intellect being daubed with the intelligibles, the subjective soiled with the objective, obscure the clear visage of the soul. The action of the relation between the vision and visibles, that is, the mutual of the eyesight and outward objects on one another, causes the appearance of the world and its course, as the relation that there exists between the solar rays and formations of things, makes them appear in various colors to the eye. Neither the course of the world, nor the appearance of color is in real being, but is owing to the relative combination of things. But the want of this relativity removes the phenomenals from sight, as the want of light takes away the colors of things. The former is an instance of the affirmative kind, Anvayi, and the latter a Vyatireki or negative one. The oscillation of the mind causes the illusions, as the palpitation of the heart raises the affections, and they are all at a stop at the suspension of the actions of these organs. So the waves raised by motion of waters and action of the winds, subside in the deep, by cessation of the actions of these elements. The question is whether the affections are not causes of the palpitation of the heart. The abandonment of every jot of desire, the suspension of respiration, and the exercise of intellection, will contract the actions of the heart and mind, and thereby prevent the rise of the passions and affections and of illusions also. Entire dispassionateness is the perfection of yoga asceticism. The unconsciousness which follows the inaction of the heart and mind, in consequence of the suspension of the vital breath, is the highest perfection of yoga philosophy. There is a pleasure in respect to the vision of visibles, which is common to all living being, but this being felt spiritually, amounts to holy pleasure Paramananda. But the sight of God in one's consciousness, which is beyond the province of the mind, transcends the mental pleasure, and affords a divine ecstasy, called the Brahmananda. The mind being dormant and insensible, affords the true rapture of the soul, and such as it is not to be had even in heaven, as it is not possible to have a refrigeratory or cooling bath in the sandy desert. The inertness of the heart and mind is attended with a delight, which is felt in the inmost soul and cannot be uttered in words. It is an everlasting joy that has neither its rise nor fall, nor its increase or decrease. It is the lasting sunshine and unchanging moonlight of the soul. Right understanding weakens the sensuous mind, by the blaze of rationality, but wrong understanding serves to increase its irrational sensuousness only. It then sees the thickening mists of error, rising as spectres and apparitions before the sight of voice. Though the sensational mind is existent in us, yet it seems as quite inexistent and extinct before the light of our rationality, as the substance of copper appears to disappear by being melted with gold. The carnal mind is converted to the rational understanding by its association with it. The mind of the wise is not the sensuous mind, because the wise mind is an essence of purity by itself. Thus the sensible mind is changed in its name and nature to that of the understanding, as the copper is converted to the name and nature of gold. But it is not possible for the mind to be absorbed at once in the intellect. Its errors only are moved by right understanding, but its essence is never annihilated. As the alloy of copper in gold, things taken as symbols of the soul are all unsubstantial as the mind and vital principle, all which are as unreal as the horns of a Aghori, which are never known to grow. They are but reflections of the soul, and vanish from view after the soul is known. The mind is said to be an expansion of the soul, which is called Atmani Vivikta Rupam in Sanskrit. The mind has its being for a short time only, during its continuance in the world, but after it has passed its fourth stage of insensibility, it arrives to the state of comatosity, which is beyond the fourth stage. Brahma is all even and one, though appearing as many amidst the errors that reign over the world. He is the soul of all and has no partial or particular form of any kind. He is not the mind or anything else, nor is he situated in the heart, as a finite being. Hear, my friends, that it is the alteration of a thing that does not revert to its former state, that is called its change, as it occurs in the instance of milk, and its conversion to curd and butter, which never become the pure milk again. The milk is converted to curd, but the curd never reverts to its former state of milk. Such is the nature of change in the state of things, but it can never affect the great God, who remains alike all along the first, intermediate and last states of things. There is no such change as that of milk or any other things in the immutable Brahma, who having no beginning nor end, can neither have any age or stage of life assigned to him. That is, the infinite God is neither young nor old as any finite being. The states of beginning and end which are attributed to eternal God, are the false imputations of ignorance and error, as there can be no change of changeless one. To say therefore that God is the first and last, the Alpha and Omega of all, means that the beginning and end of all things, are comprised in his everlasting existence. Brahma is not our consciousness, nor the object of our consciousness. He is as unconnected with us as our soul and intellect, and is only known to us by the word. A thing is said to be the same, with what it is in the beginning and end. The difference that takes place in the form is only a mist of error, and is taken into no account by the wise. The identity of a thing consists in its unalterable part. It is the soul only that remains self-same with itself, both in the beginning, middle and end of it, and in all places and times, and never changes with the change of the body or mind, and therefore forms the identity of the person. The soul, which is formless and self-same with itself, forms the personality and individuality of a being, and because it is not subject to any modality or mutation at any time, it constitutes the essential identity of every body. Yogi Rupnathji then again says, the category of Brahma implies that he is all what is, what was, and what will be in future, that he is without change and without beginning and end, and there is no avidya ignorance in him. The signification that is meant to be expressed by the significant term Brahma does not include any other thing as what is inexistent, or the negative idea of ignorance under it, that is, God is what is and not what is not. Thyself and myself, this earth and sky, the world and all its sides, together with the elementary of fire and others, are all the everlasting and infinite Brahma, and there is not the least misunderstanding in it. Avidya or ignorance is a mere name and error, and is but another word for unreality, nor can you friends ever call that a reality, which is never existent of itself. The words ignorance and error are both of them but negative terms. Yogi Rupnathji then says, friends, you had been all this time immersed in your ignorance, and have at last come to your right understanding by your own reasoning. It is the practice of glossologists and men of letters, to adopt the use of the word ignorance, living soul and the like, for awakening the unenlightened to their enlightenment only. So long as the mind is not awakened to the knowledge of truth, it remains in the darkness of error forever, and is not to its right understanding, even by its traversing 100 miles. When the living soul is awakened to its right sense by the force of reason, it learns to unite itself to the Supreme Soul, but being led without the guidance of reason, it is successful in nothing with all its endeavors. He who tells the unenlightened wild man that all this world is the great Brahma himself, does no more than communicate his sorrows to the headless trunk of a tree. A lecture to the listless man is not listened to. The fool is brought to sense by reasoning, and the wise man knows the truth from the nature of the subject, but the ignorant never learn wisdom without the persuasion of reason. The wise learn by intuition, but the unwise by no instruction. You had been unwise so long as you depended on your own reasoning, judgment, but being guided by me, you are now awakened to truth. Nobody is wise of his own conceit without the guidance of his preceptor. That I am Brahma, thou art Brahma, and so the visible world is Brahma himself. Know this truth and not otherwise, and do as you please. All inventions and imaginations of him are false. Inconceivable is the conception of God, and the visible world is all that is known of him. Know him as one, and the infinite, and you will not be misled into error. Yogi Rupnathji again to all and says, friends, think in yourself whether when you are sitting or walking, or waking or sleeping, that you are this Supreme Spirit, which is of the form of light and intelligence, and pervades all things. Friends, if you are without your egoism and maiety or selfishness, and if you are intelligent and honest, then be as ecumenical and tranquil as Brahma himself, who is equally situated in all things. Know yourself as the pure consciousness, which is situated as one in all, which is without beginning and end, and is the essence of light and the most transcendent of all being. What you call Brahma, the universal soul and the fourth or transcendent state, know the same to be materia or matter and natura or nature also. It is the inseparable one in all, as the mud is the essential substance of 1,000 water pots. Nature is not different from the nature of the soul, as the clay is no other than the pot itself. The divine essence is as the intrinsic clay, and the divine spirit extends as the inward matter of all things. The soul has its pulsation like the whirling of the whirlpool, and this is termed prakriti force or matter, which is no other than an effort of the spirit. As pulsation and ventilation mean the same thing under different names, so the soul and nature express the same substance, which are not different in their essence. It is mere ignorance which makes their difference, and which is removed by their knowledge, as it is sheer ignorance which represents a snake in the rope, and which is soon removed by knowledge of their nature. As the seed of imagination falls in the field of the intellect, it shoots forth in the sprout of the mind, which becomes the germ of the wide-spreading arbor of the universe. The seed of false imagination, of avidya or personified ignorance, being scorched by the flames of spiritual knowledge, will be able to vegetate no more, though it is sprinkled with the water of fond desire. That is, fancy is fed by desire, but fly away at the appearance of reason. If you do not sow the seed of imagination in the soil of your intellect, you will stop the germination of the plants of pain and pleasure in the field of your mind. Pain and pleasure are imaginary ideas and not really so in their nature. Yogi Rupnathji says, friends, as you have come to know the truth, you must forsake your false conception of such a thing as ignorance or error existing in the world, and know that there is no duality in the unity of God. Being thus full with the knowledge of one Supreme Soul, you must repudiate your ideas of pain and pleasure in anything here below. Pain turns to pleasure, and pleasure to pain. Know them both as unreal, as they are vain. Yogi Rupnathji then again says to all, says, the perception of the senses, or the feelings conveyed to our minds by the organic sense, such as those of cold and heat and the like, are the causes of our bodily pleasure and pain, but as these are transitory, and come to us and pass away by turns, you must remain patient under them. Knowing neither the one nor the other to be uniform and monotonous, what is it thou callest as real pleasure or pain? A thing having no form or figure of its own, can have no increase or decrease in it. Those who have suppressed the feelings of their senses, by knowing the illusory nature of sensible perceptions, are content to remain quite with an even tenor of their minds, both in their prosperity and adversity, are verily the men that are thought to taste the ambrosial draught of immortality in their mortal state. Knowing the soul to be the same in all states, and alike in all places and times, they view all differences and accidents of life with indifference, and being sure of the unreality of unrealities, they retain their endurance under all the varying circumstances of life. Never can joy or grief take possession of the common soul, which being ecumenical in its nature, can never be exceptional or otherwise. The unreal has no existence, nor is the positive or negative at any time, so there can be nothing as a positive felicity or infelicity either in any place, when God himself is present in his person everywhere. They are all alike to God and godly soul. Abandon the thoughts of felicity or infelicity of the world, nor be like the laughing or crying philosopher with your one-sided view of either the happiness or misery of life, and seeing there is no such difference in the mind of God, stick fast in this last state of indifference to both. Though the intelligent soul, and the external phenomena, are closely situated in the inside and outside of the body, yet the internal soul is neither delighted nor depressed, by the pleasure or pain which environ the external body. All pleasure and pain relating the material body, touch the mind which is situated in it, but no bodily hurt or debility affects the soul, which is seated beyond it. Should the soul be supposed to participate in the pleasure or pain which affect the gross body, it is to be understood as caused by the error, rising from our ignorance only. The gross is no reality, and its feelings of pain or pleasure are never real ones, as to touch the intangible soul, for who is so senseless, as not to perceive the wide separation of the soul from the body? What I tell you here, O friends, will surely destroy the error arising from ignorance, by the full understanding of my lectures. As knowledge removes the error and fear of the snake, arising from one's ignorance in a rope, so our misconception of the reality of our bodies and their pleasures and pains, is dispelled by our knowledge of truth. Know the whole universe to be identical with increate Brahma, and is neither produced nor dissolved by itself. Knowing this as a certain truth, believe in Brahma only, as the most supreme source of all true knowledge. You are but a little billow in the sea of Brahma's essence, you rise and roll for a little while, and then subside to rest. You foam and froth in the whirlpool of Brahma's existence, and art no other than a drop of water in the endless ocean of Brahma. As long as we are in action under the command of our general, we act our parts like soldiers in the field, we all live and move in Brahma alone, and there is no mistake of right or wrong in this. Act well our part and there all honor lies. Abandon your pride and haughtiness, your sorrow and fear, and your desire of pain or pleasure. It is bad to have any duality or doubt in you, be good with your oneness or integrity at all times. Think this in yourself from the destruction of these myriads of forces under your arms, that all these are evolved out of Brahma, and you do more than evolve or reduce them to Brahma himself. Do not care for your pleasure or pain, your gain or loss, and your victory or defeat, but resort only to the unity of Brahma, and know the world as the vast ocean of Brahma's entity. Being alike in or unchanged by your loss or gain, and thinking yourself as nobody, and go on in your proper course of action, as a gust of wine takes its own course. Whatever you do or take to your food, whatever sacrifices you make or any gift that you give to anyone, commit them all to Brahma, and remain quiet in yourself, with an assurance of their happy termination by the help of God. Whoever thinks in his mind of becoming anything in earnest, he undoubtedly becomes the same in process of time. If therefore you wish to become as Brahma himself, learn betimes to assimilate yourself to the nature of Brahma, in all your thoughts and deeds. It is imitation of perfection that gives perfection to man. Let one who knows the great Brahma be employed in doing his duties as occur unto him, without any expectation and any reward, and as God does his works without any aim, so should the godly do their works without any object. He who sees the inactive God in all his active duties, and sees also all his works in the inactive gods, that man is called the most intelligent among men, and he is said the readiest discharger of his deeds and duties. Do not do thy works in expectation of their rewards, nor engage thyself to do anything that is not thy duty or improper for thee. Go on doing thy duties as in thy yoga or fixed meditation, and not in connection with others or their rewards. Neither be addicted to active duties, nor recline in your inactivity either. Never remain ignorant or negligent of thy duties in life, but continue in thy work with an even temper at all times. That man though employed in business, is said to be doing nothing at all, who does not foster the hope of a reward of his acts, and is ever contented in himself, even without a patron or refuge. It is the addictedness of one's mind to anything, that makes it his action, and not the action itself. Without such addiction, it is ignorance which is the cause of such tendency, therefore ignorance is to be avoided by all means. The great soul that is settled in divine knowledge, and is freed from its wont or bent to anything, may be employed in all sorts of works, without being reckoned as the doer of any. One is named by the work of his profession, and not by his attendance to 1,000 other callings in life. He who does nothing, is indifferent about its result, whether of good or evil. This indifference amounts to his equanimity, which leads to his endless felicity, which is next to the state of Godhead. The sentence is climacteric, rising from inactivity to the felicity of the deity. By avoiding the dirt of duality and plurality of beliefs, betake yourself to your belief in the unity of the Supreme Spirit, and then whether you do or not do your ceremonial acts, you will not be accounted as the doer. He is called a wise man by the learned, whose acts in life are free from desire or some object of desire, and whose ceremonial acts are burnt away by the fire of spiritual knowledge. It is said that the merit of ceremonial observances leads a man only to reward in repeated births, but divine knowledge removes the doom of transmigration, by leading the soul at once to divine felicity, from which no one has to return to revisit the earth. He who remains with a peaceful, calm, quiet and tranquil equanimity of the soul, and without any desire or avarice for anything in this world, may be doing his duties here, without any disturbance or anxiety of his mind. The man who has no dispute with anyone, but is ever settled with calm and quiet rest of his soul, which is united with the Supreme Soul, without its yoga or ceremonial observance, and is satisfied with whatever is obtained of itself, such a man is deemed as a decoration of this earth. They are called ignorant hypocrites, who having repressed their organs of actions, still indulge themselves in dwelling upon sensible pleasures, by recalling their thoughts in this mind. He who has governed his outward and inward senses, by the power of his sapient mind, and employs his organs of action, in the performance of his bodily functions and discharges of his ceremonial observances without his addictedness to them, is quite different from the one described before. As the overflowing waters of rivers fall into the profound and motionless body of waters in the sea, so the souls of holy men enter into the ocean of eternal God, where they are attended with a peaceful bliss, which is never to be obtained by avaricious worldlings. Yogi Rupnathji then says, in dialogue, that neither relinquish or abstain from your enjoyments, nor employ your minds about them or in the acquisition of the object thereof. Remain with an even tenor of your mind, and be content with what comes to thee. Never be so intimately related to thy body, that is not intimately related with thee, but remain intimately connected with thyself, which is thy increate and imperishable soul. We suffer no loss by the loss of our bodies, which are but adventitious garments of our souls, but we lose everything, by the loss of our souls which last forever and never perish. The soul is not weakened like the sentient mind, by the loss of the sensible objects of enjoyment, and incessantly employed in action, yet it does nothing by itself. It is one's addictedness to an action that makes it his act, and this even when one is no actor of the same. It is ignorance only that incites the mind to action, and therefore this ignorance is required to be removed from it by all means. The great-minded man that is acquainted with the superior knowledge of spirituality, forsakes his tendency to action, and does everything that comes to him without his being the actor thereof. Know thy soul to be without its beginning and end, and undecaying and imperishable in its nature. The ignorant think it perishable, and you must not fall into this sad error like them. The best of men that are blessed with spiritual knowledge, do not look the soul in the same light as the ignorant vulgar, who either believe the soulless matter as the soul, or think themselves as incorporate souls by their egoistic vanity. Yogi Rupnathji then again to all and says, so it is, O my friends, they lose nothing by the loss of the perishable body, but they know that the soul is imperishable, and its loss is the greatest of all losses. Howbeit, I see no greater mistake of men in this world, than when they say, that they have lost anything or gained something that never belongs to them. It appears like the crying of a barren woman for her child, which she never had, nor is expected to have at any time. That it is axiomatic truth established by the learned, and well known to all men of common sense, though the ignorant may not perceive it verily, that an unreality cannot come to reality, nor a reality go to nothing at any time. This equivalent to the definite propositions, what is, and what is not, or that positive cannot be the negative, not the negative an affirmative. Now know that to be imperishable, that has spread out this perishable and frail world, and there is no one that can destroy the indestructible, or the entity of the immortal soul. The finite bodies are said to be the abode of the infinite soul, and yet the destruction of the finite and frail entails no loss upon the infinite and imperishable soul. Know therefore the difference between the two. The soul is a unity without a duality, and there is no possibility of its nihility. Because the unity is certain reality, and duality is a nullity. The eternal and infinite reality of the soul can never be destroyed with the destruction of the body. Leaving aside the unity and duality, take that which remains, and know that state of tranquility which is situated between the reality and unreality, to be the state of the transcendental deity. Yogi Rupnathji then says, no friends, there is a living soul dwelling in the body, and composed of the elements of earth, air, water, fire and vacuum, as also of the mind and understanding, all of which being destructible in their nature, cause the destructibility of the living principle, and its subjection to pain and pleasure in this life and in the next. Gloss. The embodied and living soul is led by its desire, as the young of a beast is carried about tied by a rope on its neck, and it dwells in the recesses of the body, like a bird in the cage. Both states of its living and moving about in the body are as troublesome as they are compulsory to it. Then, as the body is worn out and becomes infirm in course of time, the living soul leaves it like the moisture of a dried leaf, and flies to where it is led by its inborn desire. The difference of desire causes the difference of new births and bodies. Gloss. It carries with it the senses of hearing, seeing, feeling, taste, touch and smell from its body, as the breeze wafts the fragrance from the cells of flowers, or as a wayfarer carries his valuables with him. The body is the production of one's desire, and has no other assignable cause to it. It weakens by the weakening of its desire, and being altogether weak and wasted, it becomes extinct in its final absorption in the Godhead, because the want of desire and dislike makes a man to become like his God, or as perfect as God, who has nothing to desire and dislike. The avaricious man, being stanch with his concupiscence, passes through many wombs into many births, like a magician is skilled in leaping up and down in earth and air. The magician Maya, Purusha, means also a juggler or athlete who shows his feats in air as an aeronaut. The parting soul carries with her the properties of the senses from the sensible organs of the body, just as the flying breeze bears with him the fragrance of flowers, in his flight through the sky. The body becomes motionless, after the soul has fled from it, just as the leaves and branches of trees remain unruffled after the winds are still. That is, as the breeze shakes the tree, so the vital breath moves the body, and this being stopped, the body becomes quiescent, which is called its death. When the body becomes inactive, and insensible to the incision and wounds that are inflicted upon it, it is then called to be dead, or to have become lifeless. As this soul resides in any part of the sky, in its form of the vital air, it beholds the very same form of things manifested before it, as it was wont to desire when living. The soul comes to find all these forms and bodies to be as unreal as those it has left behind, and so must you reckon all bodies after they are destroyed, unless you be so profoundly asleep as to see and know nothing. The Lord of creation has created all beings according to the images that were impressed in his mind in the beginning. He sees them still to continue and die in the same forms. So the soul gets its body as it thinks upon, and then lives and dies in the same form. Whatever form or body the soul finds on itself, on its first and instantaneous springing to life, the same is invariably impressed in its consciousness, until its last moment of death. This fixed impression of the past produces its reminiscence in the future, which forms and frames the being according to its own model. The pristine desire of a man is the root of his present manliness, which becomes the cause of his future success. So also the present exertion of one is able to correct and make up not only his past mistakes and deficits, but also to edify upon his rugged hut of old. That is to improve his dilapidated state and build the fabric of his future fame and fortune. Whatever is pursued with ardent exertion and diligence for a while, the same in particular is gained among all other objects of one's former and future pursuit, which are reckoned under the four predicaments, Chaturvarga, of wealth and pleasure for this life, and virtue and salvation for the next. Whether a man is exposed on the barren rock of Vindhya, or blown and borne away by the winds, he is yet supported by his manhood. Therefore the wise man should never decline to discharge the legal duties that are required of him at all times. Know the heaven and hell of which you ask to be creatures of the old prejudices of men. They are the productions of human wish, and exist in the customary bias of the populace. Yogi Rupnathji then says, these prejudices are as false as airy dreams, and have their rise from our desire of future retribution, which waxing strong by our constant habit of thinking them as true, make us believe them as such, as they misled us to rely on the reality of the unreal world. Therefore we must shun our desires for our real good. Ignorance is the source of our desires, as it is the mainspring of our error of taking the unself for the true self. It is the knowledge of the self therefore combined with right understanding, that can dispel the error of our desires. That is, ignorance of the nature of a thing excites our desire for it, as our knowledge of the same serves to suppress it. You are best acquainted with the self, O dear friends, and well know the truth also, therefore try to get of your error of yourself and not yourself, as this I and that another, as also of your desires for yourself and other. Know the wistful soul, O intelligent all, to be of the form of the desire of the heart, as also of the form that anyone has framed for himself in his imagination. That is, the form of individual soul, is according to the figure that one has of himself in his mind and heart. The soul that is self-same with itself, and unaltered in all circumstances, that is never subject to body or any desire on earth, but is freed from all desires by its own discretion, is said to be liberated in this life. Living in this manner, or self-independence, you must always look to and be in search of truth, and being released from the snare of worldly cares, you are said to be liberated in this life. The soul that is not freed from its desires, is said to be pent up as a bird in its cage, and though a man may be very learned, and observant of all his religious rites and duties, yet he is not said to be liberated, as long as he labors in the chains of his desires. The man who sees the train of desires, glimmering in the recesses of his heart and mind, is like a purblind man who sees the bespangled train of peacock's tail in the spotless sky. He is said to be liberated whose mind is not bound to the chain of desire, and it is one's release from this chain that is called his liberation in this life and in the next. Now friends, forsake your sympathy for your friends, by the cold-heartedness that you have acquired from the abandonment of your desires and cares, and the liberation that you have attained to in this your living state. Be dispassionate, O sinless friends, by forsaking your fear of death and decay of the body, and be as clear as the unclouded sky in your mind, by driving away the clouds of your cares from it, and dispelling all your aims and attempts either of good or evil for yourself or others. Discharge your duties as they come to you in the course of your life, and do well whatever is proper to be done, that no action of yours may go for nothing, that is, do well or do nothing. Whoso does any work that comes to him of itself in the course of his life, that man is called to be liberated in his lifetime, and the discharge of such deeds belongs to the condition of living liberation. That I will do this and not that, or accept of this one and refuse the other, are the conceits of foolishness, but they are all alike to the wise, who have no choice in what is fit and proper for them. Those who do the works which occur to them, with the cool calmness of their minds, are said to be the living liberated, and they continue in their living state, as if they are in their profound sleep. He who has contracted the members of his body, and curbed the organs of his senses in himself, from their respective outward objects, resembles a tortoise, that rests in quiet by contracting its limbs within itself. The universe resides in the universal soul, and continues therein in all the three present, past and future times, as the painting master of the mind draws the picture of the world in the aerial canvas. The variegated picture of the world, which is drawn by the painter of the mind in the empty air, is as void as the vacant air itself, and yet appearing as prominent as a figure in relief, and as plain as a pikestaff. Though the formless world rests on the plane of vacuity, yet the wondrous error of our imagination shows it as conspicuous to view, as a magician shows his aerial cottage to our deluded sight. As there is no difference in the plain surface of the canvas, which shows the swelling and depression of the figures in the picture to our sight, so there is no convexity or concavity in the dead flat of the spirit, which presents the uneven world to view. That is, all things are even in the spirit of God, however uneven they may appear to us. No, O friends, the picture of the world in the empty vacuum is as void as the vacuity itself. It rises and sets in the mind, as the temporary scenes which appear in imagination at the fit of a delirium. So is this world all hollow both in the inside and outside of it, though it appears as real as an air-drawn city of our imagination, by our prejudice or long habit of thinking it so. A deep-rooted prejudice cannot soon be removed. Without cogitation the truth appears as false, and the false as true as in a delirium, but by excogitation of it, the truth comes to light, and the error or untruth vanishes in nubila. As the autumnal sky, though it appears bright and clear to the naked eye, has yet the flimsy clouds flying over it, so the picture drawn over the plane of the inane mind, presents the figures of our fancied objects in it. Such is the appearance of our imaginary world and our fancied friends in the perspective of the mind. The baseless and unsubstantial world which appears on the outside, is but a fantasy and has no reality in it, and when there is nothing as you or I or anyone in real existence, say who can destroy one or be destroyed by another. Drive away your false conception of the slayer and slain from your mind, and rest in the pure and bright sphere of the divine spirit, because there is no stir or motion in the intellectual sphere of God, which is ever calm and quiet. All commotions appertain to the mental sphere, and the action of the restless mind. Know the mind to contain everything in its clear sphere, such as time and space, the clear sky, and all actions and motions and positions of things, as the area of a map presents the sites of all places upon its surface. Know the mind to be more inane and rarefied than the empty air, and it is upon that basis the painter of the intellect has drawn the picture of this immense universe. But the infinite vacuum being wholly inane, it has not that diversity and divisibility in it, as they exhibit themselves in the mind, in the rearing up and breaking down of its aerial castle. The imagination of the mind raises and erases its fabrics, but those of vacuum are fixed and firm forever. So the earthly mortals seem to be born and die away every moment, as the chargeful thoughts of the all-engrossing mind are ever rising and subsiding in it. Though the erroneous thoughts of the mind are so instantaneous and temporary, yet it has the power of stretching out the ideas of the length and duration of the world, as it has of producing new ideas of all things from nothing. So God created everything out of nothing. The mind has moreover the power of prolonging a moment to a kalpaj, as of enlarging a minim to a mountain, and of increasing a little to a multitude. It has the power also of producing a thing from nothing, and of converting one to another in a trice. It is this capacity of it, which gives rise to the erroneous conception of the world, in the same manner, as it raises the airy castle and fairy lands of its own nature in a moment. It has likewise brought this wondrous world into existence, which rose out in the twinkling of an eye, as a reflection and not creation of it. Because the disembodied mind cannot create any material thing. All these are but ideal forms and shadowy shapes of imagination, though they appear as hard and solid as adamant, they are the mistaken ideas of some unknown form and substance. Whether you desire or dislike your worldly interests, show me where lies its solidity, both in your solicitude as well as indifference about it. The mind being itself situated in the intellect of the divine contriver, the picture of the world, cannot have its place anywhere else. The world being in the mind, and this again in the divine intellect, the world must be situated also in the same, which is the main receptacle of the world also. Oh, how very wondrous bright is this prominent picture, which is drawn on no base or coating, and which is so conspicuous before us, in various pieces without any paint or color whereof it is made. Oh, how pleasant is this perspicuous picture of the world, and how very attractive to our sight. It was drawn on the inky coating of chaotic darkness, and exhibited to the full blaze of various lights, of the sun, moon, stars and primeval light. It is fraught in divers colors, and filled with various objects of our desire in all its different parts. It exhibits many shows which are pleasant to sight, and presents all things to view of which have the notions in our minds. It presents many planets and stars before us, shining in their different shapes and spheres all about. The blue vault of heaven resembling a cerulean lake, brightens with the shining sun, moon and stars liking its blooming and blossoming lotuses. There are the bodies of variegated clouds, pendant as the many-colored leaves of trees on the azure sky, and appearing as pictures of men, gods and demons, drawn over the domes of the three regions, of earth, heaven and hell below, in their various appearances of white, bright and dark. The fickle and playful painter of the mind has sketched and stretched out the picture of the sky, as an arena for the exhibition of the three worlds, as its three different stages, where all deluded peoples are portrayed as joyful players, acting their parts under the encircling light of the supreme intellect. Here is the actress with her sedate body of golden hue, and her thick braids of hair, her eyes glancing on the people with flashes of sunshine and moonbeams. The rising ground is her back and her feet reaching the infernal regions, and being clothed with the robe of the sastra, she acts the place of morality, opulence and the farce of enjoyments. The gods Brahma, Indra, Hari and Hara form her forearms of action. The property of goodness is her bodice, and the two virtues of discretion and apathy are her prominent breasts. The earth resting on the head of the infernal serpent is her lotus-like footstool upheld by its stalk. She is decorated on the face and forehead with the paints of mineral mountains, whose valleys and caves form belly and bowels. The fleeting glances of her eyes dispelling the gloom of night, and the twinkling of stars are as the erection of hairs on her body. The two rows of her teeth emitted the rays of flashing lightnings, and all earthly beings are as the hairs on her person, and rising as piles about the bulb of a kadamba flower. This earth is filled with living souls, subsisting in the spacious vacuum of the universal soul, and appearing as figures in painting drawn in it. This the skillful artist of the mind, that has displayed this elusive actress of the universe, to show her various features as in a puppet show. Then Yogi Rupnathji further said, "Look here, O friends, the great wonder which is manifest in this subject, it is the appearance of the picture, prior to that of the plane of the plan upon which it is drawing. The appearance of the mind or painting, before that of Viraj or the Spirit of God which exhibits the painting." Gloss. The prominence of the painting and the non-appearance of its basis must be as wondrous as the buoyancy of a block of stone, and the sinking down of gourd shell as is shown in a magic play. The universe resting in the vacuity of the Divine Spirit, appears as a picture on the tablet of the mind. Say then, how does this egoism or self-knowledge of your substantiality arise from the bosom of the vacuous nullity? That is, how can substantial spring from the unsubstantial, or something come out of nothing? All these being the vacant production of vacuum, are swallowed up likewise in the vacuous womb of an infinite vacuity. They are no more than hollow shadows of emptiness, and stretched out in empty air. This empty air is spread over with the snare of our desires, stretching as wide as the sphere of these outstretched worlds. It is the band of our desire that encircles the worlds as their great belt. The world is situated in Brahma as a reflection in the mirror, and is not subject to partition or obliteration, owing to its inherence in its receptacle, and its identity with the same. The indissoluble vacuum, being the nature of Brahma, is inseparable from his essence, for nobody is ever able to divide the empty air in twain or remove it from its place. It is owing to your ignorance of this, that your concupiscence has become congenial with your nature, which it is hard for it to get rid of, notwithstanding its being fraught with every virtue. He who has sown the smallest seed of desire in the soul of his heart, is confined as a lion in the cage, though he may be very wise and learned in all things. The desire which is habitual to one, grows as rank as a thick wood in his breast, unless it is burnt away in the seed by the knowledge of truth, when it cannot vegetate any more. This mind is no more inclined to anything, who has burnt away the seed of his desire at once. He remains untouched by pleasure and pain, like the lotus leaf amidst the water. Now therefore, O my old friends, do you remain calm and quiet in your spirit, be undaunted and devoid of all desire in your mind, melt down the mist of your mental delusion by the heat of your nirvana devotion, and from all that you have learnt from my holy lecture to you, remain in perfect tranquillity with your reliance in the Supreme Spirit. Then Yogi Rupnathji in further said, when you find the feelings and faculties of your heart and mind to be fully pacified by means of your knowledge, then understand your soul to have attained its tranquillity, and the property of goodness or purity of its nature. Sattva Swabhava. In this state, the soul becomes insensible of all mental thoughts, and full of intelligence in itself, and being freed from all inward and outward perceptions, it perceives in itself the one Brahma who is all and everywhere. No worldly being can observe this elevated state of the soul, as nobody can see the bird that has fled from the earth into the upper sky. The pure soul which is devoid of desire, becomes full of intelligence and spiritual light, and it is not to be perceived by even the foresighted observer. It is the soul's approximation to the divine state. Nobody can perceive this transcendental and transparent state of the soul, without purifying his desires at first. It is a state as imperceptible to the impure, as the minutest particle of an atom, is unperceivable by the naked eye. Attainment of this state, drives away the knowledge of all sensible objects as of pots, plates, and others. What thing therefore is so desirable, as to be worth desiring before the divine presence? As the frost and ice melt away before a volcanic mountain, so doth our ignorance fly afar, from the knowledge of the intellectual soul. That is, intellectual knowledge drives away all ignorance before it. What are these mean desires of us, that blow away like the dust of the earth, and what are our possessions and enjoyments but snares to entangle our souls? So long doth our ignorance, avidya, flaunt herself in her various shapes, as we remain ignorant of the pure and modest nature of our inmost souls in ourselves. Self-knowledge is shy and modest, while ignorance is full of vanity and boast. All outward appearances fade away and faint, before the naked eye, and appear in their pellucid forms in the inmost soul, which grasps the whole in itself, as the vacuum contains the plenum in it. That which shows all forms in it, without having or showing any form of itself, is that transcendent substance which is beyond description, and transcends our comprehension of it. Now get rid of the poisonous and cholic pain of your desire of gain, as also of the permanence of your own existence. Mutter to yourself the mantra of your resignation of desirables, and thus prosper in the world without fear for anything. Yogi Rupnathji further said, know the Supreme Soul, in which all things reside, from which everything has issued, and which is everything itself on all sides of us. It is changed through all, and is ever the same in itself. It seems to be afar though it is nearest to us, it appears to be ubiquitous though ever situated in everything. It is by that essence thou livest, and it is undoubtedly what thou art thyself. There is but one unity pervading over all varieties. Know that to be the highest predicament, which is above the knowables, and is knowledge or intelligence by itself, which is beyond our thoughts and thinkables, and is the thinking principle or intellect itself. It is preeminent consciousness and that supreme felicity, and passing wonder of our sight, which surpasses the majesty of majesties, and is the most venerable of venerables. This thing is the soul and its cognition. It is vacuum which is the immensity of the supreme Brahma. It is the chief good, summum bonum, which is felicity and tranquility itself, and it is full knowledge or omniscience, and the highest of all states. The soul that abides in the intellect, and is of the form of the conception of all things, that which feels and perceives everything, and remains by its own essence. It is the soul of the universe, like the oil of the sesame seed. It is the pith of the arbor of the world, its light and life of all its animal beings. It is the thread connecting all beings together like pearls in a necklace, which is suspended on the breast of empty air, the sukratma that connects all nature. It is the flavor of all things like the pungency of pepper. It is the essence of all substance, ens entium, and a verity which is the most excellent of all the truth of truths. It is the goodness of whatever is good, and the great or greatest good in itself, which by its omniscience becomes the all that is present in its knowledge, and which we take by our misjudgment for real entities in this world, when our ignorance mistakes the manifest world for its latent cause. We take ourselves the world in mistake of the soul, but all these mistaken entities vanish away before the light of reason. The vacuum of Brahma, or the space occupied by the Divine Spirit, is without its beginning and end, and cannot be comprehended within the limited space of our souls. Knowing this for certain, the wise are employed in their outward duties. That man is freed from his rising and setting, ups and downs, who rests always in the equanimity of his soul, and whose mind is never elated nor dejected at any event, but ever retains the evenness of its tenor. He whose mind is as vacant as the empty air, is called a Mahatma or great soul, and his mind resting in the state of unity, remains with the body in a state of sound sleep. But this evenness is inadmissible in business and behavior to a preceptor. The man of business also who preserves the evenness of his mind, remains as undisturbed under the press of his duties, as the reflection of one in a mirror. They are both the same, being but shadows of reality. He who retains the impression in his mind, in their even and unvaried state, like images in a mirror, is himself as a reflection in the divine intellect. All beings live and move inseparably in the intellect of God. Gloss. So let a man discharge the customary duties of life as they occur to him, with the pure transparent of his mind, as all the creatures of God perform their several parts, like images imprinted in the divine intellect. There is no unity nor duality in the divine intellect, where the images are neither inseparably attached to nor detached from it. The application of the words I and thou to one or the other is all relate to the same, and they have come to use from the instruction of our elders. Human language is learned by imitation. The intellect which of itself is tranquil in itself, that is, in its own nature, acts its wonders in itself, that is, displays or develops itself in the very intellect. It is the pulsation of intellect which displays the universe, as its vivarta or development, and this pulsation is the omnipotence of God. The pulsation of the divine intellect being put to a stop, there ensues a cessation of the course of the universe, and as it with the supreme intellect, so it is with its parts of individual intellects, whose action and inaction spread out and curb the sphere of their thoughts. What is called consciousness or its action, is a non-entity in nature, and that which is a mere vacuum, is said to be the subtle body of the intellect. That is, the intellectual powers have no material forms. The world appears as an entity, by our thinking it as such, but it vanishes upon our ceasing to think as such, like the disappearance of figures in a picture, when it is burnt down to ashes. The world appears as one with the deity, to one who sees the unity only in himself. It is the vibration of the intellect only, that caused the revolution of worlds, as the turning of a potter's wheel, is caused by the rotatory motion given to it. As the measure, shape and form of the ornament are not different from the gold, so the action of the intellect, is not separate from it, and it is this which forms the world, as the gold, becomes the ornament and the world and intellect are the same thing, as the ornament and its gold. The mind is the pulsation of the intellect, and it is want of this knowledge that frames a separate world, as it is ignorance of the gold work, that makes the jewel appear as another thing. The mind being wholly absorbed in the intellect, there remains this pure intellect alone, as the nature of one's self or soul being known, there is an end of worldly enjoyments. He that has known the intellectual world, is not deluded by his sensuous mind, and whoever has tasted his spiritual bliss, does not thirst for sensual pleasures. Disregard of enjoyments is an education of the highest wisdom, hence no kind of enjoyments is acceptable to the wise. Cursed are they that hunger and thirst for enjoyments of this world. Know this to be another indication of wisdom, that no man that has eaten to satiety has ever a zest for any bad food that is offered to him. That is, no sensual pleasure is delectable before spiritual bliss. Another sign of wisdom is our natural aversion to enjoyments, and is the sense of one's perception of all pleasures, in the vibrations of his intellect, that is, the mind is the storehouse of all pleasures. He is known as a wise man, who has this good habit of his deeply rooted in his mind, and he is said to be an intelligent man, who refrains from enjoying whatever is enjoyable in this world. Again, whoso pursues after his perfection, in pursuance of the examples of others, doth strike the air with a stick, or beat the bush in vain in search of the same, because it requires sincerity of purpose to be successful in anything, and not the bodily practices of the ignorant, as they do in Hatha Yoga. Sometimes they emaciate and torture the body in order to have a full view of the inner soul, because they think to be an envelope of the soul, and an obstruction to its full sight, but the intellectual soul, being settled in 1,000 objects of its intelligence, it sees only errors instead of the light of the soul. So the hermits, ascetics, monks, and friars emaciate their bodies, and the religious fanatics torture their persons in vain. So long doth the unconscious spirit flutter in its fickleness, and goes on roving from one object to another, as the light of the understanding do not rise and shine within it. The ignorant are strangers to rest and quiet. But no sooner doth the light of the tranquil intellect appear in its brightness within the inward soul, than the flattering of the fickle spirit is put to flight, like the flickering of a lamp after it is extinguished. There is no such thing as vibration nor suspension of the tranquil spirit, because the quiescent soul neither moves forward or backward, nor has its motion in any direction. The soul that is neither unconscious of itself, nor has any vibration in it, is said to be calm and quiet, and as it remains in the state of its indifference to vibrations, and gains its forms of pure transparence, it is no more liable to its bondage in life, nor inquires its moksha liberation to set it free from regeneration. The soul that is settled in itself, or the supreme soul, has no fear of bondage nor need of its liberation also, and the intellect being without its intellection, or having no object to dwell upon, becomes unconscious both of its existence as well as extinction. One that is absorbed in his self-meditation, is unconscious of everything in is et non is. He that is full in himself with the Spirit of God, is equally ignorant both of his bondage and liberation, because the desire of being liberated, indicates want of one's self-sufficiency and perfection, or rather the sense of his bondage, from which he wants to be liberated. Let me then have my equanimity and not my liberation. This desire is also a bondage in itself, and it is the unconsciousness of these, which is reckoned as our chief good. For know the supreme state to be that, which is pure intelligence and without a shadow. The restoration of the intellect to its proper form consists in divesting it of all its intelligibles, and that form of it, which is marked by desire or the prurient soul, is no more than the oscillation of the great intellect. All animal souls are vibrations of the divine spirit. That only is subject to bondage and liberation, which is seen and destructible in its nature, that is, the visible and perishable body, and not the invisible soul, which take the name of ego, and has no position nor form or figure of itself. We know not what thing it is, that is brought under or loosened from bondage by anyone. It is not the pure desire which the wise form for themselves, and does not affect the body. It is the vibration of mind acting upon the body, and causing its actions that subjects to bondage. It is therefore, that the wise practice the restraint of their respiring breath, in order to restrain their desires and actions, and being devoid of these, they become as the pure intellect. These being suppressed, the idea of the world is lost in the density of the intellect, because the thoughts of the mind are caused by the vibration of the intellect only, and set in also in the same. Thus there remains nothing, nor any action of the body or mind, except the vibration of the intellect, and the phenomenal world is no other than a protracted dream from one side to another. The learned are not deluded by these appearances, which they know to be exhibitions of their own minds. Know in thy meditation within thyself that recondite soul, which gives rise to our consciousness of the essences of things, appearing incessantly before us, and in which all these phantasms of our brain dissolve as dirt in the water, and in which all our perceptions and conceptions of the passing world are flowing on as in a perpetual stream. Yogi Rupnathji says, we are shining here as a created being by the previous birth of Brahma, but in fact, the reflection of soul shines forever nothing besides. Owing to the omnipresence of consciousness, all beings exist as reality everywhere, and if she rises from unreal knowledge, inanimates as real knowledge destroys the unreal one. Vice versa. Therefore whatever comes from these five elements, is but transitory, but owing to the firm belief on ego, we enjoy a firm faith for the same. In a dream, we see good many things as reality, but as soon the dream is over, we do not find the things dreamt of, so we see the reality of the world, as long we remain in ignorance. O friends, as the dreaming man counts his dream as reality, owing to his faith on it, so this world appears a reality, like the Supreme God who has no beginning and end. That which is to be created by the dreaming man, is to be called his own, as we can say by guessing knowledge, what is in the seed, is in the fruit. Whatever comes from non-entity, is to be called non-entity, and that which is unreal though it can be workable, is not reasonable to think good. As the thinking result of unreality is to be given up, so the firm faith which is arising by the dreaming man, is to be given up likewise. Whatever soul creates in dream is our firm belief, but that remains only for a time being, hence it is a circ, non-entity. Brahma's long-drawn portion is this entity, hence we think also the same, but in fact, this entity is a moment to Brahma. Consciousness is the creator of all elements, she creates everything according to her model, hence creator and creation are one and the same. As the backward and forward whirling motion of water makes the deep to swell, and as also fairy comes near in a dream, so all these are in reality nothing. So this entity with its change of creation, sustentation and destruction, is nothing. In whatever manner we look object, that will appear in return in the same manner. State, what it produces in sleeping state, though it has a power to create something out of nothing, as the production is not in the world, but owing to ignorance it appears so. In the three worlds we see wondrous objects, as we see fire burning in the water like a submarine fire. Good many cities exist in vacuity, as birds and stars remain in the sky. We find lotus in a stone like trees growing without an earth. One country gives every kind of object to the seeker, like a tree that gives all objects to the seeker, Kalpatharu, and also we see in a stone and rows of jewels, that is counting beads, giving fruits like fruitful trees. Life exists within a stone, Salgram, as frog exists. Stone gives water as moonstone gives. In a dream within a minute good many things can be made and unmade, which in fact, are unreal like one's death in a dream. The natural water of the elements remains in the sky, that is, in the cloud, when the heavenly river Mandakini remains in vacuity. The heavy stone flies in the air, when the winged mountain does so. Everything to be got in stone, when everything can be secured from the philosopher's stone. In the garden of bliss of Indra every desired object to be got, but in salvation such kind of desired object is wanting. Even dull matter acts like machine, hence every object acts like wonderful erroneous magic. By magical art, that is, Gandharva Vidya, we see even impossible objects such as two moons, Kavandhas, mantras, drugs, and Pishacha. All these are the works of wonderful erroneous magic, which are in fact nothing. We see impossibility as real as we see possibility, hence impossibility becomes real by our erroneous ideas only. The erroneous dream though it appears as real is in fact unreal, as that which is not real does not exist, which is real does exist, unity is real, duality is unreal, hence existence and non-existence are one and the same. So this dreaming creation is looked by all worldly being here as real, as dreamer takes his dream a reality. By passing from one era to another era, from one dream to another, one firm faithful being comes out. As a stray deer falls into the pit repeatedly for green grass, so ignorant man repeatedly falls into the pit of this world, owing to his ignorance. Yogi Rupnathji then says, in further that, the Hamsa ascetic wears matter hair, puts on the forehead the mark of either the horizontal lines of holy ash or the perpendicular one of sandal, subsists on food gathered as alms without restriction and wears a piece of loincloth. The Paramahamsa ascetic is devoid of tuft and sacred thread, receives alms in the vessel of his hands, wears a single loincloth, has a single, patched, garment, one bamboo staff, either wears a single garment or is smeared with holy ashes and has discarded all possessions and attachments. The Turyakita ascetic subsists of fruits, receiving them in his mouth like a cow. If he eats cooked rice, he receives them as alms, from 3 houses. He has his body alone left to him, without any possessions and attachment, is unclad, dressed by the points of the compass, and treats his body as if it were a corpse. The Avdhuta ascetic has no fixed rules. He eats food like a python as and when he gets it, from persons of all castes except those who are fallen or accursed, and is ever intent on meditation on the nature of the self. I am not surely of this world consisting of trees, grass and mountains. How can I, the Supreme Being, be this external phenomenon, which is intensely inert? I am not the body which is non-sentient and perishable in a short time. I am not the sound which is non-sentient, coming from void and of the form of void and which remains for a short period grasped by the inert cavity of the ear. I am not the touch which is non-sentient but which has life granted to it by the favor of consciousness and which can be experienced by skin of momentary existence and in no other way. I am not the taste which is non-sentient, dependent on matter and of short duration, insignificant and brought into existence by the fickle tongue aided by the fickle mind. I am not the form, Rupa, which is non-sentient, non-existent in the soul witness, Brahman, perishable and which rests on sight and the object of sight which have but momentary existence. I am not the smell which is non-sentient, subtle and of indefinable form and brought into existence by the perishable nose which is dead to smell. I am pure consciousness alone which is devoid of parts, mindness, and thought and which is quiescent and beyond the delusions of the 5 senses. I am consciousness alone, devoid of a place of worship, and am illuminator, omnipresent, externally and internally, devoid of parts and stain, the light of distinctionless consciousness, all-pervading and one alone. It is only by me, the consciousness, that all things such as pots and garments up to the sun are illumined by self-effulgence as by a lamp. It is only by me, with my inwardly shining effulgence, that the various senses are active just as the mass of sparks shine due to fire which is blazing within. This pure eye of consciousness, which enjoys endless bliss and which shines even when all others are extinct, is victoriously present in all eyes. Salutation, salutation to myself alone who am present in all other beings and consist of consciousness free from the restriction of an object to be known and am of the form of the individual self, consciousness. The various clearly seen powers, such as those of earth, etc., are, really, rendered variegated by consciousness which is free of change, one whole and free from the limitation of time and parts, color. Of consciousness which is beyond the three durations, of past, present and future, is devoid of the restriction of perceivability of objects and which discards individuality of the soul, there remains the oneness alone, of the self and Brahman. Indeed the same, consciousness, being beyond the reach of words, seems to remain as having reached the state of the conclusion of selfishness, that is, the state of non-duality, as if it were eternal non-existence. The same consciousness, slightly encompassed by impurities of desires and non-desires, is unable to rise high like a female bird bound by a string. People, overcome by the delusion, caused by the pairs of opposites, which is born of desire and hatred, become similar to worms which are sunk in the cavities of the earth. Salutation to the Atman, to you, who are non-different from consciousness. I am now seized of the truth, I am awakened, I have risen above delusion. I am lifted up from doubts, I am what I am. Salutation to you and to me, the eternal, to you and to me consisting of consciousness. Salutation to you, the Supreme God, and salutation to me, the Shiva. Though seated, the Atman is not seated, though going he does not go. Though quiescent he is engaged in activities, though performing action he is not tainted. He is eminently accessible, he is easily known like a close kinsman, he is the bee in the interior of the lotus of the body of all. I have no desire for the state of enjoyment nor for abandoning enjoyment. Let come what may, let go what may. When the mind is quelled in itself and has become free of egotism and when ideation is dissolved in itself I remain, alone, happy. My enemy, duality, remains, that is absorbed, in the pure Atman of vibration alone, without ideation, egotism, mind and desire. Breaking the bonds of intense desires from the cage of my body I know not where the female bird of non-ego has flown up and gone. He who has no egotism, whose intellect is not tainted, and who is equanimous to all beings. His life shines bright. He who looks at this phenomenal world, like an impartial witness with his mind, being cool within, is freed of love and hatred, has his life blessed. He who, understanding correctly, abandons both the undesirables and the desirables and places his mind in its quiescence, has his life blessed. When the connecting link between the object and the person, who grasps it, has vanished peace comes well into being. When peace has established itself, it is called liberation. Like parched seeds there is no more sprouting of worldly birth, the latent desires become pure in the heart of those who are liberated while living. Latent desire of a realized soul, is purifying, highly proper, falls within the scope of pure nature, consists of meditation on the Atman and is eternal, it remains as if in deep sleep. Understanding without the mind is indeed said to be the individual consciousness. As it is of the nature of the quiescent mind there is not the impurity of comprehension, of distinctions. Where the mind is rendered quiescent, there is truth and auspiciousness, it is the true state, it is omniscience and it is indeed complete satisfaction. When speaking, giving, taking, opening and closing the eyes, I am purely consciousness, the bliss, that comes of, discarded thinking process. Having discarded the impurity of things to be known, rendering the mind thoroughly quiescent and cutting off the fire of the bond of desire, I am pure consciousness alone. I have set at rest thoughts good and bad, am without worry, rid of ideation of the pleasant and the unpleasant, I am pure consciousness alone. Yogi Rupnathji thus again says, Lord Krishna stated in Gita, says that, taught this immortal, everlasting Yoga faction, Karma Yoga, to the sun god Vivaswan. Vivaswan taught this knowledge to his son Manu, and Manu taught this knowledge to his son Ikshvaku. By handing down this knowledge of yoga from generation to generation, this knowledge slowly deteriorated, and finally disappeared. O Arjuna, I reveal this ancient and most important secret of yoga unto you because you are my dear devotee and friend. Arjuna asked Lord Krishna, Dear Lord, your birth on earth is very recent. The sun, however, took birth an extremely long time ago. I find it difficult then to understand how you could have told this ancient secret to Vivaswan the sun god, where Arjuna is Jivatma himself. Then the Lord looked upon Arjuna and replied, Arjuna, the answer to your question is simple. You are forgetting, O son of Kunti, that both you and I have taken many births in this world together. However, only I, Lord, can remember this, you cannot. O Arjuna, although birth and death do not exist for me, since I am the immortal Lord, I appear on earth, by my divine powers and ability, keeping my nature, Maya, under control. O Arjuna, whenever good is overcome by evil, or whenever evil manifests itself throughout the world in such a way that good no longer exists, I will always appear on earth. O Arjuna, I appear on earth from time to time for three main purposes. The first is for the protection and preservation of all that represents good, and of all those pure and saintly people on earth. The second purpose for which I appear on earth is for the destruction and removed and wrongdoers. The third purpose is, of course, for the establishment and creation, or recreation, of them, righteousness or reinstating moral values among people on earth. O Arjuna, I was born divinely, all my action, karma, are divine. The one who knows and understands this fully in reality, is not born again after leaving the body. He comes to me in heaven for eternity. O Arjuna, if one really to seek refuge and be one with me, he must totally free himself from passion, fear and anger, seek my protection only, and purify himself with the fire of Gyan, knowledge. If one manages to accomplish these things, he will be able to become one with me in mind and body. O Arjuna, those people who love, trust and worship me receive the same love, trust and worship from me. All wise men follow me in all respects. They follow my every path. O Arjuna, those who do actions or karma for the fulfillment of their desires and goals, and those who worship deities, gods and goddesses, for their prosperity, they will undoubtedly achieve success quickly. I, the Lord, O Arjuna, am the creator of the four castes, namely, Brahman, Kshatriya, Vaishya and Sudra. You must understand, Arjuna, that I who created these four orders of society, am a non-doer. O Arjuna, since I, the immortal Lord, have no cravings for the fruits of action, I do not desire the reward of karma. Therefore those who know me well are not affected or bound by karma, action. O Arjuna, ancient wise men who were searching for salvation in me, knew the facts well. However, they even performed actions. Therefore, O Arjuna, continue performing your actions, doing your karma as your ancestors once did in the past. Even the wise men are confused about karma, action, and akarma, inaction. I shall now explain to you the truth about karma. Knowing the truth, O Arjuna, you will be released from the bondage of karma. One should know the principle of karma, action, akarma, inaction, and forbidden karma, forbidden action. The philosophy behind karma is very deep and mysterious. So listen closely. One who sees action, karma, in inaction, akarma, and inaction in action, is a wise man and a great sage. That man who has accomplished all actions is a yogi. One who does all karma without desire or attachment for the fruits of his karma, and one whose actions are burnt up in the of Gyan or wisdom, is regarded by even the wise men as a sage. He who is totally unattached to the rewards of action, is forever happy and satisfied, who depends on nobody in this world, and is constantly involved in action, is really performing no action at all. That person, O Arjuna, who has conquered his body and mind, who has given up all enjoyments and pleasures of the world, and who performs action only for the sake of maintaining his body, does not encounter or subject himself to sin. A person who is content with what he has, who has no feeling of desire for other things, or uncertainty of any type, who has shed his envious feelings and who is above all even-minded in success and failure, such a person is no longer bound by karma even if he still performs karma. A person who has no attachment to anything whatsoever in this world, whose heart is set on acquiring jnana, wisdom, who works for the sake of sacrifice, and is a totally liberated person from the world, all actions for this person melt away and are meaningless. The offerings in a sacrifice are Brahma, God, the sacrificial fire is Brahma, God, the one who performs the sacrifice is Brahma, the sacrifice itself is Brahma, the person performing the action of sacrifice is placed in Brahma and will reach Brahma, the ultimate goal of sacrifice. Some yogis prefer to perform sacrifice through the worship of deities, gods and goddesses. Other yogis perform sacrifice to Brahma in the form of fire. Some offer, in the fire of self-control, one of their senses such as their hearing. This signifies that the signifier has no attachment to any of his senses. Others offer sensual objects, objects of perception, such as sound, in the fire of controlled senses, signifying that the sacrificer has the willpower and restraint not to let his senses be influenced by evil, sin, or sensual objects of destruction. Some yogis sacrifice all the functions of their senses and all their vital functions of life, into the fire of yoga, in the shape of self-control, which is kindled by jnana, wisdom. This signifies the sacrificer's one-mindedness with the Lord, the supreme goal. Sacrifices come in many forms. Giving away material wealth for charity is a sacrifice. Austerity is a sacrifice. Yoga is a sacrifice. Making vows and promises involve sacrifice. Even self-study is a sacrifice. Other yogis, wise men, perform sacrifice by controlling the amount of breaths they take. By holding in their breath for a long period of time while pronouncing my name, they increase their life's longevity. This act is known as pranayam. Others perform sacrifice by controlling what they eat, fasting. Those whose sins have been destroyed by sacrifice, understand the power and importance of sacrifice. O Arjuna, only those people who have sacrificed to achieve wisdom and knowledge of jnana, go to Brahma, the creator of all beings and God of wisdom in the world. Without performing some sort of sacrifice in life, one cannot possibly remain happy in this world, not to mention the afterworld. O Arjuna, many sacrifices are mentioned extensively throughout the Vedas. All of these sacrifices involve some sort of action or karma to be performed. With this knowledge in mind, you will achieve the state of unattached karma, or action done without the expectation of any results. O Arjuna, sacrifice of wisdom, jnana, is always better than sacrifice of material objects because all actions end with jnana. O Arjuna, learn the principles of jnana and ask questions about jnana respectfully and with determination, from those who fully understand the principles of jnana. Thai will explain. Jnana. To you. Knowing jnana, you will never be in the confused state as you are in now. O Arjuna, through jnana, you will see all beings within yourself, and thereafter, all beings in me. O Arjuna, even if you are the greatest sinner in the world, this river of sins can be crossed with the boat of jnana. O Arjuna, as the burning fire reduces fuel to ashes, in this same way, karma, attached karma binding a person to the material world, is burnt down with the fire of jnana. In this world, O Arjuna, there is no greater purifier than jnana or wisdom itself. The person who has mastered yoga to perfection feels wisdom in his soul at the proper time. To obtain jnana, one must conquer the senses, and develop a real devotion and faith towards the Lord. When one obtains jnana, he has discovered the key to supreme peace. If a person is ignorant of the knowledge of God, the person who lacks faith in God and the one who is full of doubts in his own self, will undoubtedly be destroyed. If one has doubts, he can never achieve peace and bliss in the world, nor in the afterworld. one who has rid himself of attached karma by practicing yoga and one who has rid himself of doubts by achieving jnana, he is a self-realized person and is not bound by attached karma. Hence, be established in yoga by cutting the ignorance-born doubt about the self with the sword of knowledge. Stand up, O Bharata. O Arjuna, both the paths of yoga and sannyas lead one to supreme bliss and happiness. However, I shall always regard yoga as the better path to the attainment of supreme peace and unity with me, than the path of sannyas. O Arjuna, a true sannyasi is one who has no doubts about anything he does or encounters in his life, who has no enemies whatsoever, and above all, who is free from all desires for material objects. If he has accomplished all these bondages of the world. O Arjuna, in essence, yoga and sannyas are the same because both of these achieve the same goal. Those who consider yoga and sannyas as two different paths leading to the achievement of two different goals, are ignorant. When one is fully absorbed and established in either one of yoga or sannyas, he achieves the results of both of these sacred institutions. Yoga or sannyas, together known as Sankhyoga, both attain the same goal for he who follows either of these paths. Only he who considers yoga and sannyas as one, sees the ultimate truth, the Lord. O my dear Arjuna, in order for one to achieve sannyas, he must practice karma yoga, doing karma or actions without attachment or desire to see the results of those actions. If one is successful in performing karma yoga, that is karma without attachment to results, he shall realize God very quickly. The karma yogi is a purified being who has conquered the self. He does not center his life around himself but around the achievement of being one with God. He detaches himself from his senses, centering all his thoughts on God and achieving everlasting peace and happiness by breaking free of all material bondage to the world. He who comes to the realization that, although he is physically performing actions such as seeing, hearing, touching, smelling, eating, walking, sleeping, breathing, speaking, receiving, sacrificing, opening and closing eyes, and so on, that he is actually doing nothing, is a yogi. O Arjuna, the truly wise yogi knows that in reality, only the senses are acting among their sense objects. One who leaves all the results of his actions to God and performs karma without attachment, is immune to all sins of the world in the same way as a lotus leaf remains unmoistened when placed in water. O Arjuna, yogis purify their souls by abolishing any feelings of attachment within themselves by performing karma through mind, body, intellect, and senses. When a yogi has reached a state of true self-realization by leaving all fruits and results of karma in the hands of the Lord, he achieves true peace and happiness. However, he who does karma, actions, for a selfish motive and for the attainment of fruits of his actions, never becomes free of the bondages of desire for material pleasures. A person, having self-control, and mentally freeing himself of all actions, by the uninterest in results of actions, in really performs no actions whatsoever. By mentally detaching himself of all karma, a man may live in true bliss and peace in his body of 9 openings. The Lord does not create the performance of actions, or karma, nor karma itself, nor even the result of karma. It is simply all due to nature performing its function in the world. However, nature derives its motivation power from God. The all-pervading Lord receives neither the good nor the bad karma of anyone. People are from time to time deluded because their knowledge, jnana, is covered up or blinded by ignorance, agyan. People's achievement of knowledge of their self has allowed them to destroy their ignorance or remove their lack of knowledge, agyan. They soon find that the knowledge they acquire radiates the light of God within them. O Arjuna, total liberation and everlasting peace is achieved only by those whose mind and intellect constantly dwells on God and who have destroyed all sin by achieving jnana, knowledge. The wise men treat everybody as equals, O Arjuna, whether it be a learned and cultured Brahman, a cow, an elephant, or a dog and an outcast. He not differentiate between anybody. O Arjuna, those who are even-minded and treat everybody as equals in all respects, have reached the ultimate goal of life and have conquered the whole world because God is perfect, without defect, and makes no distinction also. Therefore, they are in reality one with God. One truly becomes established in God when neither good circumstances make him happy, no bad circumstance make him miserable. When a person reaches this type of balance in intellect and emotion, without a single doubt, with true knowledge of God, becomes eternally fixed in him. O Arjuna, a person who has totally detached himself from the material world and is happy and satisfied within his own self, attains eternal peace. When a person is truly established in the yoga of God, service, devotion and prayers to him, he experiences true, eternal bliss without a doubt, O Arjuna. When one's senses make contact with sensual, material goods, Arjuna, these desire-evoking objects are the cause of misery. These objects may appear enjoyable to material pleasure seekers. These enjoyments are temporary, having a beginning and an end. When one develops a habitual desire for these artificial enjoyments, O Arjuna, he falls into deep misery and irrational behavior as soon as these pleasures have disappeared from him. Thus, O son of Kunti, do not get involved with these temporary pleasures if you wish to avoid misery. A person who has learned to withstand the forces of desire and anger brought on by material pleasures, before he leaves his body, is a true yogi who is happy and in a mentally and physically peaceful state with himself forever. One who is truly happy, peaceful and enlightened with his soul, that wise man, yogi, has combined with the Supreme Soul, God, as one and attains freedom from all bondages to the world. Those wise men or sages who have abolished and destroyed all their sins with the achievement of true Gyan, knowledge, and who have devoted themselves to the welfare of other beings, attain supreme and eternal peace. O Arjuna, all of those wise men, yogis, who have learned to control their minds, have learned to conquer and abolish all of the desires and anger within them, and have truly realized God, attain freedom and liberation from worldly ties in all respects. A person who has totally detached himself from sense objects that give temporary pleasure and enjoyment, he who has learned to control and equalize the number of breaths going outwards and inwards through the nostrils, he who has brought his senses, mind and intellect under full control, and he who is desire-less, fearless and without anger, is always a free and liberated wise man. O Arjuna, he who shall consider me the enjoyer of sacrifices and all that is internally pure, and who is devoted to me, the God of all worlds and well-wisher of all beings, attains true, everlasting peace. A sannyasi is one who performs action or duty, karma, without desiring any reward or other results for his actions. One cannot be a sannyasi or a yogi by simply not performing karma. O Arjuna, consider sannyas and yoga as one and the same, just as one becomes a sannyasi by giving up all desires. Similarly, to be a yogi one must do the same. For one who wishes to establish himself in the divinity of yoga, O Arjuna, he must follow the method of doing karma without desires of any sort. For giving up all worldly thoughts is the path that will lead you to being fully and truly established in yoga, dear Arjuna. While trying to become a yogi, perform karma, action, without any desires, unattached karma. After you have become a true yogi, resign yourself from all attachments to the world. When one is no longer attached to sensual objects or to the karma that he does, and when he has totally rid himself of all desires, at that time, a person is considered to be fully and undoubtedly established in yoga. Dear Arjuna, one should lift himself through his own efforts. His success or failure in performing his karma should be the result of his own doing. Should a man fail, he should not degrade himself, O Arjuna, for he is his own true friend as well as his own true enemy. The true self, soul, is only its own friend if it is free from attachment and in control of its own mind, body and senses. However, dear Arjuna, if one's soul is not in control of mind, body and senses, then the soul is its own enemy. One who has truly achieved peace with the self and a balance in cold and heat, joy and sorrow, respect and disrespect, has a purified and liberated soul. God dwells in souls such as these, and the soul thereby becomes truly divine. When one's mind is at peace and fully contented with the Gyan, knowledge or wisdom, it has acquired, one whose mind is constantly stable and fixed in God, who has controlled his senses well and considers dirt, stone and gold as one, is said to have achieved unity with God. He is the perfect yogi, O Arjuna. One who thinks about and behaves with dear ones, friends, enemies, neutral ones, mediators, malicious people, relatives, saints and sinful people, in the same manner, is truly a superior person. A yogi who is free of all desires and greed, who has controlled his mind, body and senses, should sit alone and engage himself only in concentrating his thoughts on me, meditation. For proper meditation, the yogi should seek a clear spot, covered with grass, deer skin and or clothing, which is neither very high nor very low, to seat himself. He should then practice yoga for the purpose of purifying his mind and soul, focusing his thoughts on one point, God, at all times, and fully controlling the function of mind and senses. While meditating, one must keep the head, neck and torso, upper body, as straight and as steady as possible, without even a slight movement. Firmly looking at the tip of the nose and looking in no other direction whatsoever. In this way, the true, self-controlled yogi will inevitably attain eternal peace and be in the highest state of bliss by fixing his mind on me during proper meditation. There must be a constant balance in everything a yogi does. Eating too much or eating very little, sleeping too much or sleeping very little, for example, are not methods of succeeding in this yoga. O Arjuna, only those people who eat, live, work and sleep moderately, and destroy all misery, succeed in this yoga. When one has freed himself of all desires, he will then always be firmly established in yoga. When one has full control of his mind, he will be fully established in God. Just as the flame of a lamp does not flicker in a place without wind, in the same way the controlled mind of the yogi does not get distracted by worldly objects or pleasures. By the practice of yoga, one's mind becomes peaceful and calm, and the mind that has truly realized God through meditation attains spiritual happiness, enjoyment and bliss only in God. O Arjuna, the limitless and everlasting joy and bliss that a true yogi feels cannot be perceived by the ordinary senses, but can only be felt by a person who has a subtle, keen and clever intellect. When this yogi has discovered this true happiness, he will never stray or move away from the truth, Arjuna. Having achieved this divine state of bliss, dear Arjuna, the yogi realizes that no other state or condition could be greater. Thus even the most intense pains will never lead the yogi astray from truth or devotion to me, the Supreme Soul. Yoga is the means to liberate, free, one from all miseries of the world. Yoga should always be practical with a fixed mind and determination. Once one has completely given up all desires created from his imagination, and once one has learned to mentally control all of his senses, one slowly and gradually becomes peaceful. A true yogi with a steady intellect fixes his mind only on God and thinks of nothing else but the Lord. Once one has completely given up all desires created from his imagination, and once one has learned to mentally control all of his senses, one slowly and gradually becomes peaceful. A true yogi with a steady intellect fixes his mind only on God and thinks of nothing else but the Lord. The unsteady, wandering and constantly distracted mind should always be controlled and fixed in God. The true yogi has a peaceful mind, is free from sin and all evils of the world, becomes an eternal bliss. The sinless yogi is constantly engaged in yoga, and experiences no difficulty in achieving the greatest bliss and happiness of all, O Arjuna. That is, uniting and being one with me, the Lord. The wise man who is forever engaged in performing yoga, never discriminates against anybody because he sees his own self in all beings, and all beings within his own self. O Arjuna, he who truly sees me everywhere he looks, sees me in everything. I am always there within his sight, and he is also always within my sight. O Arjuna, I am present in all beings. He who worships me with a steady, peaceful and undistracted mind, is a true yogi, and he dwells within me in my heart always. Dear Arjuna, the yogi who looks upon all beings as his own self, treats all beings equally, and considers happiness and misery as the same, is truly a great being himself. Arjuna asked Sri Krishna, Dear Lord, I simply cannot regard the yoga of even-mindedness as a firm and stable exercise because of the instability of the mind itself. Dear Krishna, the mind is truly very unstable, forceful and strong. It is just as difficult to control as the flow of the wind. Lord Sri Krishna replied, Dear Arjuna, undoubtedly, the mind, as you say, is difficult to control, yet with practice, determination and detachment, it can be controlled. In my opinion, O Arjuna, without a controlled mind, it is difficult for one to attain yoga, attaining God. However, with a reasonable effort, the yoga of even-mindedness, path to achieving the Lord, can be achieved by a person who has learned to control his senses. Arjuna asked, Dear Krishna, what becomes of a man who has a firm belief in yoga and has set foot on the path of yoga, but allows his mind to deviate or stray from this path which leads to perfection? What happens to a man who can no longer continue on this path leading to the attainment of God, yoga? Is he destroyed and does he lose both worlds of yoga, God realization, and that of worldly enjoyment just as the clouds are scattered by the winds? Lord Krishna, this is one of the doubts I have in my mind. You can remove it entirely. If anybody can remove all my doubts, Krishna, it is you, and only you. Nobody else can clear my doubts completely. Lord Krishna replied, Dear Arjuna, the answer to your question is quite simple. A person who strives for God realization, yoga, never suffers deterioration or destruction. He is never destroyed in this world or in the other world regardless of whether he realizes me fully or not. The unsuccessful person in yoga, dear Arjuna, achieves an abode or home in heaven, the place of pious, pure. He stays there for a long time and after a while, takes birth in the house of noble people of good conduct. Dear Arjuna, if he does not take birth in a noble family of good conduct, then he will be born into a family of wise yogis. Such a birth in the world is difficult to find and can only be achieved if your actions are pious, good-natured and unsinful. When a man takes birth in his next life, he attains the wisdom he had achieved from the pious actions he performed in the pious actions of his past life. He tries harder once more to achieve true eternal peace and happiness in God through yoga. As a result of the religious practices of his past life, he remains free of attachments and is attracted towards God by constantly practicing yoga, although he may be under bad and unfavorable influences. After practicing yoga during many births, thereby destroying all sins and totally purifying the self, the yoga attains the supreme state, that is, salvation, total liberation from the world. O Arjuna, the yogi is superior to all those who perform religious sacrifices and superior to those who read holy scriptures and, of course, to those who perform attached karma. Therefore, Arjuna, you should strive to be a yogi. Of all the yogis, the one who has complete faith in me, whose mind is attached to me only, and who continually worships me, is absolutely the superior among all yogis. Different than its own spacetime, which is another uncertain inanimate thought particle by with momentum as of different torsional spacetime, the personality as of non-existent work. Says Yogi Rupnathji. Yogi Rupnathji then says, I would explain this all based on inside experience. The personal knowledge, that this sun is Brahman, is got by chanting Ajfa Gayatri as, Hamsa Soham. The ever-joyous Paramatma would set in if, after controlling prana and apana by pranayam, and attaining it, pranayam, by constant and long practice of purka and ritka, macro, micro as well as together, and making the mind concentrate on the same Brahman in 3 stages. It would shine like 1000 suns and would be complete like the shoreless sea. Then Yogi Rupnathji says, the mind is said to be of 2 kinds, pure and impure. The mind engrossed in worldly desires and pursuits is said to be impure, and the one free from desires is pure. The cause of bondage, as well as liberation, is mind itself. When it is entangled in the enjoyment of sense objects, one is bound, and when it is free from the sense experience, one is liberated. Therefore, those who desire liberation must always keep the mind free from worldly desire. Being free from the attachment of enjoying sense objects, the mind becomes one-pointed in the heart and loses its unsteady nature. Then and only then one reaches Brahman, the supreme state. As long as the mind does not concentrate in the heart, it is necessary to keep it away from worldly pleasures. This is true knowledge and true liberation. On the other hand, there is the vastness of the scriptures. Brahman, the supreme being, is neither comprehensible nor incomprehensible by the mind. Though it is incomprehensible, it becomes comprehensible by the pure mind. One who ponders over Brahman, who is the same homogeneous being everywhere, indeed, reaches Brahman. At first, one should resort to yoga sadhana, the discipline of yoga with the help of Om. Then one should meditate upon the attributeless Brahman beyond Om, because the moment one reaches the state beyond Om there remains no existence or absence of existence. There is no idea of true or false. That is the doubtless, taintless, complete, perfect Brahman, free from conflict, and realizing that, I am Brahman, one becomes united with Brahman. By knowing the one that is without fault and limitless, the one who cannot be described by words or examples, the one who cannot be imagined, and before whom there was no one, a person becomes one with it. In reality, there is neither creation nor destruction, no person to be respected or any preaching of scriptures, there is no desire for liberation, or liberation itself. This only is the true principle. There is the one and the same self, Atma, in all the three conditions of waking, dreaming and sound sleep. There is no birth for one who has gone beyond all these three states. There is only one self in all living beings. Just as the reflection of the moon is seen differently in different pots filled with water and yet the moon is a single form, similarly the self is seen differently in different animals, and yet it is one in the self. If the pot is destroyed, the space contained in it dissolves into the exterior space. The pot is destroyed but not the space. Similarly, when a person dies, the body, pot, is destroyed, but not the spirit, the embodied one. Like the pot, the self assumes different forms, one after the other. The self is always aware of the destruction of the body, yet one behaves as if one does not know that. As long as the self remains trapped in the snare of delusion of speech, it sees itself as various forms, but as soon as ignorance is destroyed it sees nothing but its oneness. That which does not perish at the destruction of the body and other physical aspects is the real Brahman as described in the scriptures. The wise one who desires real peace for his soul should meditate upon the imperishable Brahman. There are two kinds of spiritual knowledge. One is the knowledge of Shabda, word, Brahman, the other is called Parabrahma, beyond. Shabda Brahma means one as described in the scriptures. One who has become well versed in Shabda Brahman can obtain the learning of Para-Brahman. After studying the books or scriptures in a way so as to understand the truths of spiritual knowledge and wisdom, the wise one should give up the books just as one desirous of eating corn throws away the husk and cob. The milk of various cows of different colors is still the same white. Similarly, the knowledge contained in different books is the same. Wisdom in the form of the self lies hidden or concealed in every living being, as ghee or butter is hidden in milk. One should always churn the milk to obtain the butter with the churning stick, mind, with the stirrings of knowledge. Thus, after having obtained the butter, one should heat it in the fire of yoga to get ghee. By doing so, one will realize that, I am that very Brahman which is one, indivisible, stainless and peaceful. Being favorable and one to all, I am that who is there in every living being and in whom are all beings. Then in his dialogue Yogi Rupnathji further says, Om. The body is a compound of Prathivi, earth, and other Mahabhutas, primordial elements, as Pas or water, Agni or fire, Vayu or air, and Akas. In the body, that which is hard is, of the essence of, earth, that which is liquid is, of the essence of, water, that which is hot is, of the essence of, fire, that which moves about is, of the essence of, Vayu, that which is perforated is, of the essence of, Akas. The ear and others are the Jananendriyas, organs of sense. The ear is of the essence of Akas, the skin of the essence of Vayu, the eye of the essence of fire, the tongue of the essence of water, and the nose of the essence of earth, sound, touch, form, taste, and odor being respectively the objects of perception for these organs. These arose respectively out of the primordial elements, beginning with earth. The mouth, the hands, the legs, the organs of excretion and the organs of generation are the karmendriyas, or organs of action. Their functions are respectively talking, lifting, walking, excretion, and enjoyment. Antahkarana, or the internal organ, is of four kinds: manas, buddhi, ahankara, and chitta. Their functions are respectively sankalpa vikalpa, or will, thought and doubt, determination, egoism, and memory. The seat of manas is the end of the throat, that of buddhi the face, that of ahankara the heart, and that of chitta the navel. The bone, skin, nadis, nerves, hair, and flesh are of the essence of earth. Urine, phlegm, blood, sukla, or sperm, and sweat are of the essence of water. Hunger, thirst, sloth, delusion, and desire of copulation are of the essence of fire. Walking, scratching, opening and closing the gross eyes, etc., are of the essence of vayu. Desire, anger, avarice, delusion, and fear are of the essence of akas. Sound, touch, form, taste, and odor are the properties of earth. Sound, touch, form, and taste are the properties of water. Sound, touch, and form are the properties of fire. Sound and touch are the properties of vayu. Sound alone is the property of akas. There are three gunas, or qualities: sattvika, rajasa, and tamasa. Non-killing, veracity, not stealing, continence, non-covetousness, refraining from anger, serving the Guru, purity, in mind and body, contentment, right conduct, abstinence from self-praise, freedom from pompousness, firm conviction in the existence of God, and not causing any injury to others. All these are to be known as sattvika gunas chiefly. I am the actor, I am the enjoyer, I am the speaker, and I am the egoistic. Such are said by knowers of Brahman to be rajasagunas. Sleep, sloth, delusion, desire, copulation, and theft are said by expounders of the Vedas to be tamasagunas. Those having sattvaguna, go, up, whiz, to higher spheres; those having rajasaguna, stay, in the middle, whiz, the sphere of earth. Those having tamasaguna, go, down, whiz, to hell, etc. Perfect, or divine, knowledge is of sattvika guna, knowledge of them is of rajasaguna, and mental darkness is of tamasa. Jagrata, waking state; swapna, dreaming state; sushupti, dreamless sleeping state; and toya, the fourth state beyond these three, are the four states. Jagrata is the state having the play of the 14 organs, the organs of sense, 5, the organs of action, 5, and the 4 internal organs. Swapna is the state associated with the 4 internal organs. Sushupti is the state where the chitta is the only organ. Tulya is that state having jiva alone. Regarding jivakma and paramatma, enjoying the 3 states of a person with opened eyes, with closed eyes, and with eyes in an intermediate state with neither, jiva is said to be the kshetragya, the lord of the body. The organs of sense, 5, the organs of action, 5, pranas, 5, manas, and buddhi. All these 17 are said to constitute the sukshma or ling, viz., subtle, body. Manas, buddhi, ahankara, akas, vayu, fire, water, and earth, these are the 8 prakritis, or matter: ear, skin, eye, tongue, nose the 5th, the organs of excretion, the organs of secretion, hands, legs, speech the 10th, sound, form, touch, taste, and odor are the 15 modifications of the above 8 prakritis. Therefore the tatkyas are 23. The 24th is avyakta, the undifferentiated matter, or pradhan. Purusha is other than, or superior to, this. Yogi Rupnathji then says to all that, if there is no determination, there is no pulse. With pure knowledge of Atma, soul, the sensory organs should be controlled. We should always meditate on Para Vasudeva, who is the greatest soul. Kaivalya, salvation, is attained by the selected and sorted form of meditation on shape and form. If a yogi is able to meditate at least for a small time on Vasudeva while he is in the Kumbhaka stage of pranayam, the sins that he has done in 7 births will be destroyed. You have to understand that the portion from belly to the heart is the wakeful action. In the neck, there exists the action of the dream. In between the jaws exists the sleep. Turiya exists in between the eyelids. That action of synthesis with Parabrahmam, which is much above Turiya, exists in the skull top middle called Brahmarandra. There in the foremost Turiya corner of Turiya, the soul is called Vishnu. When one meditates in the very pure Paramakasa, great ether, he should meditate on that Adhokshaja who shines forever with the light of crores of suns, as sitting in the lotus of his own heart. Otherwise he has to meditate on that Viswarupi, one who is of the form of universe, who has several forms, several faces, several planks with several armaments, several eyes which shine like crores of suns, several colors, and who is peaceful and also very angry. All the mental preoccupations of a yogi who meditates in such a manner will be completely calmed down. That yogi who meditates on that indestructible matter which shines like God's grace in the center of the heart, on that ultimate truth which is beyond Turiya, on that sun who is the form of wisdom which is immeasurable and unending, on that being who is like a shining lamp in a windless place, and on that being who is like the shine of unprocessed gems, would have salvation in his grip. To that yogi who is able to see and experience the shine of that Deva with the universal macro or micro form, or at least a small portion of him in his lotus-like heart, all the occult powers like anima would be very much within his reach. One has to understand that the realization of the universal truth of the unity of Jivatma, soul, and Paramatma, God, which is that I am Brahman and Brahman is me, is the real state of Samadhi, an enlightened state of meditation where all the thought processes are unified with God. That man becomes Brahman and he does not take another birth. The one who examines such principles with detachment becomes like a fire without wood and becomes one with himself. Since his mind and soul does not have anything to catch hold of, get attached, he becomes stable in the form of wisdom, and his soul melts like a piece of salt and he merges into the sea of pure consciousness. He sees the world which is a thing of passion and magic like a dream. In the natural state that yogi stands without changing as him to himself and attains the nude form in his sleep and attains salvation. Kula Kundalini, the life force of yogis, is always full of creativity. As the scent of the flower in the outside air connects to the nose, the vital energy comes out of the body and is placed in another body. The space in the heart is associated with unspoken uninjured sound, is as unique as absolute blissful joy, which becomes known as unattainable entity by purposable knowledge. Now, Yogi Rupnathji is appealing to everyone, then says, you should not worry about anything. Your question may be why. The argument in its favor is that, one who thinks about another matter, that matter does not distinguish or separate the thinker. Even at this inanimate speed, the one who is always stable, is the omnipresent eternal soul, which is only used indefinitely as a joke. No one is grows or dies in it. Constantly going south, no one goes north, which is the firm habitual practice of the conceivable substance. By that another conceivable substance can be obtained. Although men and women are identical like water and waves, the falsehood that is imposed on each of them as an action by the non-existent delusion, that is why they are bound to each other. There is no substance to the uncertainty of ignorance, so material energy varies from time to time, which we have our feelings as its workforce. Since illusion is an unavailable object, so there is no end to thinking by it. Inanimate beings who have become their own will or desire, so they achieve results as the actions. There is not the slightest sign of aspiration as action among in him who is as unique about the theory of action, so all actions fail at it. Different from its own spacetime, which is another indeterminate and uncertain inanimate thought particle with different temporal or torsional spacetime like motion, personality like non-existent work. Thus, my son, who has forgotten his unrepetitive unique consciousness, is reaping the fruits of his lies. This is extremely unfortunate for me as a father. That is why I have become emerged in as unique to all of you, says Yogi Rupnathji, in occasion of addressing to the world community. What is the great universal terminology for true intelligence, which is the contribution of Indian culture? Asking this question to all of